You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what is happening, everybody? We're back. Adjusting my seat here. Okay. Forgot to type something. Ask me anything. All right. I'll tweet that out. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. Got through another week. And it's been 2 weeks since I've done the Vodka stream. That's right. Ooh. It's like we never left. Or I never left. I don't know why I said we, but I did say we. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff and everything. How we doing out there? All right. Just like always, at the open of the Vodka stream, since there's no guest, I'm actually drinking some Templeton Rye that I got for my birthday. That's right. There's like a little bit left, but save this. One of my best friends got this for me for my birthday, so it's pretty much almost done. Poured some in my glass right here, so you guys can ask me questions, ask me anything for the start of this thing until this is completely done. That seems like a lot, doesn't it? Oh my God, I'm gonna get a little toasty today. Seems like a lot, but cheers, guys. So yeah, ask me anything until this is done, and then we'll bring in the panel. So cheers. So good. So good. Better than vodka. But hey, it is called the Vodka stream anyways. What's going on? We got Super Godzillax vlogs. Don't worry, Kevin Feige is fixing the MCU. Oh boy, right? Yeah, he's trying. In my bed. Yeah. Hello there. What's going on? James Noel. We got Travman from Las Vegas. Love Vegas. Just love Vegas. Antonio Baker. You do realize that Feige been from the beginning, right? So if anything, he would cleaning up his own mess. Yeah, it's kind of what he's doing, huh? And we got Miss Nighthawk here. Steph, good to see you, gorgeous. What's happening? Of course, we were at the Incubus concert last Friday. Right now, we are rocking. Well, were they on stage yet? I don't know if they were on stage yet, but I do have the kombucha that we actually drank. I got the same flavor, so I'll be drinking that when I get done with the bourbon. I got some Funko Pops falling down gravity. That's right. It's Friday the 13th. So far, it seems like today's been going well. Things are okay. Hopefully, everybody's fine. Where we're at. I know some people were nervous about, current events with things that are happening, but seems like things are okay when it comes to that. What's going on? We got Fear Jason right here. Good to see you, buddy. Hello. Happy Friday, Saturday. Friday the 13th. Totally forgot that it was. So totally forgot. We got Max Wolf Night Danger. What is happening? We got Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, Dave. And oftentimes I do wonder, what did Toby Emmerich do at New Line when he was the head before he become, I know, kind of wondering. I don't know. What's going on? Tetanus, how you doing? We got Jason right here. Ahoy, hoy, mister. It was great to see you, Jason. And yes, hit the thumbs up. What she said. That's what she said. Who else we got? We got Game Savior right here. We got Diamond Absolutes. Hey, it's been a while. Glad to see you. Bennett, what's happening? Hadn't been able to watch live for the past few weeks, but always listen on. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I try to get those up as early as I can. Sometimes Saturday mornings could be a little slow, but I try to get the audio up first thing in the morning. So, Keely, what is happening? All right. Hashtag release the Snyder Cut. Well, you could put that in past tense now, but hey, what's going on, Cortez? Good to see you. Marathoning some Friday the 13th. Nice. It's always good. We got Boss Rod 95. What is happening? Let's see. Tony Movie Chappie D. Now, Neil Blomkamp fan. Almost had it. Do you think with firing of the writers of Daredevil Born Again that this is Marvel finally getting their... Yeah. Well, I mean, if you read that article, and I I did a video on it. If you guys didn't check it out, it's about 8 minutes and something. It's like a little less than 9 minutes, but I broke down the entire article. And I mean, basically what you learn from it and what you realize is Marvel Studios, they coast. I mean, they didn't coast. I shouldn't say they didn't coast through the 2010s, but they dominated the 2010s when it came to box office. Of course they did. Marvel Studios blew up, and and then all of a sudden, he was just like, well, we got this formula now. We got this certain way we do things now. And they thought they could take that similar approach to TV. But then they realized, no, they can't, especially when the pandemic, it's all just been pretty much a mess. And when it comes to Daredevil Born Again, I mean, to be honest, I think the heads that be, including Feige, saw what was already filmed and kind of went, wow, yeah, people really love that Netflix show. They're going to hate this. And I think they just kind of realized that, wow, we can't just do what we do and then it's just going to sell to people. It's like, no, it's not how it works. You're in a different space right here. You dominated the box office. I don't know if you could dominated television right here. And I think they're finding that out. They're figuring that out, when it comes to this. I mean, not saying that didn't have winners. I mean, WandaVision was great, but that was a one-off. Loki, I still haven't watched. I haven't started season 2 yet. Maybe I will tomorrow. That was, that's been a hit for him, but everything else has been kind of, Danny, what's happening? All right, we got Stephanie T. Happy Friday. We got Droga right here, Axel. I got your message. Don't worry, you can be part of the panel. What's the point of having Peacemaker and the Suicide Squad if the whole JL cast ain't returning better? Yeah, but I mean, the way I look at it, Viola Davis. That's what I say. Viola Davis. Yeah, Viola Davis as Amanda Waller, you don't lose her. So when it comes to that little part, and not to mention Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, John Cena, you already have these people in there. And then, yeah, you can make the same argument when it comes to the whole thing, because everybody's value is like up there. But I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's like James Gunn going, well, that whole thing, let's just start all that over here. There's only been some of this, so we could just make it work. And not to mention, So I mean, what could he do? I mean, I've accepted it, of course. Ever since the whole Cavill debacle that happened, like a year ago? Has it been almost a year? That I was just like, all right, well, we're in a new era right now, and we're definitely in a new era because I mean, and that's the thing is like they're so when you have fans. And fans, sometimes you got to take that fanboy brain out because, you have The Flash, which has cameos from all the, the DCU. We got Ben Affleck, we got Gal Gadot, and we got, of course, Ezra being the main. And that still didn't draw like the audience. So you can almost see like, okay. But then you got Peacemaker. I still don't think he should be concentrating on Peacemaker season 2. I'm like, well, to be honest, that could be a one-off in my eyes. And he could show up in something else, sure. But I really don't see the need in a Peacemaker season 2 right now, as much as I did enjoy the first one. But yeah. Hey, we got Lane. Hope you're doing well, doing fine. Hopefully you are too. Can you believe it? It's been 1 year since DJ announced that Henry Cavill. Okay, so it's been a year since he announced it. So I think it was November or December is when it was announced that he's not coming back, maybe. So, all right. Let's see. Max Wolf. I would love to see 2 of post-credit scene, the Batman 2 movie, and okay, you want to see kind of getting tired of the post-credit, to be honest. I mean, they're fun. They're fun, I guess, but I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know. Kind of getting tired of the post-credit. See, marathoning. Yeah, good. By the way, what the deal with the writer Jeremy Slater left the show Moon Knight halfway through the season? Exactly. This is part of the troubles that Marvel Studios is having when it comes to television. People walking away. Killer Croc and Batman sequel movie. Yeah, I think his time is. I think the way I look at it, I think his end game, if anything, and maybe I'm just looking into it, but I just wouldn't be surprised if his end game wasn't Avengers Endgame, but it's going to be Secret Wars. Like, he's got his eye on Secret Wars. If he could just get Secret Wars and then get the start of, I mean, again, I'm in the camp of like, do Secret Wars, then reboot the entire thing, and you incorporate the X-Men, incorporate Fantastic Four. You know, it's just, that's still the way I think it should go. Shane, what is happening? What are your thoughts and predictions about DC Comics and WB being sold to Universal by the next year or two? Which this is good news. I wouldn't say it's good news, because I mean, to me, it's like, well, if it does go to Universal, they probably would just keep James Gunn and everything that's going on, or they'll just start over again from scratch, and then we'll have to wait for another Superman movie for another 4 years. I honestly, my thoughts have always been that why would a company who has debt would want to accumulate more debt by buying Warner Brothers? Warner Brothers has so much debt, more than Universal. The Universal is, the debt is diminishing because of Oppenheimer, of Fast and Furious. So they're getting rid of their debt. But why would they want to accumulate debt? My thing was always, and then even talking to my friend who's in the business and who he talks to, it's more of like, well, they probably will be trying to buy IP from Warner Brothers. I mean, Warner Brothers will, if nobody wants to buy them fully, they would start selling their IP to people, But I don't see it as a good thing, because if they end up doing, they'll probably end up selling IP, so then you'll have like things getting sold off in Batman will go here, Superman will go there, Wonder Woman will go, just like how it was with Marvel at one point. What do you think? Okay, I thought you were asking me something. Okay, that worse than asking for what that worse? You're not gonna get fired. What's going on, 1/6 shape? What's up, Dave? Got my 1/6 scale BVS Batmobile in for my Batman hot toy figure. Makes me miss the good old days. You lucky SOB. Would love to have that. That's cool, though. Yeah, I know. It kind of makes you, the good old days back in the 2015, 2016 era, when we all were just like excited. Everybody was like, let's do this. And man, it was and we all defended the movies. Moon Knight was ASL. Very good as well. Yeah, I really enjoyed Moon Knight. I really enjoyed it. So December was the announcement. Okay, it was December. That's when it was. Cool. What's going on, RJ? Good to see you, buddy. Always great to see you. We got Gilmore, Eric Smith right here, enjoying the Fanimated streams, and was wondering if they do the same thing with Wally as Flash for the movies. Would it work after all the new? Yeah. Obviously, Gilmore right here is referring to the last episode that we did on DC Fanimated, where Scott and I discussed the first appearance of the Flash in the animated world, and we definitely were like, oh yeah, it's not Barry, it's Wally. It's Wally West. I mean, it's kind of funny too, because when I was younger, I got into the Flash. I got into the Flash when it was Wally West more than Barry Allen. It's kind of interesting, because I'm trying to think, because I think I really got into the Flash when it was Wally, and then I remember getting like old comics when it was Barry. But when I got into the Flash when I was a kid, it was Wally. It was Wally. Wally was my Flash, I guess you could say. But yeah, so I think they can make it work, and they probably should. Maybe. I mean, if we're already gonna have like a universe that's already established, I mean, what? There wouldn't be anything wrong with already having Wally West established as a Flash and Barry like dead or missing or something like that, where they could capitalize on some kind of cool with that. I don't know. I think the Fantastic Four are gonna fill the spot of the Avengers as the world's greatest defenders. Yeah, might as well, right? Now that they don't have, anybody else. Let's see here. We got Jordan Backs right here. Wait, DC being sold to Universal? It's just a rumor. Yeah, don't think it's actually like a thing. It's just a rumor. A couple of WB employees said that too, and I was like, all right, but I still think I don't think it's gonna happen. I really don't think it's gonna freaking happen. So I think it's just because the debt that's involved. I think the debt that's involved when it comes to it just doesn't seem like it's the right thing to do, you know? Let's see. Rolo, what's happening? Didn't Zaslav say that they weren't for sale? Yeah, he said that too, but of course he's gonna say that. Why wouldn't he say that? He's going to say that. I mean, when you're the CEO of a company, you're gonna be like all about positive. Everything's great. Everything's great. It's just gonna be, it's gonna be that meme where, you got that cartoon dog and the whole place is on fire, and he's like, "This is fine." I mean, that's pretty much what Zaslav's doing. That's pretty much what all the CEOs are doing right now. If you think about it, with the strike and streaming and all the stuff and all the money that's being lost, all the CEOs are that meme, GIF, whatever you want to call it, of that. Isn't it a dog, or is it, I don't know, it's some kind of cartoon. I'm trying to think of who it, yeah, where it's just like everything's burning around them, and they're like, they just look down at their coffee and go, "This is fine," and take a sip. That's what they're doing. That's all the CEOs are doing right now. Hey, we got Rhea here. What's going on? Yeah, do what she says too. Yep. Zach P, how about them Dodgers? Jesus Christ. Hey, okay. I'm going to say this right here because obviously you guys know that I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, which of course is the rival of the Dodgers. And it's kind of interesting, like when it comes to my family and girlfriend, I have both my parents are Dodger fans. I got friends that are Dodger fans. My girlfriend's a Dodger fan. Me and my brother are Giants fans. And yeah, it is kind of an interesting little rivalry that we have. But anytime it gets to playoffs, if the Dodgers are in it, which they have been more than the Giants in the last few years, of course, I always show support. So I was being supportive, trying to be as supportive as possible when it came to the Dodgers in the division series. But man, that first game, which was last Saturday, holy shit. As positive as you try to be, holy crap, that was just a massacre. And then it deflated the Dodgers. And again, this just goes to show you again, and this is what any Dodger fan that I talk to or have talked to, they always worry about the playoffs. Yeah, you can win 100 games, doesn't matter. Comes to the playoffs, the Dodgers just, for some reason, they just shut down. It's crazy because this is their 6th consecutive loss. After these 3 games of getting swept by the Diamondbacks, they lost last year 3 games, and now again 3 games. It's getting bad. They need to get rid of their manager. Dave Roberts needs to go. He needs to go. They have all this talent. For some reason, I don't know, they're cursed when it comes to playoffs. So, yeah, I was like, at least get 1 win, can you? Mark Waid is an incredible run. Yeah. But I'm just saying that. Yeah, when Wally was my Flash before Barry. Mark my words, the DCU won't get past Superman Legacy. We got I'm sure, Lane, this is backed up by not feelings. It's backed up by what you're breaking it down. You have the analytics. You're looking at things the way they are and everything like that. It's not based on fanboy feelings, right? No, not at all. Let's see. We got Jordan. If anything studio could buy DC, if any studio could buy DC, who would you want it to be? I always thought Apple TV, Apple or Amazon. Well, I always said that when it came to the stupid hashtag for sell the Snyderverse to Netflix, which those guys have now shifted over to sell the Snyderverse to Universal, which doesn't make any sense because if the rumor is that Universal is going to buy Warner Brothers, that means they're going to get the whole fucking thing. Again, these guys don't understand hashtags or how it works. I had a little bit of a back and forth with somebody today on Twitter because there's a rumor out there that Kurt Russell is going to be in Superman Legacy. so like a cameo type role, and basically Daniel RPK is thinking it's Jor-El. And I quote tweeted, I was like, that's a little too on the nose because Kurt Russell played Ego, Star-Lord's dad, explaining all that. It just seems too on the nose because it's like, oh, now you're going to make him play Jor-El, which I wouldn't mind. I'm not saying that a Kurt Russell Jor-El is a bad thing. It's Kurt fucking Russell. But I was like, it seems like that's a little too close to this over here. And somebody, of course, was like, they took it like as if James Gunn was actually like going to show the origin story again. And I'm like, no, Jor-El can be shown present day. Clark talks to him or sees, through the Kryptonian technology. And then, of course, he used the hashtag fire James Gunn and hashtag bring back Zack Snyder, which again, those two hashtags, I told, I was like, those are dumb hashtags. And he was trying to flip it. He was trying to say that if you're saying that those are dumb hashtags, well, first you go, like, if you think those are dumb hashtags, why'd you tweet out hashtag release the Snyder cut? And I'm like, that's not even the same fucking ballpark. That was a battle cry of like, let's release this. And we all came together, pushed it and all that stuff. It wasn't about firing somebody who is a friend to Zack Snyder, by the way, and then bringing back Zack Snyder into the madness that is Warner Brothers and DC right now. They are dumb, selfish hashtags. They are dumb, selfish. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, no, you should be supporting what Zack is doing over at Netflix, not screaming for him to come back into the madness that is Warner Brothers Discovery. Okay. Stop acting like selfish fanboys, please. Okay. Let's let Zack stay over there. And if you want them to fire James Gunn, good. You can keep tweeting that hashtag. It's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything. So, but yeah. So where was I going with this? I mean, I don't know. There you go. That's the hashtag we should be saying. Fire all the CEOs. There you go. I'm guessing the SAG strike will continue into next year. Oh yeah, it's gonna go into next year. Probably maybe January though. Was broker, yeah, 2%. Yeah, I saw that. It's all still crazy and stupid. Let's see. Who do you think will run Marvel if Kevin Feige? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know who could take over the reins when it comes to that. My father's a Raiders fan, and I'm a 49ers fan. Yeah. Same with football. It's all over the place with football. We have Seahawks fans, we have Rams fans, and Niner fans too. I don't really have a football team. I just like watching football. So let's see. They get then we got Hey Rhea, Ryan. They get stage fright. Are you excited for Lobo? Well, I mean, let's get the official announcement that that's actually happening. I know they're saying that definitely Lobo is going to Jason Momoa, which is perfect, to be honest. But let's wait till that's actually a thing. You know what? I forgot to watch that. I forgot to watch the Monarch trailer. Damn it. But I saw I'm already in. I'm already in on that series. Totally in on that. So I forgot to watch the new trailer, though. I know it dropped. I saw the poster. I totally forgot to watch that trailer, though. But I'll have to make sure I watch that. Sell the Snyderverse to 7-Eleven. There you go. Someone did mention Pokemon. Let's see what else we got here. As much as I would want DC to succeed under James Gunn, I just don't think he can get past his sensibilities of crude humor and callousness that would break away from the sincerity of a Superman film. See, that's the thing that I'm hoping that he proves, Like, I get that he does go overboard with it when it comes to all that. But again, this is coming from me who I've seen, Super. I've seen, was it Sliver? Slither, not Sliver. I think I said Sliver on Film Junkie Live, but Slither, and it's like I can enjoy. Yeah, I don't know. See, to me, I'm like, all right, which is James Gunn in my top 5 of handling Superman? No, definitely wasn't. And I was like, nah, keep him away from it. But now that he's like, all right, he had an epiphany, had this idea, and a lot's riding on it. I'm hoping that, like, I hope he impresses with it, where it's not just, and I don't think it's going to be. I think it's definitely not going to be like in the vein of Guardians of the Galaxy. There's probably going to be elements for sure, but I'm just hoping as a filmmaker, and now that he's, gotten to this level, that he's going to take obviously a much more firm, like a much more mature approach, I guess you could say, when it comes to especially handling Superman, because that's what, as easy as it sounds like you could do a Superman film, it's not. That's the thing. It's not easy. I mean, that's why there was no Superman from Christopher Reeve, and then they just like, we'll just put it on TV, and I did enjoy Lois and Clark. But you could like, it's like you can it was easier to get away with like doing a campy-esque type Superman on TV. Smallville was a hit, so it's like they kept it on TV for 2 decades, more than 2 decades, and then they're like, all right, time to try to do it cinematically again. And the way we're gonna do it, we're just gonna emulate the Donner Superman, and it didn't work. So then it was like, okay, can't do that. And then of course Zack comes in and nails it, but not for everybody. That's the thing. It was there was a discourse. It was very divisive when it came to Man of Steel. It's just it's because I think because he's just the ultimate superhero, hard to do. So that's why I'm like, good luck, James Gunn. I mean, my God, there's a lot riding on this. It's a lot. Heard no monsters will be showing up. Are you talking about a Monarch? Monarch is it's like the Godzilla world, Monarch, that organization that is handling all the big monsters. Looks freaking good. Well, yeah, if no monsters like really show up like right off the bat, I'd be okay with it as long as the story is good. But I know some people have said like, oh yeah, I've seen the episodes, so it's pretty good. Slither and Brightburn are proof. He dips his toes. Yeah, exactly. So even though like he only produced Brightburn, but at the same time, I'm sure him and his brothers, right, came up with the idea. Yeah. I'm willing to give him a chance, but I'm of the camp that thought his first Guardians of the Galaxy film succeeded due to the writing of Nicole Perlman, whose writing was sorely missed from but I thought the third one was good too. But you got to realize, I mean, but you still got to get somebody to put that vision up on the screen, Yeah, you can have the writer, sure. And the writing has to be great too, but you have to have somebody to, put that on the screen and make it work. So, I mean, so that's the thing. It's like, and he did. And he helped with the Infinity Saga with the Infinity Stones and stuff like that. So, I mean, he helped get, he basically was like, got it to the point of Infinity War, which is arguably one of the best MCU movies. And of course, Guardians is arguably one of, the best ones too. Top 5, maybe for some people, top 10. I hope that Vaughn directs The Authority. Imagine the Kingsman tree. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's the thing. So, I know Vaughn has had some stupid things that he said about Superman in his pitch. But, yeah, I like the Kingsman series. Hello, Jacob. How's it going? Lom looks great, too. What is Lom? I'm like, LOM, Lord of the Meat Eaters? I don't know. Yeah. That's why I think Jeremy Carver is a good fit for Waller. He brings a level of seriousness like Doom Patrol. And there you go. Maybe something. Legacy of the Monsters. Okay, that's what that was. I was like, Lom? I was like, what? Legacy of the Monsters, yeah. If you ever get a chance, Dave, I think with the Authority movie coming up, the new DC universe should give Superman and the Authority. But okay, yeah, I haven't read that. I do want to get that book though, so I'll definitely check into that. Ooh, good stuff. Yeah, Legacy of the Monsters. I was like, I'm so bad with acronyms. So bad with acronyms. Anytime I see something, I'm like, I just immediately go, what does that mean? I'm not going to figure it out. I just feel like it's not really going to be filmmaker driven. I always think about Affleck's comment and not wanting to direct over there. I think it will be. I definitely think it will be. Because I mean, he already got James Mangold. He's got his own style himself. I think it, and of course, Muschietti is, it hasn't been really fully confirmed that he is on board with Brave and the Bold. God knows. I think it will be, because I think it's just because James Gunn is a filmmaker himself. I mean, obviously, he's going to have to overlook it, and they're all going to have to collaborate when it comes to piecing things together. I just really hope, and I know that he's mentioned it before too, when responding to people on social media, is like, about shared universes. I love what he said about shared universes. Like, don't take away, if you're too busy, like having to do homework, it takes away from the initial story. So what I'm hoping is when they piece the universe together, that it's not so much where you need to be watching every little thing, And if he's taking that approach, then it very much will be a more filmmaker driven type thing. And I think he knows this too, being over in Marvel and seeing how the Marvel machine works. That's the hope I can get. I could be wrong, but I think it's just the fact that he's seen how the Marvel machine works. And sometimes directors, I mean, there's some directors that we don't even know directed some of these things, some of the MCU stuff. We know the Russo brothers, we know Favreau, but like sometimes you don't know who, like, wait, who directed that, And then speaking of that, Antonio, yeah, you see the projections, not bad. Not bad. It's gonna be a shit show. It's gonna be a shit show when it comes to the Marvels. Let's just put it out there now. I'm still gonna watch it, of course, and give my honest review of it. I mean, obviously, I've talked about how the runtime is an hour and 45 minutes, the shortest MCU movie. There's going to be backlash. I guarantee you, there's going to be some backlash coming out with that. There's going to be somebody, some of the media out there is going to start saying like, yeah, of course, you have 3 female leads that are all diverse. That of course, it's directed by a woman of color, and it's the shortest MCU movie ever. Of course, there's gonna be some backlash when it comes to at least that part, and then when it comes to people showing up, and when it comes to the reviews, there's gonna be review bombing. It's gonna be kind of a shit show, and it sucks too, because with the SAG-AFTRA strike, it would have been awesome to see the 3 leads at junkets, joking around with each other, doing things, promoting this. That's what's going to hurt the movie a lot too, is the fact that the actors can't promote it. If those 3 could promote it, they could do a lot of things that are cool that could help the marketing. Because I'm sure it would be like a fun dynamic between the 3 of them. That's going to hurt it for sure, that you can't get all that out there. But I don't know. But I'm in the camp of like, I wasn't really impressed by the trailers, and I didn't really like the first one at all. So Supergirl still has no director. True. But that was great. Legacy of Media by Dave the Film Junkie. There you go. Legacy of Media. I said Legacy of Meat Eaters. Or I said Lord of the Meat Eaters or something like that. But that could be Legacy of Media. That's a good one too. So don't mind that. Let's see. I hope James Gunn have a plan for a darker superhero. Yeah, I mean, the Authority is going to be rated R. That's the thing. The Authority is going to be rated R, so it's going to be dark. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and James Gunn can do dark. I mean, again, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, regardless how you feel about it, I am shocked. I am shocked of some of the things that were in that movie. There's some heavy shit in that movie. Not to mention, there's some graphic shit. Like when Rocket tears the face off the what's his name? Higher Superior, whatever the hell his name is, and they show it. I am shocked that they actually showed that. So, yeah, you could do some dark shit. Just say it. 2 people I always mix up as John Carpenter and Jeremy Slater. Yeah, I mix up Gavin O'Connor and Gareth Edwards. It's similar names. When you see similar names, even though it's like, I mean, you have two Jeremys right there. When it comes to Gavin O'Connor and Gareth Edwards, for some reason, there's just something about that. I get those two. Now, after, loving what I was hearing from Gareth Edwards about the creator, now I'm like, oh wait, now I can distinct them. But at first, for some reason, I got those two. I would get those two confused. I know one did the Umbrella Academy for Netflix and the other did Doom Patrol. I'm excited for whatever they do. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet, right? Nick, I could be wrong, but with Affleck's new company and their focus on filmmakers just seemed to be related in my mind. There you go. I don't remember which interview it was, but Gunn did say he was taking a bit of inspiration from Star Wars, which is good. Different stories of different, yeah, exactly. And that's all we can really hope for. I mean, it's all we can really hope for. And I'm hoping that he took notes. I'm hoping he took notes with his whole like journey to get where he's at now. I'm just hoping that he took notes and knows exactly what not to do. What's going on, KZ Cinema? I don't know if it doesn't really have any competition. So the runtime, yeah, it's true. I don't think the Marvels is gonna bomb. I really don't think it's gonna bomb. It's not gonna do $1 billion, but I don't think it's gonna bomb, to be honest. Lowest of any Marvel ever that number ends up being or something like that. I don't know. It might catch. I don't know. I guess we'll see how how people are responding to it. I guess that's going to be a thing. I think the best upcoming theatrical movies are gonna wave of horror movies with how well I know. I mean, horror has been kicking ass lately. Yeah, Guardians 3, High Evolution there. That's right. I was like High Supremacy. I was totally blanking on his name right there. Thank you, Phil. Hear me out, guys. Rian Johnson for Supergirl. He did a Star Wars movie, so he can handle. They would not do that. Nah, it'll be a female director, I'm assuming, But I like where her head's at. That would be interesting. But it seems like Rian Johnson, he's busy with his universe that he's doing at Netflix too. So it's actually okay. Conversations. Let's see. Do we know for sure when Rebel Moon director's cut is dropping? We don't. We don't know for sure, but I assume because we have the first Rebel Moon coming out in December, right? And then we have the second part that comes out in April. I would guess that they probably would release Rebel Moon in March. Rebel Moon director's cut probably in March, maybe. They'll probably release it in March. Give it some time, maybe February, March, because they want to remind people of it. And then they're like, hey, well, here's a different version you didn't see, so let's release this version before you see part 2. So I don't know. That would just be my guess. I'm not sure about Rian Johnson taking on Supergirl, not because of, The Last Jedi, but because I'm not so sure if he could take on a sci-fi Supergirl epic and make it even bigger. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You serious? We got J. Jonah Jameson in here. You serious? I have that drop. I should play it, but I'm not going to play it. Yeah, horror has been kicking ass lately. Gonna suck having to avoid spoilers while holding out for a director's cut. Oh, you're gonna hold out. I say watch both. Why not? You got to support Zach. Watch the original PG-13. Do all that. That's what I want to tell these. I mean, the guy that I was like, having a little back and forth with. I look on his profile. It is nothing but DC content. It's like, dude. If you're a Zack Snyder fan, which I believe that I have come to believe that some of these people, especially the people that don't like me, the loud people in the Snyder fandom, they're not actually full-fledged Zack Snyder fans. They're not actually full-fledged DC fans. They are Zack Snyder DC fans. They're full-fledged Zack Snyder DC fans. That's the thing, and that's what frustrates me, because anytime that I get into like a back and forth with some of these guys, I look at the profile and I'm like, barely in a Rebel Moon, and it's like, if you're like a big Zack Snyder fan, you're your profile, your profile picture should be a character from Rebel Moon. Your banner should be that, but it never is. It's all DC stuff, and that's all that is tweeted is DC stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it's like, I mean, we're gonna be like 2 months away. I mean, I'm really hoping that like these diehard Zack Snyder fans that have, his DC characters, Cavill, Affleck, or whoever. And I hope they change their banners, and they go full fledged and just hit hashtags of Rebel Moon and all that stuff, and really do that. If you want people to believe that you're an actual full fledged Zack Snyder fan, please do that. But in my eyes, some of these guys are just full fledged Zack Snyder DC fans. That's it, and I hate that. Yay, Jacob Riddle. Oh, I actually meant to hit you up. Man. I know like your short film, obviously one man show, dropped today. I haven't watched it yet. I've been, like I said, work's been kicking my ass lately. I haven't watched it yet, but for sure I retweeted it, and totally that's going to be on my watch list for tomorrow. I'm going to watch it because I won't be, and I don't think I'll be working tomorrow too much, but maybe I'll have to work a little bit. But I'm going to watch your film, Mr. Jacob Riddle. I was going to hit you up, see if you wanted to even like talk a little bit tonight, but I know you're busy. You're probably celebrating. I mean, congratulations. Like I said, I mean, I always love talking to you. I loved our conversation last time you were on when it came to like just nerding out on Christopher Nolan and stuff like that. But man, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, one man show, type it in on YouTube, Jacob Riddle. He dropped his film today, and I am definitely looking forward to it. Sorry that I didn't watch it today. Like I said, work's been kicking my ass. So, but I think the first thing I'm going to do is make my coffee tomorrow and watch your damn movie. And I'm going to hit you up. Once I do. And I'm sure it's going to be like, I'm just going to be full of applause because everything that you've shown from it is just, you're a talented man. Timothy, I'm sorry, but the so-called DCU will have to earn back all the faith I lost after Justice League and the last 6 years of WB bullshit. For me to be excited about anything DC. Okay, that's fine. That's what they have to do. I feel like the director's cut is the original cut. I'm a movie fan and a Snyder fan for sure, but I feel like a shorter, tamer cut would spoil the film. I'd say that about any movie. Yeah, makes sense. I just like to see the different cuts. Oh, I'm 100%. You're absolutely correct. The Snyder cut, which I know for a fact in Netflix, if you're not going to do this, you better call it the Snyder cut. You hear it? You hear me, Netflix? You better call the R-rated director's cut of Rebel Moon the Snyder cut, because the Snyder cut is now mainstream. It's a brand in and of itself, so you might as well use it. The Snyder cut of Rebel Moon. You better market it like that. But yeah, it totally is. It totally is. But now I just love the fact that, like, even what Debbie said in a recent quote in Total Film, she said that now it's not an afterthought. It seemed like anytime director's cuts were an afterthought, now they built it in to the whole thing. So I actually give Netflix praise because I'm thinking that they're going to market it as the Snyder cut of Rebel Moon, is they built it in because now Zack's known because of the Snyder cut stuff, is like, okay, we have to have a director's cut, a different cut of the movie. Did have Sofia Boutella's character. There you go. I mean, that's, James Gunn's deleted tweets. Well, he has an auto delete, of course. Yeah, you can, come up with whatever conclusions you want to. So do you think Zack's going to drop a second Rebel Moon trailer soon? I'm sure, yeah, there's going to be another trailer at least, before it comes out, for sure. I'm spreading the Snyder love. I showed my girlfriend and her family the out. There you go. You got to spread it. Spread it. Gunn should still, yeah, he's not on Twitter right now. He's not. He's responding on the other ones. It's sad that we never got a decent closure of the DC Snyderverse. I agree. Hopefully this time the plan sticks. Yeah, that's what, and I think that's what's going to happen. Like if I know a more full R-rated, okay, that's what I want to see. I've been holding out on rewatching Midsummer for the same reason. Want to? Okay. I mean, that's fine. I just want to, but I'm not going to be able to help it. I'm gonna watch Rebel Moon as soon as it. I'm hoping that. I mean, I hope there's a limited theatrical, but it doesn't sound like it's actually going to happen. So, do you have any ideas for what might be the rest of Chapter 1? No, I don't. That's what's kind of interesting. It's like they announced Chapter 1, but it was only half of Chapter 1 or something like that. Ugh. I wouldn't let James Gunn babysit my dog. All right. I don't think he wants to babysit your dog. That's a that's a funny one though. All right. That's cool. Let's see. I just got my copy of Batman, the complete animated series and Soup series from Amazon. I'm curious when Cape Crusader releases. That's what I'm wondering too. And Scott and I are getting into the thick of like the crossovers that are happening. Getting there this week we're going back to Batman. This Sunday on DC Fanimated, we're going back to Batman. We've been talking about Superman, but now we're getting to the point where we're going to be doing crossovers because we're trying to do DC Fanimated in chronological order of how things happen. So we're actually going back to Batman season 3 now, which is great. It's going to be a lot of fun. Go back and forth. Hello. How's it going? Let's see. We got Jacob. Hey, Dave. You think there's a chance WB will release the Batman next year on Thursday? That would be sweet. No, that's not going to happen. If they haven't started filming. Supposedly they're going to start filming next year, probably next spring. So yeah, there's no way that the Batman part 2. Are you talking about like the original Batman? If you're talking about the original Batman, if they just like re-release it, sure. But if you're talking about Batman Part 2, that's not going to happen. All right. I'm almost done with my drink, so let me start sending out my invites to some peoples. All right, not that. Let's see. Got there. Got there. All right. I'm just going to start dropping some of this. There, 2. All right. What else we got? Boop, boop, doop, boop. All right. We got that too. Okay. So got all that. All right. Anyways, all right. Let me go ahead and answer a couple more things here. Dave, please ask Zach to do Guardians of the. Okay. I don't know if he'll want to do that. He's balls deep in Rebel Moon right now, man. That's the thing. That is the thing. Hey, what's going on, Carrie? Happy Friday the 13th to you. I love how we say happy Friday the 13th, even though it's like a cursed day, but we say happy. Sometimes directors just want to have different cuts of their film depending on their mood and what they want to convey, either something that highlights action and one that fully develops subplot. Yeah, right now it's not no theatrical. Even Zach is saying that it's not theatrical, but I think Zach loves theatrical. He's being a company man. Netflix gave him free range to whatever he wanted to do. So when they were like, "Hey, no theatrical," he was like, "Hey guys, no theatrical." It was, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I think he wants it theatrical. He would love it theatrical, but one of these days, hopefully, all these people who want Gunn to fail need to realize that even if he fails or the company gets sold, I know. So that's the thing too. It's like, yeah. I mean, like I would say if Gunn's DCU succeeds and he has the Elseworlds title, maybe there's a possibility of something with Zack, or I don't know, anything for that. I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, if it fails again and they'll just reboot it again. They sell it off, it fails, sell it off, it'll just get rebooted again and get further away from what you want. I mean, that's what's so funny about that. Again, that's why you have to actually use this, and you gotta remove the fanboy brain, and then you got to start thinking logically a little bit about that, because if it fails, that's only going to further anything, because I mean, yeah. Anyways, let's see what else we got. I think that's almost pretty much it. All right. I think that's it for the questions right now, for the question and the Q&A part of the Vodka stream. All right. Good times. Good times. All right. Let's go ahead and start bringing in some of these guys right now. Start chatting it up about some things here. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, we're bringing somebody back who hasn't been here for a while.
Fuck you!
I don't know why I used that one, but I was like, you know what? Your hair is kind of looking like him right there, like Kevin Bacon.
I gotta go run through a tornado, and then God, I've not seen that movie in so long. I gotta put that on the October watch list. Remember when they made like a pilot? And
yes.
They just scrapped it, and they like talking about stuff like Batgirl and Daredevil starting over. Like, there's a Tremors pilot out there. Bacon was really
Kevin
excited.
Bacon.
Yeah, he was really excited, and they're like, nah, it's good. So either it costs a lot or it's really bad. But I hope it leaks. Kind of like how like Wonder Woman, that pilot leaked, and there's another DC one, isn't there, that they filmed? I don't think it was. There's another. I thought there was another pilot out there. I'll have to look it up. But I remember Wonder Woman, there was like that one that, and I guess they had that show too. Yeah, but yeah, I was excited when they announced that show. Like, oh, I'll check it out, because horror TV shows are very hit or miss, but I like Tremors enough, and I love Kevin Bacon, so I'm like, oh, I'll give it a chance.
I don't know how you don't release it when you have Kevin Bacon back.
Yeah,
like, and it's like it to me, like when I saw that trailer, I was like, oh, this is like old man Val.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like they brought him back. You know, he hasn't been back when it comes to all this, and it's like they brought him back. Why are you gonna do that? And then we got Jordan right here too. What's up, sir?
Hello.
My voice is dead.
It's a little better because I've been taking some cough syrup. It's nasty.
Yeah,
it's honey. Okay. It's not cherry. It's honey, but it's still bad.
I was about to say, like, I always take some raw honey, like, in the morning. But yeah, that would help. Take it a little bit, and so does whiskey. Just saying.
Yeah, this cold has been with me for about a week or so it just won't go away.
That sucks.
Yeah,
it sucks, and it's because you've changed locations. That's what happened.
That, and I don't have a job, so I have time to film, and I can't film because my voice.
So that does suck.
Can't really get ahead on shit.
Yeah. But have you been trying though? I know you posted some like reaction.
I pushed through and did one, but it wasn't smart, but I had to do it. But hopefully in the next couple of days I can get back to doing stuff, because I keep getting turned down left and right. So I'm not getting a job anytime soon. It is what it is.
Yeah. You know? But you're like, are you in your new spot right now?
Yeah, my mother-in-law's spare room. That's why it looks kind of like the sign and stuffed animals and shit. But the thing is, it's my own room. I'm not in my living room. My wife can do whatever she wants. They can do whatever they want. I'm away from everybody. So it's all good, you know?
That's good.
Okay, so I did find it. In 2006, they made a TV movie, which was a pilot for Aquaman. Synopsis: a young 20-something diver living in the Florida Keys discovers he has powers to breathe underneath the water. And it's Arthur Curry. Lou Diamond Phillips was Tom Curry.
What?
Is that Justin Hartley? Was that
Justin Hartley? Yeah. Vin Raines was in this thing. Look at that. Because I remember it was around the time the Batgirl thing happened, and people posted the Wonder Woman one and that one on Twitter, just like the full episode. I knew about the Wonder Woman one, but I did not know they did a live action TV Aquaman pilot, which sounds like how did that even go? I understand Tremors, how you can do Aquaman as a show, which obviously that's what it is, right? He was a something diver, so you know it's going to be like the most minimal type of CG, like it's just like real world stuff. But I feel like that's one in like cable network television. Like, who's pitching an Aquaman TV show?
It was originally Alan Richardson who was Aquaman in Smallville,
right,
and then they flipped it. They decided, no, we're not going to go with you. We're going to go with a bigger name.
A bigger name, yeah.
That's
just something that would not have worked in 2006. That's even something that I would even say to them, like, maybe not even do that today. Like, if you're trying to keep your budgets under control, a whole show, obviously this is just gonna be a guy that's a surfer bro on Florida, just hanging out. He'd occasionally go into the water, but yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. So there's so many pilots out there that are just
even the Wonder Woman pilot is like dated, but like in terms of like other shows that came out after like Arrow and Flash, like soon after, it was kind of doing some of the same things that those shows did. So it was kind of a little bit of ahead, but also it didn't feel like Wonder Woman at times. It felt like, oh, a businesswoman who's also Wonder Woman. Like, okay, I guess.
And at least with that one, it's like as long as you don't go to Themyscira, you can keep the budget pretty light. Like super strength, speed, and it's just a cable that lights up for her Truth of Lasso, right? Like that one I can see being like, you put her in a world, a city, good. Aquaman though, anytime he goes underwater, either you're gonna spend money or it's gonna look awful, just awful. So
I remember watching that pilot a few months ago for the first time, and the one shot that made me go, I could see this working potentially is when she kicks a giant crate and like slams a guy into another one, like she kicks it like no problem. Like, okay, the action, okay, I can see that. But
who was that actress? She was in John Wick. Yeah, she was in John Wick, right? Wasn't she in John Wick? Wasn't she like the girl, the assassin girl, like that tried to kill John Wick in his room, which of course is against the rules of the Continental? I'm pretty sure it was her.
It's Adriana Palicki. It's funny. She's in the Aquaman pilot as well.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
Not as Diana, not as that.
And she was the girlfriend in the pilot of Supernatural, and in the Orville. She's in the Orville.
Right, I forgot Pedro was in the show. Elizabeth Hurley, Carrie Elways was in it. Wonder Woman has stacked. Look, Phil McGraw as himself. So Pedro
Pascal.
Dr. Phil was apparently in this.
Pedro Pascal's in it. Yeah.
Wow. Little did he know he was gonna, show up in 84.
It's so interesting because I know that. Okay, so we look at that timeline, right? 2005. They do Batman, obviously a few years before his Catwoman. But it's so interesting that they look at Wonder Woman and Aquaman in that time frame and go, like, Wonder Woman was later. Even Wonder Woman 2011. Why in 2011 were they like, we should do a Wonder Woman TV show? Like, why were they not getting this off the ground way sooner? And same thing with Aquaman. Why after Batman Begins, like, Aquaman the TV show, that's the way to go. It's just so odd that they decided to. Maybe that's why the pilots didn't go any further. So
I mean, it's so funny because like I was even when I was answering questions earlier. I mean, it's just like it's just DC has been doing this shit for so long, and it's just like. But it's always been Superman, Batman. Batman. But then there was like a lull where there was like a couple decades where there was no Superman movies, but Superman was dominated TV. It's Lois and Clark in the 90s. And then all of a sudden you get to the 2000 Smallville. It was like a lot of that. It was like, okay, so they were able to like handle Superman on TV, but then they're like, all right, time to get him back into the movies. Superman Returns. We're going to do it like this. And it just, and it's just, I don't know. It's just like when it comes to DC stuff, it's like, you think like since they were always on top of it, I mean, they've been making movies since Superman 78. And it's like, why hasn't there been more things when it comes to DC live action? I mean, there has been, but I mean, it just seems like they're not sure of themselves. They've just been, they buckle.
Especially in that era, in 2006, 2011, maybe 2011 not so much, but I'd say in 2006, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, those are still way more popular characters than Thor, Captain America, Iron Man. And that's where it's like, even back then, I'm surprised they didn't see, they're making an Iron Man movie. like we have characters more popular than that. Like let's do they did do Green Lantern, granted, and obviously that did not go well.
See, I think they were trying to capitalize on that. Like, hey, let's do a character that not a lot of people are like too familiar with, and he's like witty and sarcastic. We'll get Ryan Reynolds.
Everyone loves Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, and it was like, oh, this is gonna be our Iron Man right here, and nope.
Well, you got to think at the time, Warner Brothers was in a position of they had all their IP, and DC was just kind of a part of it. It wasn't like they had like people individually focused on making DC content. It was like, oh, we have this. Oh, let's just try this, but we need to focus on this other stuff we have going on. And you had the Batman trilogy, so you couldn't do anything with Batman really at the time. So,
and that was the thing, right? Because those were the two things everyone says. The things that killed Justice League Mortal was the strikes, but also Nolan, that everyone says he had a big hand in being like, I really don't want you to do another movie with Batman in it right now. And after The Dark Knight, it was kind of like, yeah, we're going to not kind of step on his toes. We really want to get him back for the third one. Because I don't know if you remember, like a year after The Dark Knight, he wouldn't even confirm that he was going to do Batman 3. Like he was like, yeah, I think, but I don't know for sure. And I think that's why they were playing ball with him too. Of like, hey, if we do this Justice League movie with another Batman, he might be a little pissed off. Because I even remember back then of people like Zack Snyder's name being on a list of, not rumor, but just people like throwing out names like, oh, this would be a great person. This would be a great person. And obviously he did end up doing it. And I don't know if it was even could have just been hardball to get like a bigger paycheck too. Yeah. But it wasn't a confirmed thing. It wasn't like Matt Reeves where it's like, oh, we know he's doing the trilogy. It was Nolan might not do part 3. And
I remember that too. Yeah. And a lot of people were like, oh, is he going to do Riddler? That'd be perfect. And then he's just like, nah, fuck that. I'm going to do Bane. And, I mean, it's funny too, because, let's face it, Dark Knight Rises. I know it's not a bad movie.
I love the movie.
Yeah. But at the same time, when you look at it against Batman Begins and Dark Knight, you just kind of go, yeah, I mean, it's not top notch. It's not like those. No, it's not. Is it terrible? No, it's the whole trilogy is absolutely watchable from start to finish. And it's great. It's one of the best. But it is, you do almost see like, I mean,
you see the dip, you see it there.
Yeah. And and I think like if Heath Ledger was still alive, I think he would incorporate the Joker somewhere in the story. I think, because why not?
Yeah.
But because he didn't die. I mean, obviously the Joker is around. He's not dead. He didn't see a fate like Mr. Ra's al Ghul did in the first one. So it's like I think he would have incorporated him in there. I mean, it's just, I'm kind of wondering what was happening during that whole period of like, is he going to do one? And then they were going back and forth. There was like, everybody wanted him to do the Riddler because it's Christopher Nolan. But I think he was just like, fuck that. Everybody expects that. I'm going to do this instead. And I think, for the most part, he did a pretty damn good job. So.
Yeah, it's like, I know some people might not like it, but with that movie, Wakanda Forever, like I always grade those movies a bit on a curve because it's like these directors, and Nolan has never ever said what he would have done with Ledger, even if Ledger was in it, but I guarantee you he had ideas and what he was going to do forward. So like same thing with Ryan Coogler, you take a film, your star dies, and then they say, okay, you're not going to recast, you're going to go this route. It's like, I rate them both on great because like Dark Knight Rises is like the plan B, and for a plan B, that's pretty good because it was this thing of like, there was no, and it's fine because it's the way sometimes a trilogy can work, but there's very little, if not any mention of like the League of Shadow and Raz in Dark Knight. But then in Dark Knight Rises, they're all over the place right away. Name drop, there's dream sequences, Talia's there, and that way I kind of like it. It ties to the first one. And
dude, that's the trilogy 101, right? Isn't that like one of the
back to the beginning, like
like you always, isn't that what
Randy says in Scream 3?
Scream 3,
reveal something you didn't know the whole time.
Exactly. It's always one of those things where it's like the third one always has to reference the first one. Kind of thing. And Dark Knight Rises, you're right. There's no mention of like anything in Dark Knight. It is like almost like it's a contained story for the most part of not really being tied to the other two so much. But Dark Knight Rises, of course, is completely tied to Batman Begins. All right, and we got some more people joining in right here. We got Axel, we got Phil. What's happening, guys?
What's up, gentlemen?
How you guys doing?
Having a good old time. Happy Friday the 13th, everybody.
Right?
I
know. The only bad luck anybody's having here is Jordan with his
video. Yeah. It's been going on more than more than just today.
Yeah,
I bet, dude. I bet.
happens. But thank you for joining, gentlemen. We're just doing a little Dark Knight trilogy talk right now. You know, saying how
Good trilogy.
The third what?
It's a good trilogy.
It is a good trilogy, but like we just kind of noticed that the third one
In the
was
Dark Knight, yeah, like you could definitely feel like there was a bit of rushing in like the final battle with like Talia's death and like.
oh yeah, that was awful. I mean,
It
yeah,
was
when
like-
you see that, yeah,
I
the
was talking about that.
yeah,
And the way she says,
yeah, it was like, dude,
she went to
Christopher
sleep.
Nolan, you were okay
She
with
went to
that?
sleep.
She went to
Yeah.
sleep.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, she went to sleep.
That's their version of the Lazarus. It's just sleeping.
I don't know. It's
But,
always
you
kind of jarring to see like Batman fight in broad daylight, but at the same time, I do like that final fight between him and Bane on the city hall.
It is good, but the thing that always bothered me was because I remember seeing the set pictures and videos, and I know it was summertime in Chicago.
Oh yeah.
So like all the snow and stuff like that, but I'm like, it doesn't look like it's cold. Like I know there's no breath. There's no
Yeah.
breath.
It's the end of
There's no-
winter. It's the end of winter.
I
you
know, but it was just kind of anytime I watch that stuff, I'm like, yeah, it just doesn't feel real to me. Just like Batman Returns, it's like snow, snow, but it doesn't feel like it's actually cold unless they were in the sewer. Then it felt like there was something about the sewer setting that made it feel like dark and cold and stuff like that, even though you didn't see breath or anything. But yeah, for some reason, like outside, I mean, if you watch Dark Knight Rises, you could see in the distance, even though it's snowing, you could see blue sky. Like if you look in the background, there's blue sky like all over the place, and it's just like, I'm like, yeah, it just doesn't. I'm wondering if Christopher Nolan is ever gonna just like talk about like, yep, that wasn't a movie
He
that
couldn't add breath because he doesn't do CGI. So.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
No,
But
he'll
you
never.
like someone like
Except for Two-Face.
yeah, you think like someone like Christopher Nolan would be very detailed oriented when it comes to something like that. It's like, he wouldn't want to shoot during summer. It's like, no, we have to shoot during winter, like actual winter, so we can actually feel the atmosphere, or something. So I don't know. That's just me, but maybe I don't know. It just seems like he's very detailed when it comes to stuff like that.
I always forget how Bane dies. Like, how did he?
Bane gets shot by Catwoman on the bat.
Yeah.
You know this whole gun thing? Not really for me. I think that's my favorite line of Hathaway in that movie, and she's same thing. That's another thing where I love the movie, but that's even like a little underbaked. I wish that they didn't. I wish they didn't make him and Talia at all like love interests and just focus on that. Talia can be there, but it's just because at the end of the day too, I know there's that meme video and everything, but it's just like there is no reason for her to really sleep with Bruce. Like there's not a single. He's already given her the company.
What are you talking about? They created Damien in that moment.
Dark Knight 4 when Nolan comes back in 20 years and the Comic-Con roof goes off. Yeah, but no, I liked her that movie. But same thing. I think her and Bale had decent chemistry, but it's not their fault. It's just that they just didn't have that much scenes even together in that movie. They're very spread apart. So it's just there's lots going on in that movie. Even Harvey Dent's speech is like they reveal it and then they just kind of throw it away and like, okay, now we're back to Dark Knight Rises again, where Dark Knight feels like it's very much just off on its own. Like you could literally watch Batman Begins and Dark Knight Rises, and other than Batman being retired and Harvey Dent, you don't miss much because they ignore Dark Knight pretty much,
For the most part,
Yeah.
Honestly,
Go ahead.
It's just like tough to balance when you have two different kind of love interests that are operating on two different levels, and then you get the twist of I'm Talia al Ghul and I'm here to fulfill my father's wish.
At
It's
the
like
very end.
I hated my father till you killed him.
What I'm confused on is that she could have easily killed him while she's in his house
many times.
But when they're and she waits. Oh, by the way, like she could literally just take him out right there.
Well, no, remember, she does say that she wants. It's a stupid comic villain thing.
It is
but
stupid, though, yeah.
She wants Bruce to feel like the thousands of Gotham lives dying before he does. Because remember, before she leaves, she's like, "Don't kill him. I want him to feel the fire." And she drives off, and Bane's like, "I'm going to kill you now."
Just imagine the fire.
I get the point of like making him feel bad or whatever. Like he has to be alive to feel it. It's like But if you get rid of him, then there's no chance of him potentially stopping it.
Oh yeah, same thing.
You
Bane
know?
does that too. Remember, he puts him in the
Yeah,
prison with a TV cell, and
exactly.
it's very much like Austin Powers, Doctor Evil,
Yeah.
sharks with freaking laser. Like,
Exactly.
there's no reason whatsoever
Yeah.
for Batman to be alive
Yeah.
about 3 separate times, because she could have killed him right after they slept together. Like, there's 3 times in that movie
Yeah.
Bale is dead. It's
Yeah.
over
And
for Batman.
how does he get his back fixed? Like, it doesn't.
Those
he, like, get
doctors,
hung
they're
up?
great. You saw them? Remember?
Yeah, don't worry
I
about
thought they
it.
just.
Yeah,
I
he got
thought they
put
hung
on
him
like
up.
a rope and plank, and
Yeah,
know,
right.
Yeah.
And he hangs there for a month.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
he
in
just
prison
had a-
with Albert.
and then he
Einstein.
doesn't break his back again when he falls that first time, and like
Yeah.
you know,
Which
Bungee jumps,
realistically
that helps.
he probably should have, but whatever.
yeah.
That put it back into place. But I don't know a back injury. I think there's technically it's like half a year that he is in there. So he is in there a long time. I don't think the medicine would probably be the best, but it starts, even though it's not winter, it starts when it's summer and then it goes to winter. So he's gone for quite a while in that movie. So
Yeah, it's about like what 6 months, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but wait, how does he get back to Gotham? Like,
That's
like,
because he's
Don't
Batman.
worry about it.
Yeah, they
Batman.
show
Because
that in
he's
Batman
Batman.
Begins, though. In
Yeah,
Batman
they-
Begins, they have
you're
this whole
thinking with
segment where he
logic. You
explains
can't
that
do
how
that.
he could get around without money and stuff. So it's like it's very headcandy, but in the first one, he does say like, "Oh, I found my way around without resource." Like, okay, Bruce Wayne can.
He
do
did.
it.
He went the route of Game of Thrones season 8 logic of travel, where you can just get anywhere you want in the matter of nothing.
100%.
Pretty much. It's really
across the
happened in that show.
border, everything.
But
Yeah.
it is kind of interesting. Like it just, you know, what you were saying, Travis. Like, is he going to do it? Is he not? What was the original like intent? Did he actually even want to do it? Was he just like, okay, I have to do it? Blah blah blah. Wrap up the story. So I mean, for the most part, if it was put together, you know, rushed, it still was for a rushed Batman movie to conclude it. Still a great ending. Great villain, you know. I thought Tom Hardy's Bane was fantastic. But you know, yeah, of course, there's some choppiness, and I thought even Anne Hathaway as Catwoman was great too. I thought she nailed it. But yeah, you just kind of wonder like what was going on during that time period, especially you know because that came out what 2012, right?
2012.
Yeah, there's always
11?
3 years between each of them. Yeah, he always.
Yeah,
That
that
was
was 4
actually
years
4.
with this
There was
one.
4 years
4.
between The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises.
Oh yeah,
and
I
that-
guess there was because he did
Yeah.
Inception too. So that
Not only
was-
that, that was the summer of the Amazing Spider-Man and the Avengers, so it was like this big
Jesus
hurrah
Christ.
of comic
That was
a
books
big
that
year.
summer.
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
was
there
a
was-
big
Yeah,
year.
and you got
So
the
much
first Man of
happening.
Steel teaser on Dark
Yep.
Knight Rise. It was
Right, yeah.
huge, and that's just so funny looking at Amazing Spider-Man because whatever you feel about those movies, just like it's funny. Like we talk about box office, other stuff. The same thing. Like those movies did so well, and then you had Amazing Spider-Man, which was like the lowest grossing Spider-Man. They like hit the reboot. They went to Marvel right away because that's 2012. So I
Yep.
guess it took longer. 2016 took 4 years, but they gave up on poor Garfield after that. Didn't let him
After
finish out the
Amazing 2,
trilogy.
yeah.
Yeah, didn't even let him
Mm.
fill. It's not
So
his
much
fault.
potential.
Yeah.
So much potential.
Oh yeah. Big
Not with
suck.
that Sony though. I don't think so. I think with him, but I think like he would have just
Well,
all that stuff that they were forced at the end of like they just show you the suit, the Falcon suit, the Doc
Yeah.
Ock suit of like
Mm.
I don't know.
You know, like when I watch Amazing Spider-Man 2, like that never comes to mind. Like yeah, we do see like Doc Ock's like arms and shit. Like like sequels never come to mind. I'm just focused on the story.
It amazes me
That's
that
just-
that film, Amazing 2, is like the best looking Spider-Man film, and yet it also is like almost a Batman Forever, Batman and Robin
oh, it
situation
totally
where
is.
it
It
has
totally
like
follows those beats. Well, that's the thing. Is like they were
Weird.
trying to cram the Sinister Six. Like they're like,
Yeah.
okay, we got to like get to this
Yeah.
point, get to this point.
Because I think
And
they
then,
were
of course-
developing 3.
I
and
mean, they
4.
cut
They
MJ
were, yeah.
out of that
And
movie.
Sinister Six.
And
Completely cut
those-
MJ
yeah,
out. You know?
Yeah, they were developing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they had like so much stuff they were wanting to do.
Yeah,
like-
there was just way too much that they were trying
Was Sinister
to.
Six a separate film, and they were going to be introduced in the Amazing Spider-Man 3 and 4,
Okay,
and then
I
a movie?
think the
Forget-
timeline, I think you had it right, Jordan. The timeline
Yeah.
would have been, you had Amazing 1 and 2, and then it
Mhm.
was either Sinister 6 or Amazing 3, or vice versa. It was flipped, and then they would have wrapped
Yeah.
it up with Amazing
Yeah.
4. But
Weren't they
you know,
gonna make
I
an
have no
Aunt
idea.
May movie where she's like a spy or something?
that was
Allegedly.
apparently something. Yeah,
it
with
was
no
in
emails. Yeah.
discussion.
But yeah, I remember Drew
Okay.
Goddard was going to direct Sinister Six.
That's
was,
right.
That was
Yep.
what the plan was, and then that all fell
Yeah.
through after Amazing 2 and stuff. And
What's
I forget, wasn't he also attached to X-Force at one point too?
he was attached to
Yes,
X-Force.
that's right,
He's been so like
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
even Daredevil. He only did the first two
Yeah,
episodes. He's
that's
always
right.
been
Yeah.
so close to doing one big thing, and then he like like something happens. The project doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. So
Poor Drew Goddard.
Creative
Great
differences.
writer.
Yeah.
Isn't
But
he on
he's
the
supposed to
writers'
be
room?
part of
I was
the
gonna say,
DCU.
I think it's gonna happen this time. I think. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully, fingers crossed.
He's gonna be part of the new DCU, which I'm like, yes, please. I mean,
Yeah.
he wrote. Didn't he do Cabin in the Woods? He
Cabin in
wrote
the
that.
Woods.
Right?
He directed that too.
He directed
Yeah.
it, yes, because you know that other guy also helped write. Anyway,
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, even though like bad situation, but they did the
Yeah.
whole thing they did with like how anytime Jordan Peele produces a movie, it's always Jordan Peele
Oh right.
presents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what they did with Whedon. And the other
Yeah.
thing that was
I just looked
Hem-
it up. Who else wrote it?
and that was Hemsworth before Thor, I think, as well. I can't
Yeah.
remember if it was before or right around that time.
it was.
So
It was
Yeah,
right
so-
before.
yeah,
Yeah, it
so I think
was,
people
yeah.
were watching that because I remember I watched that and I watched this other terrible straight to DVD movie just to see what he was like, just to be like, okay. Same reason as I went to go see Immortals. Just
Castaway.
was it
What is
Castaway?
it called? No,
Not Castaway.
The Castaway or the Getaway. The Getaway or
The
something
Get
like that.
something
I
like
know
that.
he was.
Yeah,
also in
Mila
Rush.
Jovovich. Mila Jovovich. It was about like they get I don't know. I forgot what movie it was. It was called The Getaway or something like that. Chris Hemsworth was in it long before
Okay.
Thor, of course, but that's actually not a bad movie. It had Steve Zahn and Mila Jovovich, and it's a very like mind.
Are you
fuckery-
confusing him and Timothy Oliphant together though?
No, was it Timothy Oliphant?
I think it's
in that?
Oliphant in The Getaway.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, was
Yeah,
it Josh
Look
Duhamel?
it up.
Josh
Look it up.
Duhamel. But the
What-
other thing was
oh,
that's the
Josh
same
Duhamel.
reason I saw the Immortals. I don't know if you guys remember Immortals with Henry
Henry
Cavill and Mickey Rourke.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the only reason I saw that movie because he got cast as Superman. So I was like, well, I gotta go see what this guy's like, and it was all right.
He was all
It's
right.
all right.
It was trying to be 300, and it wasn't 300.
Dude, you know how many movies were trying to be 300
Yeah.
after 300 came out? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it was one of
They were
those
all
where-
trying to emulate
Yeah,
that
literal
whole
sometimes, yeah.
thing, and it just did not work. I mean, every time I saw, like, anytime they were trying to do, like, the fast and the slow motion and trying to do all that, it was like, nice try. It's not working. Nice try.
So the movie I saw of his that went straight to DVD, it was a movie called Cash, and it was him and Sean Bean. After a down and out couple finds a briefcase of money to solve their problems, a menacing stranger forces them to commit a series of armed robberies to pay it all back. So Thor comes out the year after. So I remember I watched this shit ass movie named Cash just to see what Thor was going to be like, and I like Sean Bean, so that sold me a bit because Sean Bean's great, but.
I didn't see that one, but it's called The Perfect Getaway. That's what I was looking at.
Perfect
The Perfect
Getaway.
Getaway. And it does have Steve Zahn.
Oh, he is in there. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, Timothy Oliphant's also in there.
He
too.
is it. Oh my god. Oh, geez.
This is actually it's actually a pretty good movie because
It is a fun twist.
it's got a crazy twist, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh shit, okay.
Wasn't Timothy Oliphant like going to be Iron Man before Robert Downey Jr.? I remember.
there's
probably
well,
people
no, I
still
don't
with Tom
remember
Cruise.
because I wasn't around.
Tom Cruise.
You know, everybody was gonna be Iron Man before.
Yeah, Tom Cruise was the one that like legitimately was like they were talking about it, and then that's
Well,
where you
it's
go
Tom
find.
Cruise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
you can
all-
find where he wanted the mask to be the visor, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
hide his face and everything,
Yeah.
and he
Oh,
just
God.
changed it all. It pretty much sounded like what he did to the Mummy. He wanted to do to Iron Man, so I'm glad it didn't work out. I still hope to see him in Secret Wars, but
Fun
I'm glad it
fact:
didn't work out.
both
That'd be
Tom
fun.
Cruise and Robert Downey Jr. they have the same people that handle the lifts in their shoes. All right. Anyway,
What are the odds of
Yeah.
that?
yeah, I'm just saying. You know.
Uh,
Anyways,
Downey
Yeah.
has some big lifts. When you see him on
Dude.
set, those set photos, he's
Dude,
like a stilt man.
there is a shot in Endgame, and I meant to take a picture of it the last time I watched it, but there's a shot in Endgame, and it's like during the part where like I think it's when after the whole heist gets fucked up and like him
go back to
and
the 60s?
Steve are talking about something is happening. I forgot exactly what's happening, but Robert Downey Jr. has to like hold something, like he's pushing on something, and you actually can see in his tennis shoes how big his lifts are, and it's
wow.
like boom, it's a full-on heel. I was like, dang. I was like, I meant to like take a picture of it, but yeah, there's like I'll have to like go and watch that again and like find that part. But I remember seeing it. I rewound. I was like, holy shit, you could really see the lift in his shoes right there. Like, wow, you know.
That's
It kind of makes
wild.
you wonder too, because you know, even going back to James Gunn, didn't he like tweet out a gripe about that at one point, like years ago? He tweeted out like,
we gotta cancel him then, I guess.
yeah, actors lying about their height. You know,
I remember that.
I think he actually did tweet that
Ironic.
out like a long time ago. And it was like, ooh, who's he throwing shade at? Is it, because Robert Downey is very known for, I mean, it's whatever, but it's obvious because he wears like very baggy khakis, even like like go over his sneakers or his boots or something like that. And then of course everybody knows. I just wonder, like, all right, so Tom Cruise, you're not running in those fucking lifted shoes, I'm guessing.
No, I bet the running shots he takes them off, and the other.
Oh yeah, you can't run in. There's no way that you could fucking twisting it. He would sprain an ankle doing that shit.
And I don't get it. I like if they redo all the Avengers movies and Downey's his natural height and he's like a couple inches shorter than Chris Evans, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I don't like this.
Well, I think it was mainly the Pepper Potts, because Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow is tall. She is tall.
Yeah.
He's tall, so they had to make it like, they had to make it where he was
bigger.
a little bit tall. If you look, they're pretty much eye level. Like, especially the Avengers, like that first scene, she's barefoot. Yep. And when they're talking, he's got his lifted tennis shoes, and they're like, he's barely taller than her.
Why? It's like, I'm not gonna give a shit. I'm not gonna be like, this Avengers movie sucked now because Gwyneth's taller than Iron Man.
Well, she has the high ground. So
yes. I see what you did there, Mister. I'm watching Star Wars.
Yeah.
I was rewatching A New Hope last night, and dude, amazing.
Yeah,
so good. I even bought this the other day.
Look at that.
We got a clone.
I got a clone. I got C-3PO.
Of course.
I got Donatello. Oh wait, no.
I'm like,
I did collect all these Turtles characters, so those are so cool.
That's cool. No, but going into some of the topics that happened this week. I mean, one of the first things. So rumors. We had the rumors of obviously Gunn talking about things. I mean, there's not so much with there. I mean, only so much you could talk about. Obviously, there's more casting that's going to be happening with Superman Legacy. Yeah. As soon as the actor strike ends, I assume like once it ends, Gunn's just going to go right to social media and be like, or there's going to be an article that's going to drop most likely, and then he'll go to social media, because it seemed like when the writer's strike ended, all of a sudden he was just, all right, I'm gonna start answering questions and start talking about Superman again, which is fine. Hype up your shit. It needs it big time for sure. But I mean, who do you think is going to be the first cast?
Jimmy Olsen.
Right off the bat, Jimmy Olsen. Yeah.
Lex Luthor or the villain. Lex Luthor or the villain. If it's not Lex Luthor, it's
Perry
going to be the other main antagonist. That's my guess.
I could see it being like a group casting, kind of similar how they did Superman and Lois together. Just like here's Perry, here's Jor-El, here. Maybe there's like they split some to save some, but I think between this and a lot of the other companies, you're just gonna get a slew of casting real fast. I hope it's Lex, because I'm the most curious about that one. I'm curious to see if it was one of the Skarsgård brothers. I still was pulling for Holt because I really liked that. I thought that would have been really fun, but I think he's out. Sounds like he was kind of Superman or bust. Yeah, but hey, it's
I kind of want Will Poulter to be Lex Luthor, but
I'm good off that. I'm kind of with Travis in that I wouldn't mind Nicholas Hoult, but personally, I think if any one of them would do a great job, probably Alexander Skarsgård. Personally, that's the one I like the most.
Yeah, I mean, when that was rumored, I was like, all right, I can see it.
Then again, that could be just because I also just recently rewatched The Northman.
Wow, Northman fucking good. My God, I gotta rewatch that.
Beautiful movie. Oh my God,
beautiful movie.
Yeah, I'm fine with either one. Like, it's a 51-49, where the only reason I lean a bit more towards Bill just because I would be very curious to see what he would do with the role, but they're both good actors. So if it is legitimately down to those two, which is funny because we're talking about Thor, that's what happened with Thor. It was down to Liam and Chris got it, and now the rest is history, and the other guy is going to be Witcher, so we'll see how that goes. But they, I'd be happy. But who knows? It could also, with the time it let off, it could be someone we didn't even expect, right? I did like that obviously never happened, those early rumors that Gunn was like trying to convince Cooper, and Cooper was kind of like, nah, like I'm good. But like that would have also been like a really good casting on, like if you would have thought like what Bradley could bring to it. And I feel like there wouldn't have been that much like screen time for him, but I think he probably just doesn't want to sign on for that. And he'll also be around for video games and animation. And
he would be my choice for the Joker. Just saying.
I think Bradley Cooper, really?
Yeah. Yeah. He's got that look.
Okay. I could see it.
I think he could.
I mean, I guess I could see it if I'm going back to like Wedding Crashers, Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
Like Hangover Bradley Cooper, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got good curly
That's
hair. When he grows it out, his hair is very curly. So you got
True.
that. Like that's the type of Joker hair I like. So and
Yeah.
Joker could be older because I think we're assuming Batman's going to be a bit older, right? So they
Yeah.
could both be in their 40s. So
Yeah.
that's I'd have to see it, but same thing. I think he just wouldn't sign up for it unless he's like, you're gonna cast me and then you're gonna kill me in the same movie. Like I feel like
You know, I don't think they're gonna use Joker. Oh, I hope they don't use Joker in like like the Brave and the Bold. Like I think he's just gonna be
not right
referenced
away.
or
No.
Yeah.
No, I think Bradley Cooper, if anything, if he's going to be in the DCU, it's going to be a smaller role. It's going to be something like, Perry White or someone like in the background. It's going to be
It's gonna be a voice.
Perry would
yeah,
be
that
good.
too.
Rocket.
I like Perry.
Oh, he's
'cause
gonna
that's minimum
voice
work.
Crypto.
Yeah, he'll do Crypto.
Yeah, it
No.
could happen.
Crypto's in this
Yeah,
movie.
that's gonna be
right?
Chris
They said
Pratt.
that, yeah.
That's going to be Chris
Oh,
Pratt. I think.
Oh, God,
Crypto?
no.
For crypto. Yeah.
No.
I'm not opposed to Chris Pratt in the DCU.
You
as
know,
Crypto,
if
that's something.
if Michael Rooker is gonna be in it, he should play
He will.
Bibbo.
Well, he was already another character in
You know,
but then again,
that
who
even
knows?
canon?
A lot of people.
I know.
A lot of people are leaning towards Rooker being Perry White, but I actually would not mind seeing him as Bibbo. That actually makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
he actually looks like
Yeah.
Bibbo.
He would
like
be
that.
a good Bibbo. He would be a good
Yeah.
Bibbo. Yeah.
People are
And I
saying
don't
he
even
should
think-
be Jonathan Kent.
I don't even think
I
Bibbo's
heard
been
Jonathan
in a,
Kent. Yeah,
I don't even think
that.
Bibbo's been in a Superman movie, a live
Yes.
action one. Yeah, so
Was
that's-
he in
why
Man
not
of
have him in
Steel
it?
or was he in Man of Steel? I can't remember.
No.
Who it was.
No.
No, there hasn't been a live action Superman. I mean, obviously the animated
There
series.
has.
You've been an animated, but has there?
Oh,
Are
I
you
thought
lo-
you, no, no, I thought you said,
Oh.
oh, there hasn't been a live action.
I thought you were looking it up. They're like, there has. I was like, what?
I know Bibbo played a part in the Death of Superman and Reign of Superman. I know Bibbo had a part there.
Oh yeah, he was in that. He was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, I could see him having something like that, but not like a main thing. There's
Right,
going to be some
right.
cameos. Probably.
Yep, he
from
was
him.
in Man of Steel. He was.
He was.
Bibbo was in Man of Steel.
As
yeah,
who-
he
what?
was. He was
One of the
in.
guy-
I think he was at the pub that fuck, what was that Clark worked at. You know where
Yeah.
later.
Really?
before they got
There?
the truck. Yeah, I think he's that guy. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Is there an official cast listing on IMDb?
Because
Say
he's got a
Blank is-
he's got a distinct look, and I don't remember seeing.
Yeah.
Well, like it wasn't like like it was just some.
Does
guy
it
with a
actually say
mustache.
that out like on IMDb or something like that?
In the novelization, it does, but like.
I don't
Okay,
know.
that novelization's a little stretching it though. 'cause
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
The novelization of The Dark Knight Rises
Um,
includes a nod to the Joker, and that's like,
Mhm.
okay, I can kind of buy that because it wasn't in the movie, but that's just headcanon.
I
wish it
just put it
was.
in private chat.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay. Yeah, but
I'm not-
but at
what
the
am
same
I?
time, I could see. Let's see. Okay. This is what you were looking up. Okay. Was it okay? So it was that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know he doesn't look like it, but
He wasn't
looked like
listed in the
was that
credits either.
bartender? Was that the bartender?
Yeah,
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, looks
Okay.
like it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't put it past. I don't put it past Jack trying to throw some Easter eggs in there. I mean, obviously there's Easter eggs all over Man of Steel, but that's cool if that's the case. Anyways, let's get Zack Snyder in here. Hey,
Hey,
hey, was Bibbo in there?
Is this
No,
Bibbo?
but,
was this
Yeah.
Bibbo? And he's like,
it very well could be. It could just be like, hey, let's fit him in.
He
there
only
somewhere
shows
and
up to
open
answer
some
that
up.
question, then he leaves again.
Yeah.
You get one question, Dave. What is
Only
it?
one
Is this
question.
Bibbo?
That's the only question.
Is Bibbo
And
in
some
Man of
people-
Steel?
And
Then
some
Dave
people
will
go
really
like,
get-
He's back.
You'll really get the you're asking the wrong questions post then.
Oh,
you
yeah,
asked
right.
about fucking Bibbo.
How dare you ask that?
It was
How
the question
dare
the fans were demanding.
Ask him. Ask
The
him
fans
if,
were demanding for years. Is this Bibbo?
I know what
Yeah.
I would ask him. I'd ask him if Robin died defending Wayne Manor.
Ooh, yeah, that is a question. Like, how exactly? I mean, obviously we know that he was burnt. I mean, obviously, and then we know that Wayne Manor
Was his legs
burnt.
chopped off, or was that actually his suit?
Mm,
No,
I
it's
don't know
a
if
suit.
it
I don't think he got his like he
that's
has like
just a suit.
shorts.
Yeah.
has shorts, but anyways, how are we feeling about Kurt Russell possibly being Jor-El?
Yeah, sure.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell's the man.
I'm with you, man. It feels way too on the nose, like ego. Like
Yeah, that's what
it's-
I had a
it's
problem
just-
with.
It's just
Yeah.
like
Oh,
I
right.
get it. Obviously, there's rapport there, but it's like you can get anyone else to do a pretty solid job as Jor-El. That just feels a little too easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I love Kurt Russell. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, 100.
One of my
Sean
all-time
Gunn
favorite
to play
actors of
Jor-El.
all time. But just to
Just
put him,
get Sean Gunn. Like,
No.
oh
I think
God.
even if
No.
James Gunn wasn't directing, like I love Kurt Russell, but it's kind of like in Guardians 2, he's playing a spin on that, right? Where
Yeah,
he
because
at first appears as a nice, like ever-long father until he says, "I gotta take a piss," and then he flips to, okay, he's a scumbag. So that's where it's like, I don't know, and especially if he's in there and Rooker's in there. Like, I'm not saying he can't use the same actors, but I just think like maybe spread them a bit out more. And I don't know, but I know Kurt Russell do a good job at least, and I know it's not going to be ego. He's going to play him like a very godly like figure, so I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a good casting. It is just still kind of like, okay, this is what we got, but we'll
I'd
see.
almost lean more towards Jonathan Kent at that point. Like
Oh,
if Gunn presented Kurt Russell with, do you want to be Jonathan Kent
I
or
would
do you
like
want to be
that.
Jor-El? I would.
You know who
probably
I would
prefer
want to be
Jonathan
Perry
Kent.
White? I would want Tim Daly to be Perry White.
That would be sweet.
Legacy casting
And-
is also nice. Yeah.
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
thing. Is like another thing too. I think we've discussed this before here.
We have,
you know,
yeah.
but
I
it's just
remember.
like the fact that it's like I would want him to cast. I mean, if it's called Superman Legacy, then get the fucking ass. You know, the guys that have been part of the legacy. Get Brandon Ruth in there. Get Tom Welling in there. Get Tim Daly in there.
Yeah.
Get anybody who
Get
I
Henry
don't know if they'll get Dean Kane, but hey, you know,
No.
Henry
you know,
Cavill.
Henry Cavill's not showing
yeah,
up.
Cavill,
Cavill, no.
yeah, you know, and it's
No.
just like I know, and even people are saying like, what if Cavill was Jor-El? I'm like, ooh, you know, obviously he looks like corn sweat. Let's face it, you know,
Yeah.
it could work, but at the same time, would Cavill want to do it? I don't
It's
know.
like a 20 years from now thing where maybe the
Yeah.
wound isn't as fresh and like, hey, why don't you come back and play
The next
you know?
Superman reboot. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who
when-
should be Pa Kent? It would be Jerry O'Connell. He voiced Superman.
Yeah.
Those
I wouldn't mind
52
that.
Man. Yeah, and he kind of looks like
I mean, you could really represent the legacy with what you have, and just.
him.
I really hope that. I mean, it would be cool if Gunn tries to get those guys in there, try to fit them in there somewhere. Don't make it seem like it's too obvious. Where it's like, but you know, Tim Daly is like. I mean, let's face it. When it comes to animated, he's got the voice, just like Kevin Conroy. You know,
Yeah.
even revisiting Superman on DC Fanimated, it's just we always Scott and I always just like. We love how he says his lines because you know Superman can be snarky in that series, but also very dry as well. And it just seems like Tim Daly just had the perfect voice when it comes to that, you know. And it's just that sketch they did, Tim Daly did with Kevin Conroy. Remember that?
Good.
Yeah.
That was
You
fun.
see that?
good.
Did you ever see that skit like he did with Brandon Routh and Dean Cain, like when his son?
I don't think I
was
saw that
gonna
one.
be- Oh, okay. Yeah, it's on his YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Like,
George
Dean
Newbern.
Cain-
George
Newbern.
Newbern voiced him in Justice League. I'd
Justice
hope they
League
bring him in
Unlimited,
too
right, yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, why?
That'd be
Yeah,
neat.
why did they do that? Yeah, why was he?
I think Tim
think-
Daly's schedule or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's largely what it was a
Yeah.
scheduling thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, Dave, you mentioned Brandon Routh. I think, you know, Ryan from the Four Nerds, as bad as a lot of bad takes he has, the one good take he had recently was,
What,
Was-
Ryan? Nah.
yeah, right.
That
No,
take
the one he had that was actually really good was having Brandon Routh be either Eradicator or Cyborg Superman opposite the new kid. I actually really like that idea.
I like
Cyborg
Eradicator. That'd be
Superman.
good.
Eradicator, that was the one I was
Yeah,
leaning towards,
Eradicator.
definitely.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
fun.
I mean, like I
James
said,
Gunn will do
Bring
none of this.
Shaquille O'Neal back as
He'll
Steel.
do none of this.
Yeah,
So,
they'll
like,
do none of this.
guys,
Yeah.
no.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Which
Which
Shaquille
is
O'Neal
fair.
can have a cameo, you know.
Be fun.
That'd be a
Oh,
nice.
yeah.
He's just there.
Yeah.
He's like, hey.
That's the only cameo
No.
we get. Nothing
Just
else.
bring him back. Just bring him back as Steel. Full stop.
Yeah.
Don't even have a cameo. He's
Jesus.
just Steel.
Now, just have
cool.
him. Just have him, like, you know, because he does like 3 million commercials. Just have
Mhm.
something, and then maybe they
Have
can
him
make a
for,
joke about
in an
Steel.
ad for LexCorp or something. I don't know.
Well, then at that
Yeah.
point, you're kind of obligated to bring back Halle Berry as Catwoman.
Ah!
Jesus.
You know?
Uh,
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. If she wears that outfit again, I won't be against it. But anyways,
No, even the outfit could save. I
I
have
know.
Monsters Ball. I got Swordfish. I can see your other places. Catwoman. Yeah, no Scantily Cloud outfit can. To me, I consider that the worst CBM, in my opinion. That's what I think with a bullet is. I know people always say hyperbole. Like even some of the stuff we get now, it's like no, Catwoman is the very bottom for me. That's always number whatever
fair.
last place with a
That's,
What about
bullet.
Jonah
So-
that's a fair
Hex?
bottom of the barrel right there.
Jonah
Jonah
Hex.
Hex is down there too.
I've never seen that one.
It's definitely down there. I just feel like it's just not so offensively bad. It's just bad, but I need to rewatch it. Like I don't need to, but I should rewatch it because I don't know, just to get a better of a clarification. But I guess it just feels like it's more. It feels more generic and just lazy and like, oh, it's there. Where Catwoman makes so many choices with the basketball scene and the whole cat lore
Yeah.
and the whole plot about the plastic surgery makeup and Sharon Stone. Like, there's so much stuff that just is etched in my brain of like, oh my god, because I was so excited for a movie because I remember way back, same thing, early days of the internet. That was like supposed to be Michelle Pfeiffer's movie, and then that went away, and then they just kept it and did Halle Berry. But as a kid, I was so excited after Batman Returns. You see her look up at Bat Signal, like, man, what is Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman getting up to? And because Flash bombed, we'll never fucking know. I was hoping we'd get one more Keaton story.
We do have those comics.
No, they're all
Yeah,
right.
that's
Yeah,
the
they're
only
all
thing
right.
that we're gonna have is those comics.
I like them enough. They're good. Yeah.
No, but even
Well,
even like when it comes to I mean, as hot as she looked in the costume, it was fucking ridiculous. Let's face it. I mean, like, it was like, what the hell is that? Yeah, sure, you look great. She's Halle Berry. She's hot as hell. Sure, but I'm like, but that's not a Catwoman costume. It's like, that's not. You guys are shitting on. I mean,
They're
that's
just trying to show her
That
body.
is something
That's
you
all they're
wear
trying
to
to
a
do.
costume party.
Yeah.
That's not what you wear to like do some kind of crazy vigilante, whatever the fuck, it just, I don't know. The making of that, they really thought they had something there. And it was like,
did you guys ever watch that anime Catwoman film that came out like last
Catwoman
year?
Hunted.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
That's Greg
I liked it
Wiseman.
for the most part,
That's
yeah.
great. That's what that was. But
He
I
should have
when
ran DC. Yep.
I think about like the worst of the worst comic book films, I think I'm kind of with Travis and like Catwoman's right there at the bottom. But then I also look at Elektra and I'm like, the only redeeming thing about Elektra is Jennifer
Elektra.
Garner.
Yeah, Elektra's pretty poor too. It's been a minute since I've seen that. So
Well, to your point, it's like it just takes all these things that you're just like, what are we doing here? Why was this even okayed? Who greenlit this?
and because even Daredevil, like I know it made money, but it wasn't like X-Men and Spider-Man successful that Ben Affleck one. So it's strange that they did that. And Ben Affleck even filmed a scene for Elektra that they cut out of the movie.
Yep.
Super weird that they would cut that because like you got Ben Affleck.
Elektra, find us.
It's but, hey, that's the verse where I am. Even if it's a guilty pleasure, I fucking love 2003 Daredevil. I
The
love
director's
that
cut.
movie.
The director's cut of
I
like 'em
haven't
both.
seen the director's cut.
Oh, okay.
I haven't
You know,
seen
Yeah.
it's definitely better. It's definitely better.
Yeah, it definitely is
Definitely
better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Soundtrack's great. Good Evanescence scenes in there. Rob
Oh
Zombie.
yeah, that's right. Evanescence had
That's
that
right,
song
yeah.
in there.
And
Hey, Colin Farrell is,
Oh, he's
Michael
fantastic.
Clark Duncan.
Michael Clark Duncan's so
Yeah.
damn good,
good
man.
Kingpin,
Yeah.
John Favreau.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
foggy.
that's right. Yeah, he was foggy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ellen Pompeo from Grey's Anatomy's in there for a split second as Karen. She's
But let's
in there.
face it, we all started getting nervous when it came to the playground sequence between.
Oh, yeah.
Murdoch and
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
like,
that
what
was
the
kind of
fuck
fun.
is this? What are they doing? What are they doing?
That took place next to the Catwoman scene.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Basketball thing. Yeah.
It's a crossover.
yeah.
It's the Marvel DC crossover. We never really
It really is, and they're only a year apart because that's 03 and that's 04. It's
Yeah.
a very similar scene where the kids are watching, they're all getting excited by these two strangers just doing stuff. Like I don't
got
know.
the
but
guy
yeah.
looking at the chick's booty.
Like
and-
we got to get past the whole sports thing. I mean, that's been done to death in these CBMs. Somebody gets a superpower, it's like, I mean, obviously that happened. I mean, Amazing Spider-Man, going back to that, he had his basketball scene, and he also had his football thing too, where like, remember he was in the stands with Gwen and
Oh yeah,
football,
that was like a
and
break
he was
from-
like,
yeah.
and then he throws it and it like dents the fucking.
No one questioned it. No one questioned how fucking.
That's the
just
thing.
100-pound Peter Parker just destroyed the goalpost.
Yes.
And it's not that it's him and Gwen in the scene alone. All the cheerleaders are like, oh, like everyone saw Peter do it. It's just like, but no one cares. No, in that same thing, he's constantly coming home beat up. Aunt May, like she doesn't really like she's she's worried about him, but she just never asks him like, "What are you like? Where are you? Like, what are you like what's happening? Like, why are you?" And she doesn't care. She didn't try to stop him. It's fine.
In the second one,
she's not as bad as the MCU Aunt May.
No,
fuck.
Marissa Tomei is amazing. Number one, but number two, like in the second one, they kind of try and address it when he's like, covered in like soot and stuff, and he's like, "Oh, I was cleaning our chimney," and Aunt May goes, "We don't have a chimney."
Yeah. But then doesn't continue to question him. What if he's on drugs? Uncle Ben says in the first movie, "What if he's on drugs?" And he could be. He's acted pretty erratic. So,
Martin Sheen, I liked him as Uncle Ben.
So I liked Sally Field as Aunt May. I mean, she was great.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was good stuff. It was good stuff. We got Ben right here. Thank you for the $5 say. Why Phil?
I missed
has his monitor facing the camera.
For fuck's sake, Ben! Does my monitor really bother you that much?
Ben sent in $5 for that too.
He wants to start shit for you. No, you got one monitor. That's not the only monitor you have.
I've got 3. So
at least he's not an anti-monitor.
Yeah. Ding.
And
he's here all week. He's here all week, folks. No, but your long monitor, is that a touch screen?
No, my I don't. Matter of fact, I don't think any mine are touch. No, only
is it actually curved?
No, I don't have any curved monitors.
No,
anymore.
I think that's his lens on his.
You got the flash lens.
Yeah, because if you look at his door, it also looks slightly curved too. So I think it's like
that thing is open.
Yeah, I think it's like.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
My uniform's in there. I got it.
But I hope with Gardner back for Deadpool 3 that they do some sort of playground joke
about that.
It's sitting right there. It's an easy joke to make. It's something like if they miss that one, I'd be very surprised if they don't make a playground joke in Deadpool 3. So we'll see.
You got to. They're going to be making fun of everything.
Howard the Duck from the.
I'm curious. Does anyone here actually think Deadpool 3 is going to make its May 3rd release date?
No,
it won't.
No.
It's lucky if it makes next year. Yeah.
Next year, May 3rd? No. Hell no.
Honestly, I think it's either going to take its old November slot or it's going to take the Thunderbolt slot, and Captain America is probably going to wind up taking that May slot. That's my personal theory right there.
And it's I know movies generally just do good at Christmas, and I guess maybe Deadpool's not a Christmas movie either, but there's just some of the Thunderbolts where I'm like, that doesn't feel like a let's go see all these criminals that are put together and and maybe not, but even Deadpool, it doesn't matter because it has Hugh Jackman, right? You'll have family people being like, I want to see Hugh Jackman again, even if you leave the little kids at home. But yeah, I agree because it's gonna be interesting because they said that Cap is done as principal photography, but they haven't done additional. But they did say Loki, they didn't do any additional photography. So I don't know if Cap is done or they got to go back. But yeah, there's no way it makes that May date. The same way with Venom, it's dated July and they only shot like 3 days. It's like, no fucking way you're making July and you've shot 3 days of footage. But I think there's even a chance Deadpool 3 doesn't even come out next year. If this strike goes to January, there's a chance they leave it to like May of 2025. Like they just delay
I don't think they'll push it that far because if you think about it, like what Sean Levy said, he said that he thinks it still will because it only got about 30 more days to
35
shoot.
days, yeah.
35 days. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, so did they shoot the heavy VFX things early on? Cool. Maybe they did. And the way I look at it is like, all right, so if he thinks that he has like that much more time to shoot, maybe it's not as like, too much. I don't know. Maybe they got all the harder stuff out of the way, and of course they've been editing right now. No, there's no doubt that they've been editing.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
they've been
and
doing
you can do
all
effects, right? The effects are on strike.
So VFX. Yeah, all the stuff. I mean, it's
that's true.
It's in post, even though it's not finished. Principal photography.
It's like pre-post.
Yeah, it's weird. Much, It's like a whole weird fuckery thing that's happening. But so I like his confidence, but. It's like, dude, you don't know when this damn strike's going to end. And if it goes into next year, there's no fucking way that it's going to happen. And it sucks because, I mean, let's face it. I mean, when you got the Marvels coming out, I think like, it could do well. It could do well. And it could it's not, I mean, yes, I know it's coming in like when it comes to pre-sale, it's not coming in that great. It's not going to do first Captain Marvel.
No.
It's
going to do Ant-Man 3 numbers.
Yeah, you think it's going to do Ant-Man 3?
I think it's going to do less than Ant-Man 3
because Ant-Man 3 opened with 120 and it still only got to 400 million. And that's where it's like, unless the Marvels does come out and it has just great word of mouth like Guardians, right? And there's not much uphill, keep going back to see it. Unless the word of mouth has to save it. I think even if it's just like a fine 7 out of 10 movie, I think that thing could come in 400 or lower. I think Phil's right that it could come under Ant-Man 3 because I just don't feel and I like all those characters. I like the first one. I just think those trailers look like we've talked about before many times in this, where people are more picky now. That just looks like another superhero movie, which I'm fine with because I like superhero stuff, so I'll go see it. But for general audience that are spending so much money nowadays on streaming services, I think that's a Disney Plus movie written all over it.
Yeah,
know?
you gotta figure the majority of the people who've seen a lot of the MCU, they probably have Disney Plus, and they're probably looking at this like, yep, gonna wait for Disney Plus. And honestly,
look what Mr. Rob Keys right here, fellow Canadian, by the way, of course, Travis. Yeah, I said Levy said at TIFF in our media suite that he wasn't thinking about VFX scheduling, but wish he had. Still they do more. Yeah, true. So, and I mean, this is Rob Keys, the guy who invented Screen Rant.
They need or
something like that.
But Deadpool 3, they need
the head guy in there
because I feel like Deadpool 3 will be a big shot in the arm for the brand. I trust that team. I trust Reynolds. I trust Sean Levy. So I think that will be all thumbs up, high fives around. I think that could really get people on the map. And it's kind of funny too because you got Loki's gonna be out now, but that'll be done soon. You got Echo, but that's just a binge release. So literally in a weekend, everyone's gonna watch that and forget about that. If Deadpool gets delayed, it's going to be similar to DC, where DC only has the one movie out next year. Yep. Marvel could only have the one or two. And I think like a break for MCU and stuff might not actually be too bad. So it might work out where there's a long movie break, and then the first one's Deadpool 3, and then you kind of hope that some of these changes are going to work and do some things in the future, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I think I made this joke maybe on Film Chucky Lab. I don't know, but I was like saying like Kevin Feige. It's like because obviously the runtime for the Marvels is like short, and you're just kind of going like, geez, what was that cutting room like? Yeah. I'm like, holy shit, you have three leads, and it's like and this is the sequel to $1 billion movie, and it's like, wow, you're just cutting it down to 145. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence that the movie is going to be anything special. And I'm just kind of going like, I think that Feige is going get to Deadpool 3. Deadpool 3 is going to be the big moneymaker because I mean, it's Deadpool's introduction into the MCU. We got Hugh Jackman back, and God knows what the fuck is going to happen in that movie. And that's the thing is like, Deadpool can do so much. They could do Deadpool is going to do what people thought Multiverse of Madness was going to do. It could have just cameos galore because it's Deadpool, and it makes sense. Like if whoever pops up, you're just going to laugh because it's Deadpool. It's basically going to be parodying the multiverse concept for sure. I mean, we saw like the set images and video where you got like Wolverine and Deadpool fighting in front of the broken down 20th century sign. I mean,
they know what they're doing.
The movie's going to be so outrageous. I can't wait for it. That's why I'm like, I hope that it still comes out in May, but I'm not confident.
I'm not holding my breath for that May release date either yet. You're right. And honestly, like when I think about the Marvels, I'm kind of torn because like the first film outside of any other origin film in the MCU, that one feels the most hollow because there's like, I've probably said this here and I've probably said it on other shows. Like if you look at Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2, or even just the first Iron Man more specifically, like there's a relationship there between Favreau and Robert Downey Jr., where Favreau obviously just brought out this really solid performance, but obviously like Robert Downey Jr. just played that character superbly well. But then you look at like, Kenneth Branagh on Thor, you look at like, Captain America and Joe Johnston, you look at a lot of the other solo films, even more specific, like Black Panther and Chadwick Boseman with Ryan Coogler, like, the director was able to really showcase just how powerful this actor can bring out a performance. You don't really get that feeling from the first Captain Marvel movie, but I do feel like Nia DaCosta is a really strong filmmaker because I love Candyman. And I think that she's going to bring out probably a better performance out of Brie Larson than the other two were with the first film. And also, you've also got, Teyana Paris and Iman Vellani in their supportive roles coming in from WandaVision and Ms. Marvel. So I do think that the Marvel sequel is going to be fun and good, but I also think that it's going to suffer from, unfortunately, the superhero fatigue that has been plaguing 2023 film going.
Well, the only reason why I'm like pretty excited is because I liked Ms. Marvel a lot. I thought that was a great series. It was solid. It worked for me. And when it went, obviously we'll get into, of course, the MCU struggles when it comes to television. But I mean, when it comes to that series, I thought, okay, this is unique. They really, this is, I'm not saying like every episode needed, they could have probably condensed some things down, but at the same time, I'm like, I really enjoyed her character. I liked how she portrayed the character. There was like a cuteness when it came to her character. And I'm like, and obviously she's going to bring that to the other two. And it just sucks though, because, you know, especially when it comes to the SAG after strike still happening, they can't promote it. I mean, it would have been great to have the three of them just doing press junkets, doing fun things. That's going to hurt it a little bit too, you know.
Because we've talked about on the show before where it's like some movies press probably wouldn't help or would. Like it's like no matter how much you promote it, probably not going to do much. I think this is one of those movies, kind of like how with Dune, you want Zendaya and you want Timothée Chalamet, right? Like this is a movie where these three together, having them on Hot Ones, doing that type of stuff, that would, I think, sell tickets and get people to be like, oh, these three have a fun dynamic. That'd be great. So I think this is a promotion one that actually does hurt. Where stuff like, I love Saw, but the actors not being able to promote Saw didn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter at all. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's other movies that come out that, like, it doesn't matter if you promote this, it's going to do what it's going to do. But this one, I think this is the one that's going to get hurt a lot by, especially Iman. Like, even with Miss Marvel, she was always having fun videos, and her and Feige, like, on the red carpet had this fake feud with one another because they kept arguing about what real canon is and stuff. Like, you could do all that stuff and now you can't. So I think it does hurt this one particularly.
And even just like having them do, you know, like Hot Ones, or even like how they used to do, like, you know, all these car commercials that would like tie into the movie that they're releasing. Like, they can't do anything like that. And it really sucks because, like, now after we're hearing that the SAG after strikes are for sure going to last longer because, you know, the CEOs and SAG just walked away from the table. It's like, well, here we go. Buckle up.
Yeah.
It's going to take a bit, which is like, it's ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting because, you know, some people were. I remember when I responded to it, somebody said, well, you know, it's still going to make more than The Flash. I'm like, why even bring that up? You know, first off, I'm like, yeah,
what's The Flash's total?
Dave,
yeah.
Dave, didn't you think it was going to make like $1 billion or something?
What?
I remember The Flash.
No, I didn't think it was going to make. I thought it had potential to make.
I thought it had potential too.
Yeah, potential to make, but I actually thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like, probably be about 700, maybe 800, maybe if people were excited for, you know, the return.
Because people were like hyping up saying it's one of the best comic movies when it first
well, that's what
premiered.
Does, you know,
you had Keaton.
I thought the Keaton aspect was going to push it. Because,
Michael box office draw Keaton. That's his new name.
How dare you? Do not. I'm going to kick you out of here, Axel. Just saying.
Hey, before Far From Home,
maybe it'll be different for Beetlejuice. We don't know.
I'm sure you have not watched Birdman. Watch Birdman. You know,
I have seen Birdman.
Have you? Okay, good.
And he was before Far From Home. He was in the highest-grossing Spider-Man movie as Vulture. You know,
like, in Birdman, that movie makes me think because all of the scenes are shot in one take. I'm like, how did it?
Yeah. Well. Trickery. Yeah. I watched that last weekend. Such a good movie. God,
so good. He should have won. Fuck Eddie Redmayne.
Yeah.
I'll say
yeah, right. He was robbed.
It's one of those. It's all, you know, Ray's out there somewhere. R.I.P. No, I'm joking. Ray's fine. We just haven't seen him in a while. But no, it's all subjective. But when I watch both those ones, I just don't see how you just didn't go the Keaton route. You know, it's just one of those kind of, especially because it's such a good career-defining moment too, where it's a fourth wall break and he's commenting on a lot of stuff that's happened to him and his past. So I just thought it was a perfect thing for him. And it's weird because like one best director, one all these other awards, but Keaton got left behind. It's like, that was a mistake in the long run, you know?
I thought so. I mean, it was funny rewatching it especially after what, you know, all, you know, coming back for The Flash and everything. It was just kind of interesting. It was like, wow, man. I mean, this was like, because, you know, talking about being Birdman back in the 90s, and they even say like 1992. It was like, whoa. I mean, they were like, it was almost like, yeah, this is almost a little too close to home right here, you know. But it was like, but the fact that he actually did come back and did it, and, you know, I mean, I wasn't complaining about it. I thought it was, you know, I enjoyed The Flash, but at the same time, it was like, wow, just didn't go the way that we thought maybe it would have went when it came to that. But
that's a lot of stuff this year, right? Like,
even
all the way to the beginning. Like Ant-Man had its biggest opening weekend, so everyone's like, oh, aces. Like it's doing gonna do well, and then that falls out. Indiana Jones, Mission Impossible. Like there's tons of like it's not just like it'd be different if everything else was performing The Flash, which sure there's issues, but there's so much stuff. Like the fact that Indiana Jones, Mission Impossible lost money for their studios is like you would have not thought that a couple of years ago when those movies were in production, know, and that's why it's like same thing with the Marvels, and this is where like I was talking
who would have thought that a Barbie movie was gonna like just dominate
Oppenheimer. 950,
or
right?
Oppenheimer, yes.
That's what I mean,
coming out of the same weekend. That's what's so crazy. It's like they turned it into an event and it worked. There was like, oh shit, it's like you can like watch a movie and you're gonna walk out depressed and then you're gonna walk out of this movie like feeling kind of like cool, and feeling like, oh, we're gonna talk about this. It was just such a weird, it's been a weird box office, but I love it that it's not consistent and it keeps the studios on their toes. It keeps a lot of things on their toes. It's like, okay, now the superhero genre is not the big it's not the big,
it's not guaranteed anymore.
It's not guaranteed.
It can definitely be a hit, but
streaming definitely changed.
To Dave's point, though, to things being an event, I think that if any of the comic book films that are coming out, if any of them feel like an event, it's probably going to be Deadpool 3 simply because of Hugh Jackman coming back in the role. But, we thought the same thing about Michael Keaton being Batman. So I don't know.
No. The only difference, though, is the fact that it's like Ryan Reynolds, he knows how to market. That's the thing. Anytime you see like a Mint Mobile, whatever the fuck, and anything that he does when it comes to marketing, it's always, you're going to get a laugh. You're going to be like, oh, that's funny. I remember even just like last weekend when me and the lady were watching football and we had a Mint Mobile commercial came on. And it was just Ryan Reynolds talking about, the prices, and he was dropping like F-bombs. Of course, they were bleeping it and stuff like that, but it was just the way that it started and the way that it went. It was like, that was perfect because we both laughed our asses off. And I'm like, see, that motherfucker knows how to do marketing.
I remember like there was this one like a few months ago, like Stephen Amell was doing like these ads for like a mobile game no one played. I'm like, and this was like before.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
See, the difference is like Ryan Reynolds is part of the team of his marketing. He's not just an actor. Like, here's what you got to say. I don't imagine that Stephen Amell is that creative.
No, he's not. No.
And the other thing is like it's like the Marvels thing too, or not only just the marketing, it's just having Reynolds and Jackman together. Like they got to make sure that's done because it will be right because they got to film the movie. Like that press tour with those two together. They do this in their spare time, like making videos. Even before Deadpool 3, remember they'd always be doing pranks or doing stuff, and these videos would be big deals. Like that's gonna be a big thing. And I think the other thing that at least helps with Keaton versus Jackman is Jackman just spanned more generations, right? Because X-Men 2 is like 2002 all the way to 2017. Like my sister and I are 7 years apart. I grew with Jackman, and she grew with Jackman. Where with Keaton, it was like us, not even Draga, like us, like I'd say like the 90s kids to about, I don't know, probably till about Bale time. I feel like the Bale starts a new generation of Batman fans, right?
That was a joke in The Neighbors, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Zac Efron. Yeah. Like, who's your Batman? It's like, oh, it's Keaton. He was like, what? It's Christian Bale. It was like one of those. It was a joke. Yeah. And it's true. It's different because I'm already sure that Ryan Reynolds' marketing team is already coming up with. I mean, even the announcement of it was fucking awesome.
Yes.
Like the way that Ryan Reynolds announced that Hugh Jackman was coming back. I mean, it was it was just like where he was saying like I was like struggling with it, didn't know what I was gonna do, blah blah blah. And then it was
he just pops in the background.
And then he just pops in the background, eating an apple, walking up the stairs.
Sure,
he's
Ryan.
Like, hey Hugh, you want to come back? And he's like, yeah, sure, Ryan.
And then in the next day, I remember like they sat down and
the
they explained where this takes place.
Yeah. All right,
And
Jordan,
like,
I know you got to head out. I hope you feel better soon.
I hope so, man.
That voice clears
I hope
up.
so.
Yeah. But
I appreciate the invite, man. I do. I appreciate it.
Promote everything you got going on.
Chainsaw Reacts, everything. My voice is dead. That's not part of my name, but
new brand.
Chainsaw Reacts, and every Wednesday night I have Council of Creators, the new live stream thing I'm doing. I'm trying to get Dave on at some point.
I know Wednesdays can be hard. Wednesdays can be hard, but I'll try to get on there. On there.
Even for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways, thanks, Dave.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Take care, Jordan.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
But yeah.
Hey, Dave, you want this thing?
What? Do I want what?
Do you want what I'm sharing?
I know. Sorry, I was trying to like send a message to somebody.
You're already
want
drunk,
that.
Send a
Dave.
link.
I
have.
want that.
I don't. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh,
I have
actually,
I have the Batman and Robin one when they're on a platform.
I can do kind of an unboxing right now.
And I have. What do you have?
So-
unboxing will do.
I don't know if you guys saw, but Amazon's doing a deal right now. Dave, you probably know. But
Oh
Amazon's
yeah,
doing
they
a
have the
deal.
Prime deals.
They have
They're
the
gonna
Prime
buy the
deals
Snyderverse.
for no. They have the Prime deals going on for Batman the Animated Series, Justice League, and Superman the
Yeah.
Animated Series.
Yeah.
So
Scott posted that. Yeah.
my podcast co-host hits me up and he's like, "Hey, do you know about the Amazon deal?" And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that. This was Wednesday." I was like, "I get paid tomorrow. I'm totally gonna buy Batman the Animated Series." And Craig was like, "What's your address?" And I was like, "No fucking way. Are you serious right now?" And he was like, "Yeah, man, what's your address?" I was like, I shot him my address and he was like, "I got you." So he sent me, and literally the next day, Batman the Animated Series.
Nice.
Yeah, because we on the show we try and do reviews of Batman the Animated Series, and since I got rid of Max, I was like, well, shit, I really don't want to get Max again to do this. And he was like, "Yeah, man, what's your address? I'll send it to you. Early Christmas present." So yeah, I cannot wait to get back to doing that for the Eternal Night. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I also did not have the animated series in full prior to owning this, so this is actually a really nice gift, and I'm actually really happy to have it now because I love this show so much. I love the Dick Grayson Robin too. That character and Lauren Lester voicing that character just
So perfect.
Perfect. One of my favorite episodes, honestly, from the new Batman Adventures is Old Wounds.
Old Wounds.
Old Wounds is a good
That
one.
one.
That is the one where Dick and Tim are having a heart-to-heart on top of the building,
Oh yeah.
and Dick tells him why he quit.
Yes, that's a good. Oh man,
Great
that's a good
episode.
one. Can't wait to talk about that one. But no, that's cool.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
and
there
Dave,
was
you
some-
got to get me on for the Tim Drake episodes.
No,
No.
just all
It's an
right.
exclusive contract with him and Scott.
Yeah, it's got to do it.
Yeah.
No, but what was the next? All right, so yeah, okay, so yeah, Deadpool. We'll see what happens. The Marvels, whatever. So of course, I wanted to get you guys' opinion on. Obviously, we had the Moon Knight director Mohammed Diab talking about who he
Moon
prefers.
Knight has a director. Wow, okay.
Well,
Yeah,
he took
okay,
over
check
from
this
Jeremy
out.
Slater, so
Yeah. And of course he he voiced his opinion on something, and of course that was gonna actually before we talk about that, how are we feeling about the rumor that Hush is going to be in the Batman Part 2 before we actually get into more DC stuff? Anyone?
Isn't he
You
the
know,
Riddler?
The
I was
Batman
going to let Travis go first.
Sorry, say again. My audio cut out there for a second.
Oh yeah, the rumor is that Hush is going to be in the Batman Part.
Oh, I love that. I'm all down for that. I know people have their concerns about it being very similar to Riddler, but my concerns just kind of end with Matt Reeves. Like I trust him to make it. I don't think he's gonna go and just make the exact same film. And I think people go, "Oh, well, Riddler was successful with Bruce Wayne." He wasn't exactly. That was a reason that got him on his path, but he was obsessed with the whole system of Gotham, where I feel like Thomas Elliott, that's going to be a much more personal gripe as far as this is the man who had his father killed, whether it's accidental or not, he had his father killed. And I feel everyone's alluded to it, Reeves has alluded to it, where if you have a movie where you have Bruce Wayne going on the public, trying to be more of that persona, right, putting on the show, you get that good flip of the coin if you could have Hush doing the same thing with Thomas Elliott. He could be like that fully realized version of already the perfect, like, oh yeah, I'm a billionaire and I'm a good person, all this, but really he's terrible. Where you got Bruce just trying to be a normal person, but he's doing good. Like, I think there's lots of things that could just, and obviously you got the comics. Joker's a part of them, Catwoman's part of them, Riddler's part of them. Those characters are already established to probably be in the sequel somewhat.
Superman's in it, so we'll probably see.
I don't think we're gonna see. I don't think we're seeing Clark. I don't think we're gonna go there. But no, to me, I feel like Batman 2 is gonna be, just from the few little things Reeves said, it's gonna be about identity, and there's nothing more about identity than Hush. Like literally, this is mine that's taking different face. It makes sense too. These Clayface rumors. That's another person that struggles with identity, right? Like all these things, like. With Riddler, that was more, it was somewhat Nolan-esque, where it's about the corruption of Gotham, right? And getting down to the root of it, where
He was a little
I think
bit similar to Anarchy, like from the comics.
Yeah, a little, yeah. And I feel that
He's
with
a cool
Hush,
character.
Hush, Riddler, it was all about Gotham, where Hush would be about literally
Bruce
Bruce
Wayne.
Wayne, even less so than the Batman.
And that's what it needs to be.
Yeah.
That's the thing is like when I was thinking about it, I was like, because my whole thing was like, well, what if they do the if they bring in Harvey Dent, which I think they will. I think Matt Reeves has got, because obviously if he's like referencing Long Halloween, Dark Victory, I mean, obviously he's gonna have some Harvey Dent's gonna show up. And I was like, I was kind of going like, well, is he going to? I mean, what? I had the thought of like, well, maybe he'll do the idea of, you know, Bruce Wayne and Harvey Dent being friends prior.
I love that.
Yeah, and I actually do like that, like little change up that I forgot exactly where that was brought in, where they actually put that in. But I remember
well, they did a little bit in the animated series. Like, no, they weren't good friends.
But they weren't like past friends.
But they were friendly at least. Where like in Dark Knight, they fucking hate each other because
exactly.
Like,
I do want that. I would like that Harvey Dent.
But maybe you're thinking All-Star Batman, Scott Snyder's run.
Yeah, Scott Snyder's run where they really emphasized that they were both, you know, orphans kind of thing. And I was like, okay, that would be kind of cool if they actually brought that. And then Harvey Dent brings Bruce Wayne out of his shell, because obviously in the first one, it's all about Batman for him. He doesn't care about being Bruce Wayne.
He's a recluse.
Yes, he wants to, but that's, and I'm sure that's what Matt Reeves is going to show us in the sequels, is the fact that it's like, oh, we got to show Bruce Wayne being Bruce Wayne, and it's not necessarily that's who Bruce Wayne is. It's another act, you know, it's another part of his personality, because, you know, to me, I always thought that, you know, he has 3 different personas. He has his Bruce Wayne, his Batman, and then of course him who he actually is.
Right.
But I would say, but obviously if you were going to do the duality of Batman and Bruce Wayne, he's more Batman than Bruce Wayne for sure. The Bruce Wayne is just a fucking big time act, which I thought, you know, obviously Nolan captured that when it came to, he's the playboy. Look at him do that. Yeah, you know, he really captured that. I even love that line where he goes like, you know, after when he sees Rachel, and he's like, well, this, you know, and he's just like, fuck. He's like, this is not me, you know, I love you, you know, kind of thing.
And Alfred tells him on the TV, well, what is happening on the TV? And he says, good television.
Yeah.
And like, you have characters, the mayor mentions that to Bruce, you could be doing more. Alfred says that, like, you should be out there doing more with you. So it to me, it's set up, and it makes sense for what they're doing. And I would actually really like if Harvey Dent's in here for him not to be Two-Face at all in part 2. I would love if we got a full movie of just him as Harvey. It'd be such a good change up. Not even the ending. I don't even want the last 5 minutes. Just have him as Harvey. You know?
Honestly, I think there's a chance that Harvey Dent could be introduced in the Penguin TV show.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
I would like to see that. And honestly, you know, the setup is there for Harvey Dent. There is no district attorney. We saw him get his head blown off, right? So,
that would be pretty sweet. I hope they do that.
That'd be cool.
You know,
I
mean, utilize the expansion of the universe.
Right.
But we got Paul coming in right here.
Hey guys,
my guy, how's it doing, Paul?
Hey Phil, how's it going, man?
Hey guys, man.
How
you doing?
Doing all right, guys. Yeah, I can only stay on for about like 20 minutes or so. I gotta head to bed pretty soon, but I just wanted to come in and just say, hey, I like to talk about Batman too. I think that's pretty cool. I like what Travis had to say about Hush, and I'm digging what Phil is going on about with Harvey Dent. I think that's Penguin TV show can set up a lot that the movies don't have time for, so to speak.
Utilize that space. I mean, that's the thing.
Right.
It's like you only have a limited time when it comes to movies, so utilize. You know, you got a TV show that's going to be, it's going to be what, 6, 7, 8 episodes. That's going to be like 8 hours of shit. Yeah, you could really set up a lot more people in the universe, so you don't have to like bother to do that when it comes to the movie, you know? So
right.
I really hope they do something like that and introduce Harvey Dent in there.
Yeah.
You know, on the one hand of like all these villain rumors, I think Dave, you even mentioned it earlier, like it kind of feels like Dark Knight Rises all over again, because it kind of does, because we've heard like Hush, we've heard Clayface, and then of course, you know, if you even go back to the press junkets for the first film, like Mr. Freeze, Court of Owls, right? So there's
he was being nice, that interviewer. I always say whoever asked that question, he was being nice, but I don't think he's ever touching any of those characters,
See,
like those really fantastical ones.
I'm gonna push back on the Court of Owls because the Court of Owls would absolutely lean into the whole corruption of Gotham City.
Oh yeah,
As long as you
And they
take out
already
like the
kinda
body
teased it.
freezing and cloning, I agree with you. As long as you take out like the splicing of like, oh, they have these genes from decades ago and they're keeping them hibernated. Like, I think you strip that away, it works. I just don't know if he's gonna have these tubes of people. And also, don't forget Robin's Ruben for this movie too.
Oh
so
yeah,
there's
Yeah,
that
and
too,
he's
yeah.
also related to the Court
the
of Owls.
court.
He's like,
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on top of that, like I think if you wanted to utilize the Court of Owls, I think Mr. Freeze would be a nice villain to accompany them with, keeping
Mhm.
all those dead talons
Yeah.
on ice. You know, I don't know.
and the
But-
court has his wife hostage. So yeah.
Possibly. I don't know.
I just
do
feel
think
like
the setup
they
for
gotta do
Hush is
Joker,
definitely
though.
there. Yeah.
Like that's the tough thing. Like if he's not the main villain on 2, he has to be the main villain of 3, and that's where I think the trajectory is. It's Hush, and then Joker, and then Reeves is out, unfortunately. But
Possibility. I don't know. It kind of depends on what other kind of spin-offs they have set up. They could just be setting
Wasn't
up
there
the
that
Joker for that.
Catwoman thing? That Catwoman spin-off?
No,
There's
that
a
was started by a
Catwoman show.
rumor. Yeah, that was a
yeah.
rumor.
I wish it was real. I would have taken HBO Max series.
She
of
was going to
what is
Blue
going on.
Haven, so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what she said at the end. But
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll get more than 3 Batmans if Legacy and the DCU bombs, right? They might just be like, yeah, just keep making these Pattinson movies, you know?
I'm
you,
just
you
holding
don't
out
know,
hope.
right? If it fails, it's like,
I'm
well,
just-
these are working.
I just want to see Brave and the Bold. That's the only thing I really give a damn about.
Mm.
That's just
You
me personally, though.
I think you'll get it. I think unless Superman does like, not to refer back to that comment, but unless it pulls in like the Flash numbers, I think we at least get Superman and Batman. And if those both underperform, then I think there's a problem. But I think they'd look at it and go, oh well, just wait, Batman's coming and he's gonna pull some numbers. Like I think we at least get to Brave and Bold. After that, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have any faith in the Gunn universe. I think most people have more faith in the Matt Reeves stuff or something that they already know. Even that it's Batman, just there's more like faith in that type of vision and
Batman
stuff like
prints money, and yeah.
Yep, that
It's
too.
it's so funny to me that there are certain fans on the internet who are actually avidly like trying to diminish just how popular the Batman is because they just want a fantastical Batman. I find that just absolutely hilarious.
Oh, I don't do that. I mean, I don't really care for the Batman.
Not
I
you.
wish I did.
We got
Yeah, I know.
seats.
Yeah,
We got
Yeah,
receipts,
it's
but definitely not you.
yeah, okay. But I didn't really care for the Batman. But I'm not gonna talk about it because it's not for me. And
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be interesting too, because I always mention this with the Joker. We've been so long since we've had fantastical versions of those. Like Jared Leto was in Squad, but for like a minor amount, right? So like since Nolan, we had those, and I guess Keaton did come back, but I don't count Keaton because he's returning. And then now you got the Batman. It'll be interesting if they do Brave and the Bold. It is super fantastical, and if general audiences is like, I don't really enjoy this type of Batman. That's what I kind of dislike about the Dark Knight. Is now every Joker is like always gross and realistic, and like I miss the really sleek, sexy looking, like dyed hair. It's all, like I love Joker like walking, and I think Barry Keoghan's gonna kill it, but they're just always these like something demented, right? But,
It's the aesthetic. It can be really off-putting in certain respects. I mean, I know people who absolutely adore the Dark Knight, but one of their criticisms is, I hate the smeared makeup look for the Joker, and it's like, yeah, I get it.
War paint, but
War paint. Thank you. Yeah.
There's honestly, if we're being truly honest with like the fantastical Batman, like Batman Forever was probably the last time that was done at that level.
Well, Batman and Robin.
I mean, in terms of success.
Well, Zack
Oh
Snyder.
yeah,
Batman not wanting to burn the theater down. But yes, you are right, Dave. Yes.
True. If you said successful, yes.
Well, no, and Drago's right. Like BVS counts there too. But if Phil, if you're like, or Paul, you're just talking like a solo Batman, then you're definitely right. Like Batman Forever is the last one. Yeah.
Sole Batman adventure, not including any other Justice League members or big DC event, just Batman dealing with Batman things. But there was, I wish, and again, this is why I want the Schumacher cut, because I know he's a director capable of darker shit and, falling down, a phone booth, phone booth, Lost Boys. I mean, all these different cool, darker element things. And so
Number 23.
Yeah, I haven't seen number 23, but I heard it's
great.
Good.
That's a good one with Jim Carrey.
But I could see Schumacher not doing necessarily Burton, but doing a darker Batman while still doing the fantastical elements that we're more familiar with in terms of like the comic books and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, if that's what they're going for with Brave and the Bold, like maybe there's a chance. But on the other hand, I don't know what the audiences are going for anymore. If the effects are not great, that's going to stick out. I'm also not really that big on just Damien kind of just being there. I think that's what they're going with, right? That's the take.
Yeah.
So, and on top of that, if you simultaneously have Brave and the Bold with the Batman and Robin, and then you also have Matt Reeves doing possibly Robin as well. Granted, different dynamics, different Robins, because you got Dick Grayson and then you've got Damien. So I'm wondering like what the audience is going to respond more to. I have a feeling it's going to be the Matt Reeves one. That's just my personal opinion.
I agree.
But yeah, but we'll see.
Well,
we'll see what happens.
The way that I was actually thinking about it too is like, general audience, if they know Batman and Robin, they know it's like, oh yeah, it's, they've seen it before, it's been around forever. But if they market it, the Brave and the Bold is, oh, did you guys know that Batman has a kid? That might
this time
help it a little bit.
Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to hit on that big.
Help it with like the fact that it's like, oh yeah, Batman's kid is Robin. And people might be like, "Ooh!"
In the trailer, it's gonna be like Talia says, "I want you to meet your son." And he says, "Oh, hey, father," or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I do think if you also include a good portion of the Bat family, that's also probably going to drive a lot of DC fans to the theater. I think if you include if you include Nightwing, Batgirl, maybe Red Hood, I would actually kind of lean more towards Tim Drake.
What about Tim Drake? He's a cool character.
I literally just said Tim Drake.
He said Red Hood. Oh wait, no, Red Hood.
I said Red Hood, then I said Tim Drake.
He said Tim Drake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though they both there was a short time where Jason Todd was Red Robin. There was a very short time in the comics where that was the case. But yes.
Oh wow, I forgot about that.
Yep, right, deep pull. But I do think if you include a lot of the Bat family in that, on top of the fact, like if you play it like, oh man, what's a good comparison here? Because Muschietti is like, he's pretty solid with ensemble cast, and I feel like if you play it like a bit of a family movie, so you've got Batman, you've got his oldest son Dick, and then you've got either Dick or
like
Tim or Jason, kind of like Shazam, but a little less goofy. They could probably
Zachary Levi's going to be Nightwing.
Don't just
he grows up the hair.
Okay. Phil, you just added something to me when it comes to, or added something to it when it came to Brave and the Bold. I didn't even really think about that. Like the whole family aspect and Muschietti.
I think you got to go that route, because I agree
the Bat family is going to be present. So I certainly hope that is the case.
Because I agree with Paul. If it's just Batman and Robin and a Batman and Robin, I think that hurts Brave and the Bold, and people will see, even if it's a Sun dynamic, I think they'll see the Batman too and already prefer that one and go, I just saw a Batman and Robin movie, I'm good on this. It's like the Marvel thing. I worry they'd be like, I'll catch this one on streaming, especially if we don't know who's gonna be Batman first. I think that is key, the casting for Brave and Bold. And whatever people want to say, even the people that hate Robert Pattinson, there was a intrigue to see, well, what's he gonna do with this, right? And they always usually cast good Batman actors, but it's just the same thing. What if they just go for a very boring, to me, I know lots of people support it. I think Jensen Ackles is like the most boring casting in the world. I don't think that gets anybody in the theaters. I don't think anyone sees that and goes, oh, I gotta see the supernatural boy as Batman. I think with Pattinson, even to be like, oh, I hate that guy, but I gotta see how much he sucks. Like, that's my thing. If I think Phil's right that they gotta go, it's Bat family, everybody. It's about Gotham and everything. If it's just Batman and Robin, I just think it's weird to have two films focusing, and they are different dynamic, but it's still just Batman dealing with a son or a son type figure. And even then, I don't necessarily actually really want Robin in the Batman. I like where we are right now with just we haven't even formed him as like a fake Bruce Wayne yet. Like to get Robin already, like I don't know. For me, it feels a little soon. I know Robin debuted early in the comics. I just mean for what Matt Reeves is doing with him, even in year 2, it's like I feel like there's lots of ground to cover. This guy's not in the state to adopt a kid, is what I'm saying. Like he's so fucked up, this Batman. I would not trust him with some like 6-year-old. Be like he's gonna be the Batman, giving the kid Robin rats and everything like that, and locking him up. Like
no, it's not gonna be
original all-star Batman. That's a deep
they're not. I don't see them doing the all-star.
No, I'm joking. Of course,
but again, you could argue
he's gonna call him the R word.
Yeah.
You gotta argue maybe the fact too with the Matt Reeves version, maybe that first off, within comic book lore or within comic book history, Robin only debuted I think only a couple years after Batman had come out, so there is that. On top of that, I could see them doing an angle. I'm saying if Robin is one of the main focuses, if that's what they decide to do, if that's what happens, I could see them pulling an angle of basically, because the whole point of Dick Grayson, at least, is the fact of Bruce is reflecting upon it from his own experiences, and basically Dick is essentially what Batman would have become if he had the proper support or the proper guidance, but he had to do it all himself, basically. And Alfred is there in support, but Alfred's always kind of there to make sure he doesn't fully fall off the edge, kind of thing.
Yeah,
But,
be careful.
yeah. But it's different with Batman being like, I'm training you to be a better version of me, basically. That's what Nightwing essentially is to a degree. So I could see the kid aspect hitting all of these notes with this Bruce Wayne, and he has to kind of reassess what happened to him as being a kid, and maybe he figures out that's the movie. That's part of the process. That's that identity thing too. Like, who am I? Like, what does Batman actually mean? Who is Bruce Wayne, or who was Bruce Wayne before my parents died? Because that's what Dick is essentially. And Dick is the going forward and trying to do better.
He's the evolution of Bruce. He's like what Bruce should become, but Bruce can't because he's just just riddled with lots of emotional trauma and problems.
The underlying aspect of Batman, to a degree, in terms, I'm talking more the comic book version, not necessarily a particular movie version, but in the idea of Batman, he is a person who is always going to be trapped in being Batman or being in that one moment for the rest of his life. Like, because he can't, it's really weird because there's a lot of studies or there's a lot of different essays that kind of do this reflective quality about essentially that Batman and his world is a personified 9 to 12-year-old fantasy, essentially. It's why his best friend is a 12-year-old kid. It's why he's weary of Catwoman getting into the clubhouse. There's all.
That is a perfect freeze frame, Paul.
He's making some good points there.
Yeah. He is, yeah.
The Techno Union Army.
And like to his point too, that's a big thing in the first Batman, the Batman, right? Is that little kid, the mayor's son or whatever, that gets killed. He's he has a big interest in taking care of him and looking after him. But anyways, Paul, you were saying.
All right, you're back, Paul. Yeah, you froze
Sorry
up
about that. No, my computer. I just got Ethernet added to my cottage out back, and the internet connection's been a little weird, so I apologize. I know it's all good. Yeah, happens. Anyway, all I was saying was that Batman is just trapped in that 10-year-old mindset frame. In a sense, it's like an id kind of like where he's an adult, he can make adult decisions, but there is this aspect of him being a 10-year-old kid. I mean, also because it's a comic book world, and when Batman was created, comic books were made for children, for 10-year-olds. So it's always that thing too.
I mean, there's definitely going to be that. I mean, if you think about how Matt Reeves is approaching his universe, I mean, he teased like he went to the Warner Brothers tour and like he was like teasing like, oh yeah, look at that, we're gonna have, he was like taking pictures of Batman the Batman 66 like rogues gallery, and they all were in the first movie. We had the Riddler, we had Catwoman, we had the Joker, we had the Penguin, we had them all in there. It was all right. I mean, he was basically just letting it be known like, oh yeah, they're all going to be in my movie. So now it's like, oh, you better believe that he can't wait to have, a Robin somewhere in there. And I'm like, all right, I'm just very curious. I'm like, what's the approach like when it comes to this version and this, I mean, again, it's like, I always go back to what Kevin Smith said. It's like, it's Christopher Nolan brought Batman in reality. Matt Reeves is bringing reality into Batman. So it's reversed, where it's like you have this, there's some I mean, no matter what, you're going to have some fantastical elements, of course. But it's like he was like very much like, all right, I'm going to create a Batman world and just bring realism into it, kind of thing. So I don't know. It's just so much up in the air, and it's like, and it's like. With another Batman going up against another Batman that is for sure, like we were talking about, it's going to have a fantastical approach. And, Muschietti already had the fantastical approach when he watched that scene in The Flash. I mean, it was fantastical as all fucking hell. All fantastical as hell. So it was just like, yeah. it's I don't know. It's just gonna be, and a lot of people are like, "Well, how are they gonna do like dueling Batmans?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they approach it." Like, but yeah, and then especially having 2 different Robins too, it's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be interesting, but it's also got to be different because, like, obviously
it'll be very different, I think. But
like Pattinson's Batman is like year 2, year 3-ish, and I think obviously the Batman and Brave and the Bold's got to be at least somewhere between 35 and 40. And I'm gonna keep pushing this, man. I'm telling you, Jay Ryan would make a really great Batman for that DCU, but whether or not it happens remains to be seen.
Jake Ryan?
Jay Ryan. Jay Ryan. He was Ben Hanscom in It Chapter 2. He was the older Ben.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
I know a few people have been saying, what's his name? Scott Adkins from John Wick 4.
Didn't that make the rounds too? Yeah.
Yeah,
he's too old.
Yeah, I don't
know. I'm saying in terms of older
Batman,
old,
like Keaton.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he would have. I mean, at one point maybe, but I mean, he's like in his like late 40s now. I think. I don't know. He still kicks ass, but it's like, I mean, Scott Adkins at one. I think he even tried to get the Batman role.
I think he did around BVS time. I think.
I think he was trying to get the BVS. I'm not sure. I thought I heard that he was trying to get it even when Nolan, but no, he would have been good at one point. But it's just it's so weird. It's like, all right, we don't know how old this Batman should be, and of course, age is just whatever. If the actor is still very young, look, I mean, Robert Pattinson is in his mid to late 30s.
Yeah,
but he still looks fairly young. He's got a baby
face. He doesn't.
He's got a baby face, so he passes for still a 20-year-old.
Yeah,
right.
So it's like you gotta want. I mean, that's a funny thing that I always have fun with on Twitter when it comes to Batman castings, because everybody always goes by the actor's actual age. I'm like, does he look it? Stop thinking about his actual age. Does he actually look it? I mean, that's the thing, and it's like, of course, going back to the whole easy one, that's Jensen Ackles. It's like, yeah, he's already like in his mid 40s, but he doesn't look it. So it's like, okay, I can see it, but at the same time, it's like, it's too easy, and he's already in, he's in The Boys. I don't think he's gonna actually get the role, but
and in Gen V.
He's also already voiced the role too, and I don't see that happening because James Gunn said he wants people to come in across multiple mediums, and I feel like if they kind of do that, that'll be a little, again, easy and lazy. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, it won't happen, but we'll see.
Is there anyone from like Gunn's past you think you'd be looking at? Like, obviously, I guess who's gonna cast it though? Is it gonna be Muschietti or is it gonna be both of them? Like Gunn and Muschietti?
Probably both of them. It would have to be both. I mean, obviously, yeah.
They're gonna play. This is Paper Rock, and
give me Lee Pace. Fuck it. I'll take Lee Pace. I don't care.
I don't mind that. Lee Pace. That wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I think ultimately it would probably, you'd have to imagine it. Gunn would probably have some kind of final say, but I feel like if he's going to let the directors choose, it would then at that point follow Muschietti to cast Batman.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I kind of want
an unknown.
I kind of want Sam Worthington as Batman.
No.
Why?
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you that you want it. But I'm a no there. Yeah, an unknown.
Well, he's Australian, right?
And he's he's still busy with 4 and 5 Avatar, right?
Yeah.
Oh, who cares? Yeah. It's not like
no. I think the strikes have to end and then he can go back. I think, or something.
Yeah, he's got 7 more Avatar movies to do. So
that's right.
He'll be in like his late 80s when they're done making Avatar movie. Like he'll play Jake Sully forever, And hey,
James Cameron is a cyborg right now.
They're working on it.
Yeah, he's a hologram. Yeah.
But hey, first and third biggest movie all time, so clearly
no. I think they should cast an unknown as Batman, because no matter who you cast as Batman, it doesn't matter. I mean, Ben Affleck was the last, not the last Batman, but you got Ben Affleck and Robert Pattinson, who are names that are Batman, but the character transcends the names. We're to the point where it's like, I always put this comparison up, because when it comes to like the MCU, it always seems like but even though Chris Evans said that the character always transcended the the actor, but at the same time, you look at all the posters, the fucking Chris Evans Didn't have his fucking helmet on, didn't have the cowl on. Fucking Robert Downey Jr. didn't have his mask on. Tom Holland didn't have his Spider-Man mask on. It was like they always wanted to show the actors' faces, but no matter what, when it comes to Batman, you have to wear that cowl. You cannot have a poster unless he's like full on Bruce Wayne, which I know the last Batman poster had him like, but of course Batman was like, you cannot have a poster without Batman's cowl on there. So the character always so it's like, just, you don't even have to have a name, just have somebody who can nail it as that. I mean, even like back when Christian Bale was cast as Batman, not a lot of people knew who he was. I knew. I was like, oh, the American Psycho guy. I could see that. I was like, yes, I love that fucking movie. I could totally see it. But yeah, they should just really just do that again. You don't have to have a name.
But other than really Bale, they've all been names, right? Like Keaton, Kilmer, Clooney, Affleck. Like Bale was the only one that wasn't, and it worked out. So to your point, I wish they go that route and get, it's that guy from something cool. I've seen him. He's the guy from Pearl for Superman. Cool. But ever since Keaton, other than Bale, it's always been a name. It's always been somebody that's a star.
They should just not have a name.
It would help for the budget too.
It would.
But I see Dave's point though. Regardless, I know Val Kilmer in both his documentary and I think, in interviews had always said that why he only did the one movie is because after he finished Forever and he was on the red carpet, all these kids came up and they went in the Batmobile, but they went right by him. They didn't care. They didn't care that it was Val Kilmer. It's Batman. It's Batmobile. Yep. And then he was like, and as an actor, he was like, I'm good. And that was it.
Yeah. And I respect him for that too, because he didn't have the best time. I mean, we heard that he feuded with Joel Schumacher. He was uncomfortable in that fucking rubber suit. And I love the fact that he was like, I'm going to do The Saint. I'm going to do the movie The Saint instead of doing a sequel to Batman, which I was like, I was like, when I saw that in the doc, I was like, awesome, because I love the movie The Saint. I used to watch that all the time when it was on like HBO when I was younger. I was like, I just love that movie because I thought, because if you ever watch The Saint, he has to play like these different characters because he's like got like, makeup on and prosthetics, and it's about a guy, a thief essentially, who disguises himself, and then he always names himself after a saint. And I just really dug that movie. It was like a good 80s, or not 80s, but 90s, like spy-esque espionage kind of thing, Russia and all that shit. And I was like, I'm glad he decided not to do Batman and Robin for that movie because I just really enjoyed The Saint.
I'm sure he's pretty glad after he saw the movie too. Like, because I don't think it would have changed much with him. He would have been there doing the stuff. So I think it all went well for everybody.
If I remember correctly, now I don't know what the site is now, but I think Ain't It Cool News literally got popular because they had revealed that Batman and Robin was going to be a disaster, like on every level. Like they had seen an early cut of it. They were like, this is going to be a disaster. And ever since then, like it but that's how bad that movie was, that it literally launched a whole like movie scoop website back in the day. So, but
that's news to me. Never heard that story before. That's wild.
Well, that movie's so bad it got us to whether good or bad. It literally, to me, that's the way life works. It gets us to the DCU, right? Because that gets us to the Nolan reboot, and then that gets Nolan pairing and like Snyder with Man of Steel, and then all that stuff happens, and everything else happens, and James Gunn comes in. So it's like you can trace it all back to Batman and Robin being a mess, and it's like this ripple effect of things that have happened since that movie. Of okay, well, let's take a break from Batman. Oh, a reboot. Well, we want to do what MCU's doing. Do this, Zach. No, okay, we're gonna have Whedon come in. Okay, now we want a universe. Like you can trace everything back to that moment because we talked about with earlier, like being no Aquaman movie or Wonder Woman movie till so later on. Like, what happens if Batman Robin's a hit, even if it's bad? Like, we get Batman triumphant, and we probably don't get Nolan, right? Like,
Howard Stern is for Batman
triumphant. Yeah, like
then they were talking about go back to Kurt Russell. They were talking about Kurt Russell being Batman at one point.
Oh, I had never heard that one.
Oh yeah, that was the rumor that because Clooney didn't want to do it again.
Yeah.
Really? Why? I wonder why.
Gee, I wonder why.
Batman.
But I remember the rumors. This was before, way before all social media and the internet was still dial up, and it was like
Mhm.
I remember just like hearing the rumors just about Batman Triumphant, where it's going to have Scarecrow, and they were rumored that Steve Buscemi was going to be Scarecrow, Nicolas Cage, and they were going to bring back Jack Nicholson as like a crazy dream sequence.
Yep.
The fear toxin, and Madonna was going to play Harley
Madonna
Quinn.
was going to be Harley Quinn. Yeah,
that would have been great though. I don't care. Like
I heard
so bad, so good level. It would have been great to see Madonna as Harley Quinn.
There were two names I always saw that popped up with that. It was either Batman Triumph or Batman Unchained, and it was always
Unchained.
either Madonna. It was either Madonna
Triumphant
or
sounds more familiar. With that.
it was either Madonna or Courtney Love. Those were the two names I always saw.
Courtney Love,
and then at one point they had like Man Bat attached to. I think when they did like a second rewrite, there's rumors. I think the Unchained version had it was going to be Harley, Scarecrow, Man Bat with a Jack Nicholson cameo. I was like, whoa, that was a full movie right there.
It wasn't even just going to be Jack Nicholson. It was apparently going to be him, Danny DeVito, Jim Carrey, Harvey Dent. I think the only two that were not going to reappear were Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy. But it was basically going to be those four. It was going to be like one big giant like hallucination, and then eventually like Batman was going to go through the gauntlet of them all. He was going to go through like Penguin, Riddler, Two-Face, Catwoman, and then it would end with him facing off against the Joker again for one final time. That's what I remember reading. It was wild. Absolutely.
And then that failed,
Bill.
and that's when we got those Batman Beyond rumors when they were apparently going after Clint Eastwood, which at the time was like, sounds fucking awesome. Clint Eastwood as Bruce Wayne, Batman Beyond.
And like I heard David Bowie was going to be the Joker. That's what
he was going for it at one point. There's a lot of people that were going for the Joker because it was
Robin Williams.
Rob Williams and
I thought he was going
to be the Riddler. He was going to be the Riddler
before the Riddler. Before the Riddler,
he was. Yeah, I know. I remember that.
Who's Brad Dourif? He was apparently like. Apparently, the rumor is that's who Tim Burton really wanted, and WB was like, absolutely not. You're not casting Brad Dourif as the Joker. Like we know you like Chucky and all, but that's not. Which sucks. If Brad Dourif would have fucking killed it as the Joker, man. Yeah, he like has that look, the monologues, but Jack's great and everything. But yeah, it's fun to read those lists back in the day. Like Alec Baldwin was going to be Batman and all this, and remember that really early version with Bill Murray that they were working on and that got scrapped.
Jesus Christ! When I heard that Bill Murray was
oh god, no,
that was funny.
Like,
that was a funny read.
That would have been interesting, but I mean, you never know how these things are going to turn out, and that's the thing. Is like, I mean, if the internet existed when Michael Keaton got cast as Batman, holy shit, it would have been a fucking shitstorm because obviously they got a bunch of letters and everything like that and then all of a sudden it's like now people are like, that's my Batman. Michael Keaton's my Batman. Come on.
They didn't go fucking pay to see him though. My God, where were you in June?
I know when it came to Flash, you didn't show up for that, did you?
June, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
And
I caught
didn't show up for that, dude. Oh wait.
I mean, I basically see that as a weird time variant version of that Michael Keaton Batman.
It's
just
true.
leave it at that. Yeah. So
that's the way you gotta look at
it. It is because it's technically not. It's not like No Way Home. It's not. That's the same Andrew. That's the same Toby. That's one of my always slights with the Flash that I hate. It's not the same Keaton because I lose. It's just like like I guess you can kind of count as like legacy casting, but it's weird because it's him and it's like the Burden mobile and the cave and the look, but it's not him. So
it's not the same one, and that's fine with me because it's also the same Batman that says, it's totally cool. Like I've retired because Gotham's fine now. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
I didn't like that line. Either. I'm like, oh yeah, Gotham's one of the safest cities. And I'm like, really?
What?
It's called Gotham City. I mean,
the Gotham that was coming up from the ground that was hell in the 80s. That's fine now.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess
I would have much preferred what Muschietti cut from that whole Batman version where they explained why he actually quit.
Yeah.
Like killing a criminal in front of his kid. It's like, oh, you just became Joe Chill. Good job, dude. Like I would have much rather seen that than Gotham's safe. It's
chill.
And that sucks because all those DVD, like the Flash Blu-rays, DVDs are all out, right? And those scenes are just they talk about them, but they're not in them, and that's what I hate. Where like not even to watch them and stuff. I guess there's that one scene right where Flash, I guess they're on the Batwing and they do talk about it. That is a scene that's out there, but it's just a couple.
But it's not finished. It's not finished.
They did the same thing when Justice League came out and all the deleted stuff wasn't on there either, and we had to literally fight for it to get well, we got it as a completed movie, thank God, but that's just what Warner Brothers does.
Yeah, and
Yep.
it's like, why don't you
Warner
delete
Brothers
scenes? Like I
don't wanna-
said, that's the thing that's gonna piss me off about Aquaman 2. Of like, I always say this when I'm on here, but I want to see those scenes of Keaton and Momoa together, just because I think that's a weird fucking combo. But they're gonna keep it behind their vault because, like, oh well, if people see this, they might get the wrong idea. It's like, it's a fucking deleted scene. Just say, hey, we filmed it, we didn't put it in the movie, but if you want to watch it, here you go. Like, I don't know why they keep it. It's like
you put it
can't
on
see
your
this.
YouTube channel, you get
Yeah,
fucking money
like-
for it.
Yeah.
A
I
little
don't
bit.
understand.
It's something. It
My-
can
We
go
know
viral, but-
Keaton's not coming back. We know, we get it.
Yeah.
WP. It's
and
just-
Affleck even show that.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
My
Like,
my
look-
best guess is why it's not at period is because they've already learned that when they show deleted stuff and it's better than what they're currently putting out, they don't like getting embarrassed
Yep.
like that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, look at how long it took Marvel Studios to release that scrap post-credit sequence from Iron Man 1 where Samuel L.
Oh,
Jackson's
yeah.
Nick Fury is talking about the X-Men and Spider-Man.
Yeah, it took so
True.
long. And like, why
Took
didn't
me
you put that out there?
Years after the fact. Well, now they can probably do it because, we got
Yeah,
all our
so-
toys back in the chest except Spider-Man, but
Yeah.
still.
Yeah,
Still.
but we're still getting MCU Spider-Man movies, so there is that.
And the X-Men coming too, so this is true.
Yep.
Eventually.
Mm.
But
So-
Paul, do you need to go? I know you're like
Yeah,
pressed for-
Why do you
should-
want him to leave, Dave?
Well, no, I gotta wake up early.
No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I'll go over real quick. Phil sent me the article on the Aquaman 2 disaster.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah. We're gonna get
Wild.
into that.
Wild stuff. I don't know how much of it to believe and how much not to believe, but I think we can all agree that the behind the scenes is probably somewhat of a disaster. I think Phil and I talked about it, but I'm pretty sure at one point they even they even barred James Wan from the reshoots that they were doing for the third time or whatever with that movie. So for Phil's sake, I hope Aquaman 2 is good, but
Me too.
I don't see it happening, or at least from my perspective. But I hope for the best. The Daredevil stuff, I'm going by the headline here. The Daredevil stuff, that's interesting to me. I have no real opinion about it one way or the other. I kind of want to just wait to see where the ball drops and see what to make an opinion about that. Because frankly, I like the idea of it being a law procedural because that's what Matt Murdock himself is. He's a lawyer.
Thank
right?
you.
But
Oh.
I also agree that you need the action. You need Daredevil. That's why these comics exist. You get a little bit of their real life, and you get a little bit of.
You
their
don't
night life.
save them you don't save the costume until the fourth episode.
That's
That's
Yeah.
a
ridiculous.
mistake.
Yeah, that's
such a mistake.
that I
See?
understand them being kind of like whatever about it, and that's fair. Again, I'm not going to judge till I see the ball drop and I see what this new era of Marvel TV is going to be because they're clearly changing a lot of shit behind the scenes. Like that is more than evident.
Mhm.
And last but not least, Zack versus James Gunn. I think you guys know where I land with that.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
really need to stay too long for that. But the only thing as far as James Gunn goes that I think is kind of interesting, it's more of a rumor talk at this point because we've all probably seen, you guys probably talked about it beforehand, but the Universal rumor and all that stuff that's going on, and more so, it's more interesting in terms of like the literal timeline is lining up. If that's the case, if that's what they end up doing, it's going to be right in tandem with James trying to release his Superman movie, and like whether like that, it might happen where it gets released, but like if Universal is now in charge and they see it and they're not, and one, if it doesn't perform correctly, and also Universal's not behind it, like that might be it. That might be it for the Gods and Monsters plan. I mean, anyway, but again, that's all rumor and speculation, basically.
Yeah,
so.
it's all
True.
It makes
And,
sense.
and I hope it happens. What?
Nah, really?
Nah.
But
Could have fooled me. Axel.
But listen, it's always good talking to you guys. I love coming on this, Dave. Thank you again for inviting me. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer. But
That's okay.
but it's always a big pleasure. So thank you.
Yeah, always, Paul. Thanks for joining.
Yeah,
See
of
you
course.
every
guys.
weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate
Much
it.
Bye,
love, bro.
guys.
Take care.
Much
All
love,
right,
dude.
take it easy.
Thank you.
But yeah, let's dive into that Aquaman drama.
Pun
Nice
intended.
Huh?
Pun
You
intended.
said dive into it.
Oh yeah, that's why I said it. Yeah, let's sink into it. Let's whatever the hell.
I mean, this
Swim
whole
right into
thing
it.
is such a tsunami.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like a tsunami of information. But how are we feeling about it? Like hearing all that. I mean, it was funny too, because I think I even saw people on the time like, why would you release this
Before the movie.
before the movie? But I'm like, this is not WB releasing it. This is like somebody who fucking else is. I mean, it's kind of a hit piece a little bit on Jason Momoa. I thought it was a little bit because it was like, oh, you're just gonna take Amber Heard's word on everything. I mean, I get it. And again, I know there's like the whole discourse when it comes to everything with her, but it was just at the same time, it's like, to me, in my opinion, I don't trust a thing that she, not everything that she says, but a lot of things, because I'm like, I watched the clips of the her trial thing, and it was like she flat out was putting on a big act when it came to a lot of things. And to say that Jason Momoa, I mean, one of the first things was like that he showed up drunk on set and dressed up like Johnny Depp. I'm like, first off,
you know what I think that
I think you should let Dave make his point.
I was just about to say that I think she could just be paranoid because sometimes I feel like
no, she's just trying to save. To me, I think she's trying to save face a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, okay, Jason Momoa showed up drunk. It's like, to me, I'm like, all right, Jason Momoa had a $1 billion movie, and then he's got the sequel, the follow up. I don't see. I mean, like, okay, so what if you saw him like, maybe drinking a beer on set? Okay, but was he belligerent? Are we gonna is there something where he just couldn't perform? I mean, let's face it, being Aquaman and doing the stuff that he needs to do, like being on the rigs and being very physical, seems like that wouldn't be the smart thing to do for an actor. Then again, maybe Jason Momoa doesn't give a shit, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't think that's the case because this is a role that saved his career. When he got cast as Aquaman, he's even said it, that it saved his career because he wasn't sure like what's going to happen. Conan didn't work out. Obviously, he was in Game of Thrones and stuff like that, but who knows what was going to happen next. He gets cast as Aquaman, saves his career, and it did. It absolutely did, because now he's been in other movies. He was in $1 billion movie, so why would he just be like, fuck this, I'm just going to show up drunk? And then, of course, when she claimed that he showed up dressed up as Johnny Depp, I'm like, they dress similar. He wears that bohemian style, whatever the hell they call it. It's similar. And I'm like, I don't know. It's just, to me, it just seems like she was like really trying to reach when it came to that. And it sucks because it's like, to me, from the information that I've gathered from what I've heard, is the fact that the reshoots were happening, and it was mainly Jason Momoa that was like trying to make sure that this movie was going to be, a good follow-up. Yeah, even if James Wan probably, I mean, I feel sorry for James Wan. He's just, and if the SAG-AFTRA strike doesn't wrap up, he's going to have to be the only one that has to do press junkets. So he's going to have to answer about all this shit.
Yep.
That's what sucks. I feel sorry the most for James Wan.
Yeah. I also just want to add, like, I'm going to imagine this shoot was probably a little more tougher to get through because he was also going through a separation with his now former ex-wife. As any kind of separation.
Together.
No.
Did they? No.
I thought they did too. I thought they did.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Because I thought they got back together around the time the Batman release, and there's a big conspiracy theory that they're just doing that because he's got to go on press and talk about the Batman while her daughter's in it, etc. So
yeah, I don't know, but I think
it's not her daughter. It's
yeah, it is.
I'm with.
Yeah,
Zoe Kravitz? Yes, it is.
It's not his daughter.
No, but I mean, like, that's the daughter of his wife. That was his stepdaughter.
Oh yeah. It's not his.
No, I know that he's not the dad. No, I know it's Lenny. It's
Lenny Kravitz.
The name. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they are separated. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. They're separated.
I don't think this article did anybody any favors. Like,
it did
100%. But I also think that the notes were probably taken. Just that was a really slimy thing to do, was just take someone's therapist notes and put it in an article.
Yeah.
Like, and again, this is also coming from Tatiana Segal, who is notorious for being very slimy in terms of her reporting. So it really didn't shock me to see this pop up, but I was just reading it, just going, oh my God. Like Paul mentioned, Aquaman's one of my favorite characters. I'm looking forward to this movie, and seeing this just put a giant pit in my chest. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This is fucking ridiculous. But I feel really bad for James Wan. Obviously, Jason Momoa's like had to try and whip this movie into shape in some fashion or another. I think Amber Heard and Johnny Depp are both insane. 100%.
Yeah, I don't know why people take sides because it's both of them. There's never, no one's ever right in a bad relationship.
No,
Sorry,
I'm not Johnny Depp's biggest fan by any means necessary, but I will also say that people just shouldn't be vilified at all in the media, and that's a very apparent thing that's happened over the last few years, and it's just ugly one way or the other. But even still, like, it's just, I don't know. I'm with Dave. It's one big hit piece, and I think, honestly, since Tatiana Skull couldn't get anything on Ray Fisher anymore, she's just going after anyone who was associated with that cast. Anyway,
what the hell did Elon Musk have to do with this stuff?
He was
Like,
that's the thing that cracked me up. That's the thing that cracked me up about the whole thing. It was like, you know, the fact that Elon Musk, like, that was reported that he fought for her to get back in there, and I was like, oh man, the people like that are supporting Amber Heard who hate Elon Musk, how are they going to process that? It's like, but of course, no, you know, obviously nobody was like going to, like, you know, any of that camp was not going to just be like, oh my God, Elon Musk, I like him now. But it was just kind of, it was interesting that they threw that in there, and I was like, whoa. But to me, it almost seems like, you know, like even what Phil was saying was the fact that it's like, oh yeah, we got to spice this thing up. So why not add that little Elon Musk part of it? I mean, obviously, maybe she did hear about that. I don't know. It's all, I mean, it's not concrete things, but at the same time, I just go, fuck, James Wan's going to have to, like, answer for all of this.
Well, not if he has a smart PR team and just say, you don't get to ask about this, this, and this. If you ask about it, interview's over. You know, like,
I mean, look at the press for The Flash. Look at all the shit Ezra Miller was not asked. You know,
and even look at when fucking Michael B. Jordan did stuff for Creed. There's an interview that asked about Superman, and his PR person's like, no, you can't ask about that mid-interview. They need to be more on top of that. Like, all these people, like, the fact that, like, I don't care that much, but the fact that if they put these actors, directors in this situation, you got to say, we're here to talk about the movie. We're not going to talk about anyone's divorce. We're not talking about behind the scenes unless it's about how did you get this shot, etc. Like, that's all they need is a good PR, and then you don't got to answer any of this. And I guess that's also where the angle I come from, though, with this. It's like, I don't think this affects the movie's success one way or another. I think this is stuff that there's no news right now, so people are trying to get clicks, trying to get out there. I don't know how much of this is true, not true. There's very little, there's no casting, there's no trailers, there's no interviews, so sites are just trying to find anything, and this is a hot story, but no one's going to read this and be like, I'm seeing or not seeing Aquaman 2. Like, I don't, because I think everyone already has their opinions about Amber Heard. I'm much like Phil, where I don't really care about her or Johnny Depp. I think it's a mix of both. So for me, it's a thing of like, if it was her or Johnny Depp saying, hey, Jason Momoa's a shit guy, I'd be like, well, I don't know. I couldn't trust either one. And either way, you got to separate that from the art from the artist most of the time. Depends the situation, you know, like, I love professional wrestling. I've never watched another Chris Benoit match after he killed his family, right? That's one time where I go, I can't do that. But people being shitty, okay, I can watch Aquaman. If Jason Momoa is even a fucking big drunk guy, if that's a true case, I can watch Aquaman. So I think it doesn't matter at the end. This movie's either going to do well or fall on its face regardless. If this article came out or not, and people still going to like Momoa regardless, and they're still going to hate Amber Heard regardless, and they're still going to feel a way about Elon. So for me, I didn't actually do a full deep dive, because once I saw there was no, like, all the news was Justice League's going to recast. We know that. Okay, he's Lobo. We know he's Lobo. Like, it was not too much, and the drama stuff I don't care about too much, because this universe is ending. Like, there's not going to be Aquaman 3. So I would get if there's Aquaman 3, because, like, fuck, what do they do now with this cast? But there's not going to be. I feel bad for James Wan, but I think he'll be okay as well. He's gonna go make a great movie after this, and he's fine. And I'm sure he got paid a boatload of money. No pun intended with the boatload, of course.
He also doesn't do trilogies. So there's that.
He doesn't do trilogies. Yeah, he said that, right? So, and he's with God, what did they partner with? Blumhouse, or did him and his company? They partner. Yeah, so they're gonna go make a boatload of stuff. Yeah,
dude. All I want to see is him and David F. Sandberg make some, like, great horror movie or movies, and be like, yeah, put the experience you had with these sequels, because let's face it, like, when it came to the first Shazam, David F. Sandberg had a good time with it, and it warranted a sequel. It didn't do gangbusters, but it was like, it still warranted a sequel, and still, like, a lot of people are like, hey, you know, the first Shazam movie, great. Second one, not so much. And it's
you had him on, like, social media, just like he was on, like, social media where he was trying to, like, grab a DVD of like something else where it was filled with Shazam stuff, and like, I don't know, it's just, yeah.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, like, that's what happens when you get into like these big machines and these, like, you got suits up on the fucking, top of the tower that are trying to make decisions for you. And that's what sucks. It's like, that's not why you got into filmmaking. We've seen this too many times. And, for the most part, sometimes, some of the content we get when it comes to superhero movies is filmmaker driven. Sure. But at the same time, you get this shit, especially with DC in the past fucking, 6-7 years. It's just like you got these suits that are trying to make decisions right here, not like letting the filmmaker cook, as the kids say nowadays. And you got you brought in like these horror directors that have done very well on their own. You bring them into this, and but obviously David F. Sandberg, he's never been a part of some kind of big franchise. James Wan has, because he did Fast and Furious. He did Furious 7. And even that, I mean, that's when Paul Walker died. So they had to like flip things, they had to
Talk
do that.
About stressful.
That had to have been stressful, and be like, you had to mourn a death of a beloved celebrity and an actor and somebody you worked with who I've never heard a bad thing about. Paul Walker,
Right.
Heard bad things about Vin Diesel, but not Paul Walker. He was, sadly, but it's just, so of course having to deal with that. So he's already been in like a machine type setting, and then he gets into this machine, and it's like, fuck, man. And it's like, and for the most part, when it comes to like the first Aquaman, I mean, I thought he did a fantastic job. I mean, the visual effects and the fact that he brought that to life and added to, expanded on what was already created. And I thought James Wan did a great job because he's an excellent filmmaker. And now he's just like in this shit show of the sequel. And I'm like, fuck, man, I can't wait till this is all over. It's out. And then James Wan just goes off and makes like another like low budget horror movie or whatever the fuck, mind fuck kind of movie. And it's going to blow our minds, because I like Malignant. I don't care what anybody says.
Malignant's amazing.
It was fun. It was a fun time.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that movie
Love
because he captured that 80s camp,
Oh, yeah.
Like if you don't know that 80s camp, you're not going to enjoy that movie. But I fucking
I don't understand.
I've been watching 80s
yeah.
camp all day,
You
so
weren't
I
a
got
fuck
you.
till 20 years later. Yeah,
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
watching
that's
80s camp all day, so I hear you.
yeah. That's what I
Friday
love
the
about
13th.
that. And he has that style. I mean, obviously James Wan, his signature is the camera revolving around like a fight or something happening. That was even like right when there's a scene in the first Saw movie, obviously, that he directed, where somebody's trying to get out of the whatever the hell, and the camera's revolving around.
Yeah,
And it's all sped up too. And it's like, all right, that's his signature move. So you'll see that in a James Wan movie where he has to have that revolving camera as like crazy actions happening. And
He did it in Aquaman 1.
Oh yeah, with
Mira.
With
Mira.
No, it wasn't Mira. It was
it's Nicole
yeah.
Kidman.
Yeah, it was
Nicole
what's her
Kidman, but there was
name?
also the scene where Manta and the rest of the underwater guards, like they go after Arthur and Mira in Italy.
Yeah,
the
that's
water
right. He
and
did
stuff,
do it.
yeah.
Sicily. Yeah.
What the fuck is Aquaman's mom's name? Why can I
Atlanta.
Thing.
Atlanta.
Nicole Kidman.
Just think about just Atlanta, Georgia. Just like
Yeah.
that. But it's
Atlanta.
Atlanta, not Atlanta.
Double N minus T.
Atlanta.
There you go.
There you go.
That's a good way to make it. But no, I mean, yeah, when I read the article and I broke it down, I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, first off, obviously, we know that when it comes to the Justice League members, yeah, I think we all kind of accepted that nobody's coming back.
It's literally a no
news.
shit thing. It
Old
is such
news.
a no shit thing. Like,
Old news, nothing
I
burger.
just hate how that made people so spiteful, saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna finally get a good Justice League." I'm like, shut the fuck up. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of people being spiteful in that regard. Like, people are finally like, oh yeah, now we can finally get a great Cyborg and a great Flash. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking
Who the
about?
fuck is saying that? Like a great Cyborg? We already had a.
You
great
don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Yeah, I probably don't want to know.
No, there's always going to be those people with that, and then there's always going to be it's like what I kept seeing was like you got those types of people, and then of course you got the people that were still hanging on to
Right.
like
Oh, yeah.
returning And I'm like,
now it's sell the Snyderverse to Universal. I'm like, give up.
I know.
At this point.
I know. I mentioned that too. I was like, yeah, they went from Netflix to Universal. And it's like, stop. I mean, like I said, I even talked, I went back and forth briefly because I think I maybe talked some sense in the dude, but I was like, dude, your whole hashtag bring back Zack Snyder. Why do you want to bring him back into this madness? He's building shit, like support him over there.
They don't care. I'm sorry, but they don't care.
Well, that's why I said there's Zack Snyder fans and there's Zack Snyder DC fans. You know, that's the thing. And there's DC fans and then there's Zack Snyder DC fans. I mean, that's the thing. It's like some of these people are only, they have like, this is all they like. They like a certain amount. And that's what I don't like. It's like we're all, you know, I mean, I know Travis, you're not as big of a Zack Snyder fan as, you know, maybe some of us here.
Oh, I love Justice League.
I know, but I'm saying but at the same time, it's like you're not going around going like, oh, what he did.
I don't care.
You know, yeah, exactly.
We're on other things, and you're right. And that happened though, even with Nolan. There was people that are just Nolan DC fans, right? Of just the way. And same thing if you look at the old Marvel, and eventually when Feige leaves, there will be people that are just a fan of that type of. Well, I liked this type of style MCU, definitely. And that's where it's like. For me, I like them all, and I like Man of Steel, BVS, and Justice League to varying degrees. Justice League is the only one of those movies I'd say I love. I really enjoy that one, but I enjoy them all. And I've always been the camp that for some reason, if he were to come back, sure, I'd be down. My favorite DC movie of his is Watchmen, though. Still, I fucking love Watchmen the most. That's my favorite Snyder film. I watch the Ultimate Cut all the time. I love just sitting down, consuming that 5 hours. I know that's not his favorite cut, but I just fucking love it. But if he were to come back, great. But if not, like there's many times this has happened where great directors have left a franchise, and I don't know, you just move on. And I hope Legacy is good. I hope the Batman 2 is good. I hope all of it's good. And then if it's not, then you move on to the next thing. You know. So,
you know what really made this easier for me to swallow was like I've been through. When I was younger, I was very easily able to make the distinction of, okay, this is Val Kilmer, this is George Clooney. Obviously, they're the same, but different actors. It's like, okay, I can separate that. But then you go fast forward. I've been through Christian Bale. I've been through Ben Affleck. Robert Pattinson's now a current Batman, and we're going to get another one, hopefully, with Brave and the Bold. I've been through Brandon Routh. I've been through Henry Cavill. Now we're going to get David Corenswet. I've been through Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, now Tom Holland. Like, this stuff to me is like, oh, okay. My favorite's no longer in the role anymore. That's fine. I still have what I have here. I can enjoy it anytime I want. That's great. Let's see what the new cast brings and see what kind of thing they can do different to separate themselves from what's come before. Hopefully, they don't try and do too much of what has come before, because then you end up with something like Kevin Spacey's Lex Luthor.
Ooh.
Right.
Yeah. Deep pull, right?
And, like, of course, I get it. I get people that it's the thing you like and you want more of it, but everything comes to an end, right? Like, I fucking love, we were talking about the Nolan stuff today. That's my favorite comic book trilogy, but I couldn't expect Christopher Nolan to make Batman forever, right? And that's not what he wants to do. Same thing, Matt Reeves. I would love it if after 3 they go, yeah, we're going to do the Batman 4, 5, and 6 because I love this aesthetic, this feel, the route he's going. But once he's done, it's done. And that's the thing. I think it's just you learn more as you're in this community. That's like you have your certain takes and things you like. And then the rest of you like something more, it's just gravy. I'm lucky. There's many people there that have a favorite. Like my favorite superhero is Batman. And I have multiple films that I absolutely love. There's people out there that have a favorite superhero that don't have a, they got comics, but there's no movie. Like, like if people are a major Catwoman fan, they got no great solo Catwoman live action movie, I'm pretty lucky. So it's like, and same thing like you're saying, Phil, we're going to get so many more. We'll get 5 more Superman and 5 more Batman by the time we're dead, And
see, what's interesting too is like my favorite Batman movie is probably Dark Knight. And that's not my favorite Batman, though. My favorite Batman is
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. I like his Batman, and BVS is like a close second. It's just like, it's a weird thing because I just when I watch Dark Knight as a movie, just as a standalone movie, it's like, it's just so great, so fantastic. But Christian Bale is not my favorite Batman. And then I watch BVS. It's such a different, because it's an expanded universe, a comic book universe, because you got obviously Superman and everybody that's in that movie. But and then I just look at Ben Affleck, I'm like, well, that's my favorite cinematic Batman, because it just seems like that's just more lifted off the page more than any other Batman. But I could still be like, oh yeah, but Michael Keaton's all my third because I grew up. You know, I remember going to the movies as a kid and watching Batman '89 and just being obsessed with that movie. And I was a kid, watch it over and over again. You know, it's like
I could just imagine what the young Dave would look like. He's like, wow.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Dave. Like my favorite Batman movie now is probably, like, in my humble opinion, like the Batman is probably the most pristine, best version of Batman in live action. But you know, The Dark Knight is absolutely in that same conversation, right?
Yeah.
But then, like, my favorite on-screen Batman, Ben Affleck, right?
Yeah.
But like my first Batman that I saw on the screen was Val Kilmer. So my ranking goes in a weird way. It goes, you know,
yeah, it's such a
Affleck,
weird thing.
Yeah.
Pattinson, Kilmer, Bale, Keaton.
And then even like I've said it time and time again, it's like Kilmer's Bruce Wayne is up there with me, man. I love his Bruce Wayne because and that's why, you know, going back to talking about the Schumacher cut is like I want to see more of that because they really, like, Schumacher was really trying to dig into the psyche of Bruce
Wayne, right.
You know, but even if you watch the Batman Forever now, it's like his Bruce Wayne is better than
good.
It's better than Keaton's. I'm telling you, I'm like,
100%.
I've said that time and time again, and I'm like, when it comes to like my favorite like Bruce Wayne's, like I think Kilmer's like second for me, you know, or something. I don't know. I haven't even really ranked the Bruce Wayne's, but Kilmer's is like up there because I thought he fucking was awesome when it came to Bruce Wayne more than Batman. You know, you got to like distinct that too. It's like, you know, for me, it's like Ben Affleck. I thought he had a good balance between both Batman and Bruce Wayne. But man, when it came to Kilmer, I was like, man, that's a good Bruce Wayne right there. Anytime I watch Batman Forever, I'm like, I like his Bruce Wayne way more than I like his Batman. Not way more, but more than his Batman because yeah.
Well, it's like the Spider-Man conversation, right? Like I'm of the mind that Toby was a really great Peter, Andrew was a really great Spider-Man, and then Tom took best of both, and he's like a really great blend.
Oh, I've
of
heard
both.
that. Yeah, several. I've heard that count to death, but yeah.
Crazy,
you know,
but how are we feeling about okay, let's move on to the MCU Daredevil. I mean, we already kind of talked about it and
wait, Dave, did you see that one one, was it an article or was it, I don't know, I saw something that Kevin Feige said, oh, even though we have 32 movies, we've barely scratched the surface.
Oh yeah, that was something that came out today.
It's true though. People are giving them shit, but it's like there's so many storylines that they've not even done upon. If the MCU is successful, you could still go on for another 15 to 30 years.
Well, you still have the X-Men and
Fantastic Four.
Right. True, but
there's
how
also
do you
like
do that?
50, 60 years worth of Marvel comics they can pull from. So it's
85 years. Like there's like even Spider-Man. I know they don't own Spider-Man, but like if they partner and do Miles, like there's tons of stuff. It's a question of can they get there? Well, these next 3 years are going to dictate that. They're going to like, it's like I'm on the, like, I love the MCU. People know that. I'm on the bandwagon of, to me, all these reports are, of course, there's bad to it, but I think it's a good thing because it's them going, okay, this shit's not working. Let's stop and turn it around or try to turn it around, right? Instead of, fuck, let's just keep going. And what, because then what happens is, to me, it's exactly what happened with the Bay Transformers movies, where you kept doing those, and now Bumblebee and whatever that last one, Transformers.
You know, I watched
Rise of the Beast.
Like people turned against that franchise. They because they got so tired of it. Now anything with Transformers names, they don't give a shit about it. And that's why I feel like with MCU, you could get to that point, but that's why it's better. Okay, stop now. And you're not going to see the, like I said this in a tweet, Echo, Ironheart, what else is with the Agatha? There's a good chance those are they could suck because they are made in this like era. It's going to be like the 2026 and after. Like this is also they can't. That's why they stopped doing Daredevil now, because they probably saw those other shows were like, yeah, we can't have this happen again. And you also got to remember, it's still on Feige, but this was a known fact that Chapek went to them and Lucasfilm and said, we want you guys to make as much shit as possible for our streaming app. So I know everyone wants to wave and say, oh, Feige's in trouble, but it's like he was given a task of like, you have to make all these shows or we're just going to replace you. And he had to. There's all these articles about Chapek took a lot of power from him, and now Iger, who's his boy, is there. So I think Feige, he's safe until Secret Wars. After Secret Wars, talk to me, but I think this is, to me, all
That's
good
what
news.
I keep on saying. I'm like, he's looking at Secret Wars is like, I got to get to Secret Wars at least, you know.
And I think
that, and he will. Yes, I'm not saying he won't, but at the same time, like when it comes to the Daredevil thing, with this whole thing that was coming out, and obviously it shined light on, what was wrong with Secret Invasion for sure. It was like, oh wow, there was like some shit that does make sense now, because I was like, started off like you had something, and then it just went, But it was like, but when it comes to Daredevil,
like a wet fart.
Daredevil's is a different thing, because it came from a Netflix show that everybody loved.
Yeah.
And now you're going to bring him over here, and at the same time it's like, oh yeah, we're going to lighten him up. And now a lot of us were kind of worried, because it's like, well, we like this thing over here when it was like dark and gritty and kind of R-rated, and now you're going to lighten him up a little bit. I'm like, all right, well, let's see what you have to do. And I can probably, I can only imagine like seeing what they've shot, and Kevin Feige just going, now this sucks. This is not good. This is not good. Like this. I mean, did you see what we're coming off of? I mean, we're literally bringing the same actor, same suit, esque, into this, and people already didn't like how he was shown in She-Hulk.
Right.
It's like, yeah,
I didn't mind it.
I liked it in She-Hulk.
I didn't like the whole when he was doing the walk of shame.
That's
thing.
fair, yeah. But like lots of the comedic beats.
I like the introduction when he was like doing all the when he was like kind of fucking with her and he was flipping around and stuff like that. I was like, all right, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's but even the stuff where he flirts and all the stuff he has back and forth Jennifer Walters, that's very Matt Murdock. He's like a big like he
I didn't mind
there's
that.
a big light. This is a guy who wears like Christmas sweaters in December. Like he's a lighthearted guy at times. But I think that's the only benefit for them with the strikes is everything got shut down, and they've had extra amount of time to watch stuff like this. Where before, there's a chance these scripts that they deemed that weren't good enough, they probably would have shot it all and just went forward because we got to get this out. We have to move forward. But now with the strikes, they have nothing but time to watch this stuff and go, you know what? This might be shit, and we can't have this air because we're in Secret Invasion happened, Ant-Man happened. So there is a reality where the strikes never happen, and these projects come out, and Daredevil is really poor. And I hope they turn around. I am of the mindset, I get why people are bringing up the suit thing of like 4 episodes. In a perfect world to me is that if you could write a show so good that you wouldn't even miss the suit for 3 episodes, that's what I would want. But obviously I don't have the faith after what all the reports were here. But that's why for me, I don't need the suit. I don't need to be like, we talked about Dark Knight Rises. Bale's barely in that suit, and I fucking love the movie. I enjoy the hell of that movie. And same thing, even if you look at, sure, he's not in the suit in season 1. I don't care what people say. Sure, he's in a black, like he has a toque on and a black, but
there's the action.
Yeah, there's the action, right? And that's fair. And yeah, same as season 3, right? He had none of that. He didn't even put on the suit once. Right. So that's why as long as the show's good, it doesn't matter if people go, oh, he's wearing a suit episode 1. If the show sucks, it's not going to matter. The suit's not going to save the movie or the show. So that's like, for me, it's all positive stuff, but we have to wait because we can get Daredevil in 2026 goes, well, they spent all this money and it's still crap. So like, what are we doing here? And I've been more positive than other people than the MCU, but yeah, I didn't like Secret Invasion. I didn't like Ant-Man. There's some Phase 4 stuff that's messy, but like this is why even stuff like with Blade and the X-Men stuff, like them rewriting Blade to me is a good thing though, because it's like that's another sign of them going, fuck, like if we want to keep Ali, this 2-time Academy Award winner, this actually has to be like good. We can't just rush this shit out. And that's what I hope it is. That's why I'm trying to be positive, because it's better to turn it around now than do what they've been doing, because they will look at the Captain Marvel stuff, look at ratings, like they will start to make it feel less special. And I think them going back to less projects is going to help a lot too, because
totally.
That's so I'm being optimistic, and I think they will.
Well, look what they did with the Iron. What is the Iron? Not Ironheart.
Iron
because
Fist.
apparently.
Armor Wars.
Armor Wars. Yeah,
Yes,
I always. The fact that they were like, you know what, we're gonna make that a movie instead. It's like, all right, good job. Don't stretch that out. Don't stretch that story out into like 6 or 7 episodes where we kind of just go, can we get to the point here? And that's the problem. That's what's been happening with television, or like at least the streaming shows, is they're trying to stretch these stories out. Secret Invasion could have been a movie, 100%. Didn't need it like with a better ending for sure. But it's like, but it could have been a movie. So I think they saw that in like or like they realized that when it came to the struggles with that, and they're like, Armor Wars, yeah, let's just
Make it a movie.
let's just whatever you like, let's just take the main point, let's make it a movie, and
honestly,
it'll be fine.
Like I think turning Armor Wars into a movie is actually better for fans like you, like me, like Travis, because we've been invested with Don Cheadle since Iron Man 2, and it's like, give him his time to shine in his own movie for once.
We hope it's that I was invested in Secret Invasion if he's been a Skrull for the past like 5 to 6 years.
Dude, when that was revealed, I was like, fuck off.
Yeah,
fuck off. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I think they're gonna retcon that and make it that it happened like right after Falcon Winter Soldier, because they can say whatever they want. As I've pointed out many times in the show, the end credit for Hulk was Iron Man recruiting the Hulk for the Avengers, and then Iron Man 2, they're like, you're not a part of the Avengers, you're too dangerous, Tony. Like, they can say this stuff, but I think they will retcon that Skrull reveal, because I think they just know that soured a lot of people. And that same way of the idea of Don Cheadle being a Skrull in Endgame, you're like, man, that's not the way to go. So I think they're going to retcon that and say, oh no, it happened right after Falcon Winter Soldier. You've known him the whole time until this point, until recently. And I think that's, and I'm fine. I'd rather them retcon it. It's a cheap way out, but I'd rather them retcon it than watch Endgame and know that's a Skrull. And like time traveling.
It was really foolish on the showrunner's part to be like, yeah, maybe, I don't really know, but
what the hell are you talking about?
Like, what the fuck do you mean?
Yeah,
what? You don't know?
Yeah, and that's why they didn't know, because there's this power struggle, and the script probably went all over the place.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's why he said it. He was like, "Fuck this."
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I'm sure Kevin Feige loved that. I'm sure he loved that.
And that was one of the things that article point out, where he's been less involved with a lot of these projects, right? So I do think that's something James Gunn does have right. I think MCU can go a little further because they've did it, but the whole 2 movies, 2 shows a year, I think that's a good cap. I think MCU will stick to their 3 movies a year because they like doing one the spring, one the summer, one in the fall, whatever. Christmas now, like sometimes, and then 2 shows. I don't really count the animated stuff because I don't think that's tracking too much well. So I think if they do 3 movies, 2 TV shows, that's fine. And them serializing it and actually having show Bibles, which most shows should have, like that, then you don't have that guy being like, I don't know if he's a Skrull, because if it's a show Bible, then you have the layout there. They got to drop this whole fix it and post thing. And you know what? That's, as an MCU fan, that's where it's like, of course, like I want them to do well, but there's no universe where they were just going to pull off another Infinity Saga for the next 50 years. Like there is going to be something. And this is really, I'd say this past year and a half has been the first time they've taken shots and got knocked down in like a boxing scenario, right? They've always taken punches, but this is the first time they got rocked and the ref had to ask them, can you continue? Now I think they're going to get up. Now the question is, do they get knocked down again? And with the Marvels, that's tough, right? Because I think like that could be a good movie, but I just don't think it's going to do well for them. So that's where it's just like, I think it's
like, especially with that budget.
The budget, that's the problem too. It's like a 220. It's like, what are we doing here? And I get it's like, I hate the argument. People go, well, it's $1 billion, film, first one. It was sandwiched in between Infinity War and Endgame. Like it, not any movie, but still, that had a lot to do with it.
Same situation with Ant-Man too, like.
And exactly. So it's just like they should, and that's where I said that's where sometimes I do give Feige a bit of a pass, because we always say, oh, what's going on with Moon Knight? Eternals, Shang-Chi, She-Hulk, like where are all these characters, Kate Bishop? But he was given an edict to, we have an app, make this fucking content now. And it's like, well, this is the problem now that we have all these characters and they just did too much too fast. They had a bunch of characters like Loki and Wanda already. We didn't really need all these new characters, even though I like Shang-Chi. Yeah, I like Shang-Chi and I like Moon Knight, but like...
Yeah, Shang-Chi was like one of the... I mean, I'm like sitting there going, I need a sequel. Where's the sequel? Please give me a sequel.
And
because Shang-Chi was something... It was something different, and it literally, like, it had... Like, when it came to the action, I mean, it had, like, just... I mean, come on. The action in that movie was different from what we've seen when it comes to an MCU movie. And it's like, okay, this reminds me of old kung fu movies, like Jackie Chan movies, and those kind of more like horror, it just kind of reminded me of those, like just the way that they were doing the fight choreography. I'm like, all right, this is something different. Please give me more of this. And it's like, you don't hear about Shang-Chi 2. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it sucks.
Or he's not even in other projects. He's not even like popping up and stuff.
Where's that Disney Plus series about the 10 rings?
Yeah, they will return. When?
Yeah,
when they returning. It's said in the end credits, the 10 rings will return, and it's like,
right?
We're coming on 4 years since that happened, and that's, I'm not saying, because I know people sometimes go, oh, drop the cinematic universe thing. I'm not saying exactly that, but just like you look at the phase 1 when we meet all those heroes, we see them again in 2012, so it's only like a couple years after. Then you get Winter Soldier and Thor 2,
and they
Iron
need
Man
us
3.
to. They need the audience to give a shit about these characters.
Yes,
Like, I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying people don't care, but like, as in, like, have them go through some shit.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like I was just talking about this recently on Geek First. So there you go, cheap plug. But it's just like with the phase 1, we had our 4 people, and then you had Hawkeye and Black Widow, whatever. But our 4 people, those were the main characters, right? I know it was about the stones. So it was like Thor, Cap, Hulk, and Iron Man. We're following them for the next 3 sagas. And of course, you met Guardians, you met Ant-Man, Spider-Man, but those were the core. The fact that we're in phase 5, Endgame ended in 2019. We still have no fucking clue who the Avengers are. It bugs the shit out of me. Just, they should have done a mini event, like, not like it sounds stupid, but Avengers movie, do it like the first one, where of course it's a big scale, but it's not Endgame or Infinity War where it's universe ending. Just have them go up against some villain, any villain, and then we know, okay, Sam is a main character, Carol is, and I know of course we lost Chadwick, so I think he was going to be one, of course. So there's a couple things that they couldn't control, but just even give us our like core 4 of who are we supposed to really care about. And then what about the rest of these people? You know, like when do we see Kate Bishop again? When do we like? There's just all these random people floating around. It's just they just did too much. They bit off so much they could chew, whether it was Chapek or their idea. And they're paying now.
Yeah, there's a whole thing of like trying to figure out what was it, because obviously you lost Steve Rogers, you lost Tony Stark. So it's like, oh shit, especially when he comes to Robert Downey Jr., because let's face it, no matter what, if Robert Downey Jr. was in the movie, whether it was, you know, an Avengers movie or not, or a Spider-Man movie, he was what you sold it with, was that. He was the selling point. So you don't have that anymore. And then the next guy down was Chris Evans, Captain America. You don't have him anymore. Yeah. So, I mean, this goes back to the argument too. I mean, obviously Chadwick Boseman was going to be probably stepping into one of those.
I think so.
Yeah. But now that he's gone, it's like, and then they didn't want to do the thing of like recasting because they thought, oh, that we can't do that. But at the same time, that's where the argument comes in. It's like, well, maybe you should have, because then you could have this. And then they, of course, when it came to Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, they were like, well, let's hand the mantle down to Shuri. And then it's like, well, is that going to work? Did people really think that she's, I don't know. It's just like a whole, it's just so messy. And then you're like, all right, then we got Carol, and it's like, but they do have like a mixed bag. It's funny because if they were to do another Avengers movie, they do have all the elements there. I mean, they don't have Scarlet anymore either. They don't have Black Widow. Even Hawkeye handed down the mantle too. It's like, so you could have an Avengers with all the hand I guess the hand-me-downs, but is it going to work? That's the thing. That's why, like, when I'm like thinking, I'm like, okay, so if Kevin Feige wants to get to the point where it's like, all right, you take on Kang, and they're establishing Kang, still going on, you know, with Loki, still trying to push that forward, and they get to Kang Dynasty. Who knows what's going to be, you know, what's going to handle with that. But it's just, again, it's like, oh, just get the Secret Wars, and then maybe you could hit that little bit of reboot button. Because honestly, I think after Secret Wars, just reboot everything with X-Men and Fantastic Four. To me, I just think that's the way to go. It's just because if you're going to have X-Men, you're going to have mutants, you're going to have Fantastic Four with no Tony Stark, no Steve Rogers. It just seems...
It's gonna be awkward having Reed Richards not have that other super smart scientist technical to play off of, number one, but also this is a theory I've had for a while, even since Loki season 1. It would not shock me at all if, to me, it feels like Tom Hiddleston is like the number 1 player right now in the MCU.
They should.
I would not be shocked if Tom Hiddleston's Loki was the one to assemble a multiversal team of Avengers to go after Kang and the Kang Dynasty.
Isn't that what the rumor is for Secret Wars, that he's gonna recruit Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man, Hugh Jackman?
Well, that is the working theory is Kang Dynasty is the 616 heroes, and then Secret War is the multiverse heroes, and then they all come together to stop Kang.
The multiverse of
no, I agree with you, Phil. That and that's where we don't know, because that's the same thing before the strike. Remember, they let go the writer of Secret Wars and Kang Dynasty, so it's the same thing of those movies are getting reworked too. So
it's only Secret Wars. What is his name? Jeff Loveness, because Michael Waldron's still doing Secret Wars.
He wrote Quantumania. So
he wrote Quantumania.
Yeah, and he's out. He's gone though. He's gone. He's the one. Yeah,
Michael Waldron's still on Secret Wars.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of that because I liked Loki season 1 and I like Multiverse of Madness, so it's still good for me. I know some people are mixed on him, but
Big Sam. I like Waldron too.
That's one of the things that I not hated, but some of the rumors and the roster was completely new for the Avengers lineup, right? And I agree with you because I saw your tweet. It's Loki should be on that team. Whatever you feel about the Thor movies, Hemsworth should still be on that team. That's what I loved about.
Have them actually be killed off by Kang. That's what.
Well, the big difference is this Loki isn't the Loki. It's not quite the same Loki. It's a different Loki.
He's low key a different one.
It's the variant who's been in the TVA. So it's.
I got it. I got that. Yeah.
I know it's a sometimes foreign concept to them, but do what you did in the comics, where when you got the Ultimate Avengers, it was a mix of old and new. Wolverine was there, Spider-Man was there, but Tony and Cap were still around. So that's the thing where it's that's where I think you should have a mix of all these rumors so far, and they're just rumors. But the Avengers team have always just been a lot of just new people. I feel like that's right. You should go. Okay, Carol's there and Thor, but that's when you throw in somebody new, and I don't know. They got lots of time, but I still think it's a mistake that we don't know who the Avengers are at this point. It's it's been so long. Are they not even a thing? And maybe we'll learn about that in Cat 4. Maybe we will, right? Because Thunderbolt's the president, but
yeah. But see, that's the thing. It's when it came to building up the Infinity War saga. I mean, and I know there was always that thing of oh, you got to set up the next movie, movie. But they did a good job of setting up who, I mean, obviously it's you had you right from the beginning with Iron Man, and you got Samuel Jackson, Nick Fury showing up for Tony Stark, and then of course Tony Stark shows up in Incredible Hulk, and then it was just and then of course you had Thor, which really didn't do much. They
introduced the Tesseract.
Of course was the MacGuffin of
and Loki, right? He was the villain of Avengers, so that works to that too.
And then of course Cap was all right, we got to get him to the 21st century kind of thing. So it's they had the plan, but now it just seems they're going.
Well, to your point, the foundation was there for almost every single movie in terms of pushing it forward. In terms of Iron Man, you had shields sprinkled throughout, even with the sequels, right? You had shields sprinkled throughout the first Iron Man movie, and what was the payoff to that? You get Nick Fury at the end telling him you're not alone in this universe, right? Then of course you got Cap bringing the Tesseract, getting him into the future. Then you've got Thor bringing in.
Well, also in the Cat movies, you also had Tony Stark's father in those, which was
very true, right? Very true. Dominic Cooper. Yes.
Yeah, it's Dominic Cooper.
Yeah. And so you get the big payoff with the Avengers film, and then you look at Phase 2. It's okay, well, what is Phase 2 going to build towards? It kind of introduces a couple new characters. You get Guardians of the Galaxy, you get Ant-Man, but then we also get the Avengers coming back to take on Ultron. As much as I despise that movie, it still had a
I like that movie,
and it pushed the
I really like that movie.
I think Age of Ultron is a fucking mess. That movie is territ Oh my god!
I only like it because Joss Whedon had a hard time with that movie.
It pushed it out of photo, right? It pushed it. It got more stones, and it got the start of Civil War. It's pretty much the prequel to Civil War. It's to show you, hey, Tony and Cap aren't getting along. They're about to fucking fight.
And then you've also got this Thor in a bath for 5 minutes having a vision of Ragnarok. Hoo-ha! Fucking right on, right?
Yeah, that didn't go anywhere. They totally didn't go anywhere.
Not at all. But then you get to Phase 3, and everyone's okay, well, we know that Phase 3 is going to culminate in, at the time, it was Avengers Infinity War Part 1, Avengers Infinity War Part 2. And then Spider-Man comes in the picture, and then things started. Yeah, then Spider-Man gets thrown in there, and the shift changes. They cancel, what was it, Inhumans, and turn it into a TV show.
Because that was a movie that Feige didn't want to make. Ike Perlmutter said, you have to make this movie. And he's
that's right.
I don't want to make this movie. He's you're making it. And then once Big Iger gave him more power, they changed it to, and that's why I still think Feige's going to be around for a while, because it's been notorious that Iger and Feige get it. Like Iger went to
100%.
fucking bat for Feige so many times. Like, remember Feige was taking meetings with Warner Brothers in 2015 because Perlmutter was fucking breathing down his neck and he was ready to jump ship. And Iger had to make that choice, and he did. So that's why I still think that Feige has until Secret Wars. And then after that, we'll see. If it's a success, then maybe we go more. If not, then they part ways. But I don't think Iger, especially right now, the way Disney is, people go, oh, who's going to replace Feige? Nobody right now. Iger's not going to want to shake this up right now. Like, imagine that before you get to Secret Wars. Yeah, we let go of Kevin Feige. No, you're not going to do that. Like, even little stuff like, listen to Andrew Garfield. What did he talk about the whole time when he's promoting him? Oh, I love working with Feige. It's been such a great time. I love the way he thinks. Like, these actors, whatever you think, they trust him. They trust. Same thing with those reports came out the Black Widow thing, right? When they were in this lawsuit, Feige had no idea that was going on, and him and ScarJo were tight. But it was like, well, I'm still gonna sue you and sue Disney. I'm really sorry, but I have to do this. And Feige's like, yeah, go ahead. Like, so like he has a good working relationship with people. Like, look at Hugh Jackman. Right. He talks about like Feige snuck him comics in 2000s. Like, I think that that would rock unless it's a scandal, right? Unless Kevin Feige kills somebody, like, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think they just trust him too much right now.
Not only
well,
that,
I'm just saying, I just don't see it have to be something earth-shattering, really bad tweets, you know?
Not only that, the only person who's even able to get rid of Feige at this point is Bob Iger, because Kevin Feige's title is literally no. Kevin Feige's title is literally Kevin Feige, Marvel. He is Marvel Studios.
Comics, TV, everything 100%. Now. Because people forget that he's under the comics too. He delegates that to a lot of people, but still, like, they gave him all those promotions. Because, they're eating a little shit right now, but you had Endgame, which did surpass Avatar. And it got beat again, but still, like, he gets that clout, I think, for like a decade. You get like he gets to sit on that for a long time. Because do you want to let go of that guy? Not yet. That's why I think you get to Secret Wars. And if Secret Wars disappoints and Kang Dynasty, then you kind of go, Kevin, maybe it's time to we'll go a different route. But I think
It's also important to remember that like the landscape has forever changed with streaming Disney Plus, and I'm sure both Bob Iger and Kevin Feige are well aware of that, and they're both probably trying to figure out the best way possible to navigate. And that's exactly why Daredevil Born Again is getting born again for the third time. So
no, I mean, and again, it's like Daredevil came from another streaming service that did very well, and people praised. So I mean, it's hard to be like, hey, let's bring them over here, soften them up a little bit, and not do like, what they were doing over there. And it's like they finally Marvel. I mean, obviously Marvel's has their struggles, but at the same time, now they have a struggle with a character that existed on another platform. So people can actually say, not my Daredevil. They could say that. Yeah. And there's like and there's a lot riding on Daredevil because
people love that show.
People love that show. People are like, holy shit,
they
look at this.
They love D'Onofrio. They love
Charlie Cox.
They love Cox. They love Bernthal. Because remember, Bernthal's coming back too.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah.
There's a big thing.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's true, Dave, where they've never had to face that, right? And the only other time they've brought stuff back is like a No Way Home, let's have some fun situation, right? And no one's pissed there because they're just like, oh, Toby and Andrew, like that's very different. It's not we're making Spider-Man 4. It's, hey, Toby's gonna come in here for half an hour and play around, and you're like, okay,
same
cool.
With Andrew, right?
Yeah, same with Andrew, same with Defoe, same with like Multiverse of Madness. Where this is, hey, we're gonna try and get him in the MCU and have Cox as a standard, and like I hope it works out because I love Cox, and
I wholeheartely believe Multiverse of Madness made
somebody
the money.
Somebody clip that.
Somebody clip that. I wholeheartedly believe Multiverse of Madness. I wholeheartedly believe. Oh, you're fine. I wholeheartedly believe that like Multiverse of Madness made the money that it did, partially because people saw Patrick Stewart as Professor X and was like,
yes.
Yep,
100%.
Yep.
And Deadpool gets that too, because people forget that's almost a nearly $1 billion movie, Doctor Strange. That's why even with all their messes, I'm not in the reboot camp yet, because I am in for Secret Wars, but the idea that they should reboot after Endgame, I just can never buy that, because you had multiple popular characters, multiple hits still. Like, you reboot after Endgame, that means you don't get No Way Home, you don't get WandaVision, you don't get... So that's why it's like, they've still had way more wins than losses. I'm not counting Eternals, Shang-Chi, and Black Widow. Those were in the middle of the fucking pandemic. Like, none of those movies count to me. Like, we don't know how those would have done. You could argue that Shang-Chi could have done better or worse, but but the last, because I was talking about it was Ben on Twitter. It's like the last.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, out of the last 6 movies the MCU have released, only one has been below 750 million, and most studios would fucking kill for that. Because look at look at the budgets right now and everything going on, right? So it's like even if the MCU is not pulling in Phase 3 and Phase 2 numbers, those numbers are a lot better than what everybody else is pulling in. Because we talked about earlier, Indiana Jones, Mission Impossible, huge franchises are losing money. I know everyone hates fucking Thor: Love and Thunder here. Top 10 most profitable movie last year. It was in the top 10, right? So whatever you feel about it, it's like, as a business person, how do you not go, well, we'll do. And again, you know why? Probably still because it's Chris Hemsworth, a character that people, whatever you feel, they love him. So it's like the fact if he's on Avengers, what the fuck you doing? Why isn't Hemsworth in Avengers? It doesn't matter if it's a new class. Like, bring him in. Same thing like what you're talking about, Phil. Like, you make a point, Loki. We talked about we don't have like a core Avengers leading to Loki and Ultron and then Thanos. The only one really in the story right now leading to Kang Dynasty is Loki, because I guess Ant-Man now. Ant-Man has been added on, but so I guess your core right now is Paul Rudd and Tom Hiddleston, but still, like, there's not a big idea of who are we following, and they should supplant that. Yeah, Loki is going to be one of the main people you should be following, and it's like, it's Tom Hiddleston. He's a bigger star now. People love the dude. People fucking like. Back in the day when Tumblr was around, he created thirst trap photos. Like everyone fucking fell in. Like ladies love. Like it's just like, go with him. It doesn't matter that it's a show, and that's why I think it's just like people have said. There's just too much to pick from right now, and we don't know who is our core people. Who should we be following? Because even with Phase 1 to Phase 3, you have movies that you don't have to watch, right? Where right now we don't even know what those movies and projects are really, other than Loki and Ant-Man. Because what like does Moon Knight tie into Kang? Does Echo tie into Kang? Probably not, because they're dropping all in one day and want you to forget about it, in my opinion. So.
No, I agree completely 100%. I will say that in terms of Thor: Love and Thunder, it did bring in less money than its predecessor Ragnarok. So I'm sure they're probably looking at some kind of, well, we need to alter some things to get rid of Taika. But, you know, that's just my humble opinion there.
He ain't coming back. He ain't
I wouldn't. That Star Wars movie.
No, first of all, that's not happening.
That's got a movie coming out.
Yeah, Next Goal Wins. Yeah, in fall.
It's fine. It's fine, but I don't think he's coming back to Marvel. I think the Taika Waititi era has ended. I don't know. It's just because, I mean, just saying what Chris Hemsworth quotes about that, and you know, he wants to do something different with the character, and it would be awesome if they actually took you know, Kenneth Branagh took the character as seriously as possible. I mean, but can you imagine, like, even like just a fucking Northman, like, dark fucking Thor movie? Jesus Christ.
You're not getting that. You're not.
I know we're not gonna get that.
I think like Thor: Love and Thunder, that was their chance, but they just didn't.
No,
that was not their chance.
I think the best chance you have for Thor is that he goes back to Infinity War, where he's still jokey, but he has a darker thing. And and hey, maybe they kill off that kid.
Good point, Travis.
You know, like maybe they kill off that kid that they gave him in the last one. Like I wouldn't count Taika out yet, just because they have a working relationship with them. They like returning directors. That movie still made them money. So I'm not, and I don't need Taika back. That's like, I like the movies enough. My favorite ones, like you guys, the Kenneth Branagh one is still my favorite. I love that edition of Thor. So I'd like a rerun, but also at the same time, like, if I don't even know if you need Thor 5. I think you can just put him in the Avengers right now and send him off there. Like the same way Downey after Iron Man 3 just became a crossover guy. I think you could do that with Thor. Just have him crossovers, because you know they're going to put him and Loki together one more time. And I can't fucking wait, because I can't wait for Tom Hiddleston to explain that he's in love with himself, like with Sylvie. Like, I want to see Hemsworth have to react to that scene of like, I want him to meet Sylvie and like, oh, who's this? And like, technically that's his sister. And like, well, this is your sister and I'm your brother. And we're like getting it on. Like, there's lots of gold there to be had. But I think he could just become a crossover guy until Secret Wars. And then maybe they give him the big send off there, you know?
Yeah. Now, the big question is,
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna bring up, like, is the big question I have is, are they gonna do some version of the Young Avengers? Because you had Child Loki in season 1, you have this little, obviously the movie ends with Love and Thunder, so you'd have to imagine that character might pick up the hammer in some respect. You have Kate Bishop, you have Kamala Khan, you have Spider-Man could still figure into that somehow if you even wanted to introduce Miles.
Falcon Winter Soldier.
You're right.
Yeah. And I feel like they wanted to, but now it's a question: are they gonna? It's the same way like you guys were talking about Armor Wars. I'm still not even confident that's still gonna happen. Actually, I just wonder.
That's a fair criticism to have at this point.
And same in the Young Avengers. It's like, I like that idea, but do they do it now? Like, I think now they got to look at their projects and be more picky and go, okay, before we're greenlighting anything, because I'm sorry, I don't think people will pay to see an Armor Wars movie. I don't, unless they beef it up big time with a lot of cast. I just don't know if people will go out like the Marvels. I don't think they'll go out and see it.
There's going to be like holograms of fucking Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Tony Stark.
Yeah, maybe
that's how they're going to sell it. That's how they would actually sell it. Is like, oh, we gotta there's going to be a statue with Robert Downey Jr. with Tony Stark. There's going to be a lot of Tony Stark that they're going to have to sell with that movie. Sadly,
the rumor is they're bringing Ultron back for that. That's the current rumor with Armor Wars.
That would be good too.
With, Justin Hammer,
Justin
Sam
Hammer
Rockwell.
too.
There we go.
Yeah. Which
Sam Rockwell. Bring him fucking back.
Why have we not seen him since Iron Man 2?
Dude,
it's like,
with those dance moves that he had, shit.
He's so good. And he was I thought he was for sure going to be on the Thunderbolts roster. I thought he fit like a glove to be like the tech guy to help everybody out, but he's just been non-existent. So I hope he is in there. But yeah, we'll see. It's like, but now I think like same way Secret Wars and Kang Dynasty is supposed to be at like 2026, 2027. That's not happening. That's like those movies are closer to like 2030 now at this point.
I agree.
You know?
I agree there. Yeah.
They might still have to recast Kang. We don't know. Whatever happens there, right? Like,
wasn't his trial supposed to be like last month?
Gets delayed all the time.
Oh my God.
And then he's breaking up these fucking fake fights and everything.
The fake fight. Yeah, that
what
whole
is he
video.
doing? Well, who had this idea? Yeah, that's literally something on the boys.
Yeah.
That was so staged.
Don't fight. Don't fight.
That's
Why the
ridiculous.
fuck was he in a suit?
The shit part is I like Jonathan Majors. I think he's a great actor.
Oh,
He is a great actor. That's the
fantastic.
thing.
Yeah.
He is a great actor.
What are you doing?
But it's like, but we don't know what the fuck's going on with the personal life, and it's like, dude, it's like, but yeah, it's all weird. It's all
At
weird.
least though, whatever they feel, you can see that Marvel's clearly waiting to see what happens because they could have dropped him a long time ago and they didn't. So they're clearly. They're gonna wait to the last second to make a decision. And usually, look at Gunn, right? Those are just fucking tweets. And this is a story about a man who allegedly beat a girlfriend, and whatever. Like, it might have not happened, might have happened, but even then, that's more bad than some bad joke tweets. And they kept, but I think they learned from the Gunn thing, right? Of they reacted too fast. And look, he's on the other side of the river now.
Exactly,
Yeah, it's all crazy.
I wonder, had they not fired Gunn initially, would he still be over at Marvel potentially heading things
he would be. He would be.
Yeah.
I think
That's
so.
what I'm wondering. Would he be?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have taken Kevin Feige's place.
Eventually, after Secret Wars, maybe.
No, I think like Phil said that he would have been like that. Those were the rumors, right? He's going to look after the cosmic side. And I think that's what it would have been. This whole regime right now of Feige having to delegate, I think he would have felt a lot more better delegating to James Gunn than some people he has like in Secret Wars of people who are fucking like fighting over scripts and fighting over who has the power, you know, like I think James Gunn would definitely stay there because he would have he even said he was pitching like a Groot and Rocket movie and he wanted to do Thunderbolts. He said that since he's left that. And I guarantee you after Guardians 3, if he would have said I want to do Thunderbolts, they would have fucking gave it to him. Like I think he would stay, and that's why they learned. They don't want to fire Majors and he goes plays Martian Manhunter. You know, they don't want to do that.
Would have been interesting. Would have been interesting. So speaking of like cosmic, multiversal, dimensional stuff like that, this whole thing about Zack Snyder and a Rick and Morty movie. Who's anybody watch Rick and Morty here? No. Yeah.
Not season 6, but I'm familiar.
Just
sorry, not season 7. There we go.
There you go. I know I haven't caught up.
It's a good show.
It's a good show. And obviously we know Zach's he's a fan, but it's just kind of funny how like the whole thing brought up like with the co-creator Dan Harmon just basically saying like, oh yeah, we were trying to get a movie going and we try to get Zach to like, you know, and I love like how he said like, oh yeah, he wanted to use his Snyderness. And I thought that was great because it's like, yeah, I mean, with everything that's happened in the last few years, it's like, yeah, Zack Snyder is now it's a household name. Snyder Cut is a name. That's why he even joked. He's like, yeah, I want to make a Rick and Morty movie that's like, you know, that's a Snyder. We're gonna label it like a Snyder cut, and then we're gonna have a Snyder cut of the Snyder cut, basically, you know, with half of it in black and white, and blah blah blah. And it's like he had a very good sense of humor about it. But at the same time, I one of the things I was even saying before the panel got on was like, I mean, even Netflix should use the Snyder cut brand when it comes to
Oh God.
Rebel Moon. R-rated version. I mean, it's like you might as well just say the Snyder cut of Rebel Moon. You know, why not? Why not use it, because it's now such a household name? But at the same time, it's like I love the fact that Zach is like, he loves that series so much that he was trying to get a movie made. Not like he was directing it or something. It's not like it's going to be live action, but I thought it was cool. And then, of course,
live action or nothing.
Live action or nothing, right? But it just shows you that's what, you know, Zach likes animation, you know. And you know, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but it was kind of cool that the Vodka stream got mentioned in the friggin' article. I was like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I remember the stream he mentioned that. Like I
it
distinctly
was
remember
the Army of the Dead
Yep.
breakdown. Yeah.
That was a fun one. Yeah.
I totally didn't even like somebody, like I remember seeing the headlines from, like, you know, from people, but I didn't like click the article, and then somebody tagged me. Somebody tagged me with a screenshot that said like, oh yeah, Zach said this in 2021, his appearance on the Film Junkies Vodka stream, and I was like, oh shit, mentioning EW, that's pretty sweet. And but then I was like, oh, which one was that? And then of course I went to the article and clicked on it. I was like, oh, it was the Army of the Dead one. But I was like, man, I don't even like remember. But then when I watched it, I was like, oh yeah, I do remember when he actually said that, because he said, if I was going to do like I'm not going to do a full on comedy. That's not Zack Snyder's style. But if the closest thing that would be, you know, to it would be to do a Rick and Morty movie. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. He did say that. That's pretty sweet. So anyway,
you know, it's funny. We both had kind of that you know, your Vodka stream was mentioned EW. My response to James Gunn gets shared all over, or rather, his response to me gets shared all over.
Yeah,
that was a funny one. It was last Monday, I think. Yeah,
it happens.
It does happen.
But you know, I mean, it's just kind of funny. It's like no matter what, like I said, it's just that's how, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up is just the fact that, you know, not only to, you know, pat myself on the back, but you know, just to say that, like, the fact that that's how mainstream like Zack Snyder has become is like, you know, obviously, you know, things are just so stagnant right now when it comes to news that, oh yeah, let's bring this up, and then he makes a joke that, oh yeah, I wanted to make a Rick and Morty movie, and then I was gonna have a Snyder cut, and then we're gonna have a Snyder cut of the Snyder cut kind of thing. And it's like, that just shows you how mainstream that term has gotten, you know, because no matter what, anytime you hear about a director's cut, everybody goes hashtag release the so-and-so cut, you know. It's just always that's how that, you know. And that was, you know, a thing that when it came to that hashtag, that's why it was like a battle cry, and it turned into such a mainstream thing. That's why, like, now hashtags that are just ridiculous when it comes to either sell the Snyderverse or fire whoever or bring back, you know, it's like, those are just, to me, those are just hashtags that are just like, what are you even talking about right here? But when it came to the release whatever, that is just such a mainstream thing. And the fact that, you know, anybody who's a fan of Rick and Morty would actually absolutely love that. And then of course, Zach probably make
in the latest season of Rick and Morty, they did reference the Snyder cut. They did reference the Snyder cut.
Yeah, they did, right? What was the scene? I forgot.
I don't know. Like, they said,
did, right?
8% of the Snyder cut was Batman dreaming or something.
That's right. That's right. It was something like that. It was something that I think Rick was saying, right? He was like going off on something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Rick.
Yeah.
You know, to your point, like that the whole concept of like the Snyder cut, or even just like the director's cut hashtag in general, has just become a fantastic marketing tool, but it also does get abused in certain respects. Obviously, with the sell hashtag, there's that to take into account. But I did like that after the Snyder cut released, and even after the Snyder cut released, people started clamoring for, like, you know, the Schumacher cut. They want David Ayer's Suicide Squad, and even like even dip
Mark
your foot in
Webb.
Star Wars.
They want
Mark
the Webb cut.
Webb
Yeah,
cut.
they even did like a Josh Trank cut.
Yeah, they want
And
the
he
Trank
he
cut.
said, no thanks.
Released
was
the
like, no,
Abrams cut
good.
of Rise of Skywalker. I remember that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a funny one.
I know that's the thing, but we'll see what happens. But it was just one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, cool, Zack Snyder. I mean, news is stagnant right now, but
Anyway, let's bring on Zack Snyder right now.
I know, right? If only, but but then of course
He's probably sleeping.
there was like, and this might be the last thing we talk about, but goddamn, Jada Pinkett, what the fuck, dude?
Oh my
fucking
God.
Okay, is she just like the biggest see you next Tuesday, or what's going on here? My God, have you guys seen this shit?
Oh
Yeah, I'm saying
That's
this
all.
stuff. I'm like,
It's
There's a
just
reason
like-
why I said hashtag. We said the free Britney thing. Free fucking Will Smith, please.
It's like, even if they were separated for 6 years, which could be the case, after he did what he did on the stage, you keep that tight out of respect for the person that was the father of your kids. In my opinion, I can't comment on their situation fully because I don't know their lives, but just in my situation, if someone were to do that in your, in your honor, defense, how you feel about it, and then to be like, well, we weren't actually married at that time, so I don't really know why he's calling me his wife. It just feels very like, I just don't. It's more just a why. Why does this any? I don't know. I feel bad about the situation. I feel shitty that at some point in Will Smith's legacy, this is always going to come up, and it's this like it makes it worse. It's just more gasoline on the fire. Right when you think it finally starts to die down, it's like it comes back up again. You're like, oh God.
What is she doing? What is she doing? Like, she's trying to like
Telling
how does she give this interview and just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna clear my name? Like, what? How does this? The person that you've been with for how many years now, like, literally embarrassed himself defending your honor on one of the biggest stages ever when it comes to
and he got banned
for 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
He got banned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And
So
then
he
you throw him
defended
under
your
the
honor,
fucking
and you're gonna
bus.
come out and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, we were like separated. Well, I wasn't even his wife. I was like looking around, like, who's his wife? Fuck you! Like, seriously, fuck. Like, what? I don't know what's going on, but this is what sucks because before this happened, Will Smith was on social media. He had, and not to mention there was like, I'm like gonna break it down a little bit here because Will Smith was on social media, like posting videos, like probably like 2-3 times a week, and there were quality videos. He probably had people working for him that was like handling his social media, handling these like pretty like top-notch videos. Like, I have them on Instagram, and I would actually look forward to a Will Smith video, and they were like awesome videos that he was doing, whatever he was doing, no matter what. It was cool, and they came up with a cool concept and everything like that. That ended, of course, after the whole slap thing. He doesn't really post anymore, but he was always posting like what he was doing and then just doing some cool shit. Now you don't get that anymore, and Will Smith, of course, is beloved when it comes to everybody, and after that happened, and there was a discourse when it came to that. It's like, oh, he's defending his wife's honor, or oh, he fucked up, he shouldn't have done that. Now she comes out and just basically goes, I didn't need my honor defended. I wasn't even his wife. We're like, it was like, I didn't even. It's like she just totally shit on anybody who is defending what he did. She completely shit on it.
Yep,
completely shit on it.
I think the most jarring thing about all that is like, if her response compared to her actual reaction from like after the Rock joke was made, there's just like a complete fucking disconnect there, and it's like, what are you doing? Why? Just Fish Mooney, yeah, definitely Fish Mooney.
Jesus Christ, she's a villain. She's a villain. She's a Batman. She totally is leaning into a Batman villain. Holy crap!
Oh yeah,
she's gonna play Lex Luthor.
No.
Oh, I mean, she is. Okay.
This is not Superman Earth 1.
Don't do it.
Superman Earth 1. No.
No, but I mean, like, oh man, I couldn't believe it. Like, because I didn't watch the actual thing, but I kept on seeing like headlines.
Oh yeah.
She said that Tupac was her soulmate.
Yeah.
And there's some jokes that I saw with that, which was,
And then when she
the
talked
joke
about,
that I heard was like, well, that was a bullet that he dodged. Oh, and I was like,
no,
oh yeah, I saw that joke a couple
oh.
of times. I was like, whoa, that's it's whatever. He probably would laugh at that, but yeah,
that's a bad one.
Yeah,
Man.
but I
Oh,
mean, but
man.
at the same time, it's like it's like he might have laughed at that, but I saw that joke numerous
I have
times.
a
like,
really bad joke, but I can't say it on here. I can't.
I kind of want you
on
to. I kind of want you to.
Like another jarring thing for me was like when they brought I saw a clip of like Jada and Will having a conversation, and they're literally talking about that she referred to it as an entanglement, and I was like,
yeah, that was before the slap. That was the original Will Smith crying meme when he was like trying to be all serious, and she had an entanglement, but
oh my god, I was like,
dude. I mean, I'm telling you, like this guy needs to. He needs to. I mean, he's been humiliated. He's been humiliated. I mean, he's been humiliated by her. Not once. This is like not the first time, because remember that whole thing where she confessed to him on her show on Facebook publicly that she like cheated on him.
Yeah, so Phil's talking about the entanglement.
The entanglement. Yeah, but it's just like he did that publicly, and that's used as a meme now. Like him, like teary-eyed about it, is used as a meme now. She has totally ruined his name. She has 100% ruined his name. Now, I'm not like saying that what he did, like when he slapped Chris Rock, that was not what he should have done, but he did it at a just like if you think about it, it's like he was probably in a very bad spot. Obviously, now that we know, very bad spot. I mean, and he won the Academy Award that night too. That's what's so sad. It's so bad. And it's like, I've loved Will Smith ever since I started watching Fresh Prince back in the 90s. Always been a fan of the dude. Always thought like he was always one of my favorite actors. He just had charisma. He had everything. And now it's just like, God damn. It's like, drop this fucking bitch, please. She is a villain. She's such a villain. Sorry. I mean, I'm like just going,
fuck, that joke is bad. Oh man, that joke.
Say it.
Private chat is bad. No, don't say it. Do not say it. That one is bad. That one's bad.
Yeah, Drogo wrote it.
I saw that like years ago. And I was
that one's bad.
What does Tupac have to do with this?
Well, I mean, there's always there's just jokes. Obviously, you got to do. It's jokes. It's whatever. It's not to be taken seriously, but yeah, I mean, oh god, man. I mean. It's like, what do you do? I mean, why is she doing this right now? That's what I'm wondering. Like, what is she? How is this? Like, everybody that I've seen respond to this is not like putting her in the best light. So it's like you're not helping your cause. You are looking like just the biggest.
What is stopping from Will Smith to just leave her? What is stopping him from doing that?
Maybe he's like, maybe it is like the Britney Spears thing. Maybe he's in like what's that called again?
Conservative.
Conservative.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe she has like conservative shit over him.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, what? It almost seems like. And there's always been the rumors that Will Smith is actually gay and she's the beard or whatever the hell. There's always been.
I never heard that. I heard.
Never heard that. Never heard that.
I heard they had an open marriage because all those fucking photos with him and Robbie leaked, and it was like, well, clearly something was going on there.
Yeah. There's always. I mean, that could be another.
Oh yeah, when they were swingers or something.
Yeah, that's what I've always heard, that they had an open relationship.
But going to what I said, it's like maybe it's not fully gay, but he's always been like open.
He'd be bi, go ahead.
Yeah. So it could be something with that, which because I've heard those even from people who like are like more on the know or what the fuck, but I'm just kind of going like, now day and age, like why would you even keep that hidden? If he were to come out and be like, yeah, I'm freaking pan, whatever the hell, I like it all, I think people would actually respond to it positively. It's like, get rid of it. Yeah. After all this time.
I think they would. I think it's just tough that it all depends how you were raised, and some people still get raised in a way where if you're not straight, you're lesser than, right?
Well,
And
he was raised in Philadelphia, born and raised, and the playground is where I spend most of my days. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay, fuck. I set myself up for that one. But like, I just mean if you grew up for many like decades of if you're gay, you're bad. If you're gay, you're less masculine. That's stuff that some people that they will still like the same way like Kevin Spacey didn't tell the world he was gay until everyone's like, you're a sexual assaulter. And they're like, oh, I'm
and then
gay.
he's like,
yeah. But that's, I mean, like, there's some people that doesn't matter. Like, Kevin Spacey wasn't married to anybody. He could have came out at any moment. Why didn't he? And that's where there's just some, it's like, same thing as Travolta. I don't care what you say. Travolta's, he's definitely gay. He's definitely, like, or he's bisexual, because there's been way too many stories over the year of, like, and I thought for sure it'd be out by now, but the same thing, he was in Scientology, and that's the thing that, the world might accept it, but, and fuck, that's it, though. They were Scientologists, remember? Will Smith, that's probably it.
Scientology.
Yeah.
That's
remember,
the thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering about, because I know they're part of, exactly.
Yeah, and he can't come out as gay, probably.
Scientology? Was he?
Huh?
Was Will Smith part of Scientology?
Yeah, I think he still is. I think like him and Jay, I'm not sure if they were, but they were for a while. There was a bunch of them that were running together that you'd be surprised when you look up, you're like, oh shit, like it's just because Cruise was the most public about it, but there's tons of people, and Will Smith and Jay, they were Scientologists.
From That 70 Show.
Right, exactly. So and that could be it. That for the
very
world
well
it's
could be
fine,
it.
but Scientology you'll get pushed the fuck out real quick if you're swinging the other way.
Dude.
Yeah,
that's what's so stupid. I mean,
and that could be the whole thing with their marriage. When we're talking about why it's so weird, it could be that the same way as like I love Tom Cruise. I love his movies, but for me as a guy who has a kid, the fact that Tom Cruise hasn't seen his daughter in almost a decade is fucking weird.
Right,
and it's because the church, you look it up. It's because the rumor is like, what the word is just like, because Katie Holmes and the daughter are not part of Scientology. They say you're not allowed to have a relationship with that person. I'm sorry. No church would tell me I can't see my fucking kids. And that's where like, I love Tom Cruise, the movie star. Tom Cruise, the person, he's fucking weird. And that's a fucking weird. That's where it's same thing, this marriage thing. We're like, why is this happening? And why is this being said? Why hasn't he left her? They could be shit like that where there's stuff tied to this church where he can't leave because he might lose this, and this. I don't know, but there's something weird, and it does make sense because I forgot that they're both Scientologists. So that could be the missing piece.
The best thing that could happen. The best thing that could happen for both of them is if both Will Smith and Tom Cruise come out together, holding hands, and be like, "We're together."
Could you imagine that? And then they do a rom-com together.
Yes.
Oh my god!
I think the whole world would love that if Will Smith and Tom Cruise came out and they were like, "We're in a relationship. We are gay. Fuck it,
Mr. and Mr. Smith."
Yes.
They're both spies.
Like, did you guys ever watch that episode of South Park? Like Tom Cruise comes out, and you gotta come out of the closet, Tom. And like,
everybody suspected that Tom Cruise is gay too. I mean, that's the thing.
The Scientology thing. And John Travolta.
And John
was a Scientologist.
Have him come out.
And that was like that episode was the reason why like Chef, the character, left the show because like the actor Isaac Hayes was part of that Scientology.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, that's why he left the show.
Oh no, it's a weird, like lots of religions weird, but Scientology, like there's a lot of just shit in there like we don't even know about that probably goes on. It's just like
they're aliens.
So I could believe
that's what they're based off of is like alien volcano thing or whatever the fuck. I don't even. Yeah, it's all crazy.
Yeah, there's there's an area like back in the heyday of Pokemon Go. There's an area I used to go to like in downtown Folsom, kind of close to me. There's a church of Scientology, and I'd always walk by and be like, nope.
Oh yeah,
ain't even gonna bother.
The main headquarters is probably about 30 minutes away from me.
No shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go, Dave. They're waiting.
No, I know. You know who else was probably part of Scientology?
Well, they're gonna hit me up after this conversation.
You know who else was probably part of Scientology? Rachel Zegler.
Ooh. She probably is.
Nah, she's gonna run for president.
No, because I feel like she supported gay rights, so that's a no-no in Scientology. I feel like you can't be there. So, but
so is her getting recast? Is the Snow White recast story true? Like, is Jenna Ortega?
No way.
No. There's no way that they would do that. There's no way that they would do that. Yeah, I mean, as much as she is fucked up, but I mean, Jenna Ortega has. I mean, you have to sing in this whole thing. Is she a good singer?
And Ortega's actually busy. Like the thing with Ortega too. Like the whole reports that they might not even be able to get her back for Screen 7 because they're like they want her back, but it's just like She's gonna do
She got
Wednesday too.
She got Beetlejuice 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
there's no way that they
yeah.
just replaced Zegler for that. That would be stupid.
Yeah, like what?
I think that was just like,
Why would they replace Zegler? Like, has there been something?
It's
something
similar to
coming
like
up?
a Kathleen Kennedy gets fired every couple months. I
Oh,
think Zegler's going to get
that's
replaced a
good.
few more times before Snow White gets out. You know, like you'll get
Okay.
that red eye thumbnail of Zegler's been replaced for Snow White.
Yeah,
and,
I even did. I covered it on Film Junkie Live too. I was like, that actually people thought that was actually going to be a thing. Like, there's no way that would be. Even if like Zegler like did like even talked more out of her ass than she already has, kind of thing. It's like, but it's just like, why would you? The film is already like in the can when it comes to principal photography.
Yeah.
You're not going to just do that. You're not going to just be like, we're going to bring in somebody else and reshoot the whole thing. Because I mean, the things are.
I didn't even realize it was shot. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
pretty,
it was
I think
already-
it's
Yeah, I didn't
done
know.
or almost all done. We should be getting a teaser trailer, I imagine soon. But
Probably
yeah,
after
probably. I don't know when we'll get that.
Probably in front of Wonka, if I had to guess. Probably in front of
Yeah, it
Wonka.
could be
maybe even
Wonka.
Marvels because like female led.
Yeah,
too.
you're right.
That's
Yeah,
kind of leads,
could be
and
that too.
it'll come
Right.
out. It'll be mid, and then we'll move on to the next Disney live action remake. Because it's just excited to see what
There
God
it
can
is.
do as the evil queen.
Holy
You know?
Short, Snow White or something.
Pinocchio.
Oh yeah, we went over that one time. Ugh.
Yeah, well, yeah. Stephen showed that. to us,
Yeah, that was horrible. Ugh, horrible. But I think that's a good way to wrap up tonight's stream. Is
Well, that was
throwing
pretty
Jada
good.
Pinkett under the fucking Scientology bus. You know, who knows? I mean, I just hate it. I just hate it because I love Will Smith so much. He was like, I've been, ever since I watched Fresh Prince for the first time, Bad Boys, and everything, and followed his career. He was always one of my favorite actors growing up. And the fact that like, this whole thing, and it's just, she just seems like the fucking devil. And I don't understand. Like, she just goes and just says all this shit. And it's like, everybody's going, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, she is like, not, did she think this was going to clear her name? She's like coming out as like an evil person for all this stuff because everybody universally loves Will Smith. They didn't love you, bitch. Okay. They didn't love you. Sorry. I'm very passionate about this because I love Will Smith.
Oh, 100%, man.
Yeah. And I'm like, nobody loved you. Nobody loved you. And you're trying to like, I'm going to clear
She
my
really
name.
looks like She really looks like this character here.
There you go. Ugh.
Man's gun.
Destroy the world.
Run will run.
This whole freaking, anyways,
What an absolute mess.
dude. It's just horrible, and I hope Will Smith comes out on the other side. I know they're filming Bad Boys 4.
Okay.
That too. If
I don't
it
care.
makes him happy,
If he comes
don't
out,
care
okay,
either.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Okay, I don't care what he likes.
just get
when it
away
comes
from
to
her.
that. I just like Will Smith as a person.
Yeah.
That's all. I like his charisma. I like just what, how he presents himself and stuff like that when it comes to that. But he probably does have demons inside. Obviously, we know this. And it's like, I just want him to just like, man, does he need to just, hashtag free Will Smith. Come on. Free will. That sounds
Free will.
weird.
There you go.
Willy,
Yeah.
free
Yeah,
Willy.
hashtag free will. I know, but that's just like it's not as, I'm just
The
saying.
double entendre though. Free will.
A little bit.
Free will,
Yeah, so it might work. It might work. Free will. Hashtag free will. Anyways. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching the Vodka stream. Always fun as per usual. We'll go around the horn right here. But of course, thank you to Paul. Thank you to Jordan for joining, of course, tonight. But let's go ahead. Travis, promote.
Yeah, Travis B. Snell, you can find me Talking Geekverse, all this good stuff. It was good to be back. I try to be on when I can. Sometimes work doesn't permit, but I was happy to jump on here and
Always
you
glad to talk to you, man.
No, thank you for having me, and I hope the rest of you guys have a good weekend.
Next time we see Travis, his hair is going to be like down to his shoulders.
Yeah, I hope. If I'm bold enough, I want to grow it for a full year. If
You got a good hair there, man.
it's not too
Yours
bad.
is like mine, sadly thin, so I can't
Yeah.
really.
I
and
got
it flares out when I get
good hair. I just also inherited my male genes like beer gut. I eat a cake and my gut is just as round as the moon. So there's pros and cons to the family genes. So
Yeah, that happens. It happens. All right, Phil.
Thanks again, man. You light up the signal, man. I got you. You're like Commissioner Gordon, man.
Go.
But if anyone wants to follow me, just at Unfiltered, you can catch me on the Four Nerds. Usually we're doing our shows every Wednesday now. You can catch my podcast, The Eternal Light, on any podcast catcher you got. And starting next weekend will be the first show of my new YouTube channel, DC United, where all DC fans can come together and express all their love for anything DC related, be it movies, television, comic books, whatever.
There we go. All right. And then fried rice is so good.
Yeah, I was just having that earlier. It's so good. You can find me. Yeah, you can find me at Droga52 on YouTube. I don't post much there, but yeah, I'm thinking of starting something up again. I don't know. Might talk about Star Wars or something. We don't know. So you can find me there. You can find me on Twitter via Axel R Droga, and you can find me on Vero via, I think it's Kenji Dunst. I don't know why it's that, but yeah. Thanks for having me on, Dev. It's fun as always.
Always. All right, guys. Smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe, hit that notification bell, do all that stuff. We will talk to you guys later.